Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Click the banner to learn more. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Chapter 23, Pleasure and Pain. Pleasure and pain pertain to mind. Pleasure and pain are the effects of virtue and vice. They are two kinds of emotions that pertain to the mind alone. It is the mind alone which brings pleasures and pains on itself and enjoys them through its excessive inclination towards objects. Mind contracts during pain and expands during pleasure. Ego creates the body. Prana vital energy does all sorts of efforts. Mind experiences pleasure and pain. If you perform actions through a stainless mind, with non-reactive witness consciousness and selfless or desireless consciousness, your body will not share their fruits. There are only facts, vibrations or phenomena outside. Mother Nature is blind. Mother Nature is quite indifferent. There is neither pleasure nor pain in objects. It is all mental creation, mental perception, mental jugglery. It is only the mental attitude or certain kind of mental behavior towards objects that brings joy or grief, pleasure and pain. Maya illusion has her powerful seat in the imagination of the mind. All pains are not equally felt. There is no pain when you are asleep. It is only when the mind is connected with the body that pains arise. It is the identification with the mind and body, pride owing to ignorance, that causes pain. When the mind is intensely fond of anything, there will be no perception of pain even if destruction awaits the body. When the mind is completely drowned in any object, who else is there to observe and flee from the actions of the body? When you put one drop of oil on the surface of water, it spreads throughout the surface of water and makes it oily. Even so, a little pain for a luxurious man spoils all his pleasures and makes all objects appear very painful. When you are in acute agony, a cup of coffee, milk or tea does not give you any pleasure. When you are in acute agony, the whole world which appeared to you to be full of bliss while in good health, appears quite dreary. The world loses all its charms while you are seriously ailing. If the pessimist changes his mental attitude, the world will appear to him to be full of bliss. Mind always runs after pleasure, because it is born of bliss of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. You love a mango, because it affords you pleasure. Of all things, you love your own self most. This love of the self gives the clue to the fact that bliss must be the nature of the self. Atman self has no pleasure and pain. Freedom from the body and mind is the real nature of the Atman self and, consequently, there being no possibility of virtue and vice, very much less is the chance for any effects of these on the Atman self, hence, pleasure and pain do not touch the Atman self. Atman self is alone, non-attached, unattached. It is witness of the two modifications, pleasure and pain that arise in the mind. Mind enjoys. Mind suffers. Atman self is a silent witness. It has nothing to do with pleasure and pain. Sense pleasure is only a mental deception. Pleasure and pain, beauty and ugliness are all false imaginations of the mind. Mind is a false illusory product. Conceptions of the mind also must, therefore, be false. They are all like a mirage in the desert. What is beautiful for you is ugly for another. Beauty and ugliness are relative terms. Beauty is only a mental concept. It is only a mental projection. It is only a civilized man that takes much of symmetry of form, good features, graceful gaits, elegance of manners, graceful form, etc. An African has no idea of all these things. Real beauty is in the self only. Pleasure and beauty reside in the mind and not in the objects. Mango is not sweet, the idea of mango is sweet. It is all a thought wave, it is all mental deception, mental conception and mental creation. Destroy the thought wave and the beauty vanishes. The husband stretches his own idea of beauty in his ugly wife and finds his wife very beautiful through passion. Shakespeare has rightly expressed this in his Midsummer Night's Dream. Cupid is painted blind. It finds Helen's beauty in the brow of Egypt. Pleasure arising from external objects is evanescent, transitory and fleeting. It is mere nerve titillation and mental deception. Individual being joins with the mind and the thought wave and enjoys the sense objects. The thing that gives you pleasure gives you pain also. The delights that are contact-born, are verily wombs of pain. The body is an abode of misery and disease. Wealth brings a lot of trouble in acquiring and keeping safe. Sorrow springs from every connection. Women are a perpetual source of vexation. Alas! People prefer this path of misery to that of spiritual enjoyment. No true, lasting satisfaction comes from the enjoyment of worldly objects. Yet, people rush headlong towards objects even when they know that the objects are unreal and the world is full of miseries. That is Maya illusion. When the mind rests on the Atman self, then only eternal satisfaction will come, because Atman self is complete, all full, you get everything there. It is self-contained. All desires are gratified by the realization of the Atman self. Some say that children are very happy. It is wrong. They only become exuberant. They get serious reaction also. They have no balanced mind. They weep for hours together for nothing at all. It is only a man of balanced mind that can really be happy. Pleasure arises from complete dissolution of thought waves, not from sense objects. Really, there is no pleasure in objects. Atman self gives a push to the mind and sets it in motion. A thought wave arises in the mind on account of the force of a desire. The mind is agitated and runs towards the particular object. The agitation will not subside till the mind gets the desired object. It will constantly think of the object. It will scheme and plan various methods to achieve the desired object. It will be ever restless. It will be ever assuming the shape of the object. As soon as the object is obtained and enjoyed, the particular thought wave that was causing agitation in the mind gets dissolved. The dissolution of the thought wave takes place. When the dissolution of the thought wave takes place, you get peace and bliss from the essential nature or the Atman self within only and not from the object outside. Ignorant persons attribute their pleasures to external objects. That is a serious blunder, indeed. There is no happiness at all in any of the objects of the world. It is sheer ignorance to think that we derive any pleasure from the sense objects or from the mind. Whenever we feel our desires are satisfied, we observe that the mind moves towards the heart, towards the Atman self. In pleasure also, there is exercise of the mind. It expands. It turns inward and moves to its original home, the place of its origin, the Atman self, and enjoys the Atma happiness, the bliss of the self. Real happiness lies within. Why do you search, in vain, for your happiness, O worldly fools, outside, in objects, money, women, titles, honors, name and fame, which are false, worthless and like cow dung? You cannot get your happiness there. You are entirely deluded. Search within the heart, subjectively in the Atman self, the source and fountain of all happiness. Real happiness is within you. It is in the Atman self. It is subjective. It is in the purity and beyond purity. It manifests when the mind is concentrated. When the senses are withdrawn from the objects outside, when the mind is one-pointed, when there is the destruction of desires or the annihilation of desires and the annihilation of the mind, when you become desireless and thoughtless, the Atmic bliss begins to dawn, spiritual bliss begins to thrill. Attachment and pleasure. The mind is the cause of attachment to delusive objects. It is the mind which is the germ of all actions. It daily agitates this body of ours to work and secure for its enjoyment various pleasurable objects. The mind always wants to be doing something and, when it attaches itself with the objects it cherishes, feels amused and happy. A play at cards has nothing in it, but the attachment and attention produce pleasure. There can be attraction without attachment. You can be attracted by a beautiful cabbage rose or a young lady. But it is not necessary that you must be attached either to the rose or to the lady. Attachment comes after possession and enjoyment. Attachment, love and bliss all go together. You are attached to your wife and children, you love them also, because they give you bliss. As this world is illusory and as through illusion pain appears as pleasure, you must cut asunder all worldly attachments ruthlessly and direct your love and attachment towards the reality, the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, the blessing that lies at the back of the mind and all objects and is the witness for all the activities that take place in the intellect. It is difficult to divert the mind which, from infancy, has fallen into the pernicious habit of seeking external pleasure, and it shall ever persist in doing so, unless you give it something superior to be amused with, a greater form of pleasure to delight in. Kinds and degrees of pleasures. Intellectual pleasure is far superior to sensual pleasure. The bliss from meditation is far superior to the intellectual pleasure. Spiritual bliss or atmic bliss from self-realization is infinite, immeasurable and unbounded. It is solid mass of bliss. The golden mean. Keep the mind in a state of moderation or happy, golden mean. Never let it run to excesses. People die of shock from extreme depression as well as from extreme joy. Do not allow excessive joy to crop up in the mind. It is excessive merriment. Mind always runs to extremes, either to extreme depression or extreme joy. Extremes meet. Extremes bring about reaction. Mind can never be calm in excessive joy. Let the mind be cheerful but calm. Be always cheerful. Laugh and smile. How can a mind that is gloomy and dull think of God? Try to be happy always. Happiness is your very nature. This is termed cheerfulness. This spirit of cheerfulness must be cultivated by all aspirants. Study spiritual books. Have constant association with the wise and saintly. Repeat Om 21600 times daily with feeling. It will take you 3 hours. Meditate on the Atman Self or Krishna. Realize the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Only this will free you from all mundane miseries and afford you eternal peace, knowledge and bliss. With the growth of mind, pains increase, with its extinction, there will be great bliss. Having lorded over your mind, free yourself from the world of perceptions, in order that you may be of the nature of knowledge. Though surrounded by pleasurable or painful objects to disturb your equilibrium of the mind, remain immovable as a rock, receiving all things with equanimity. The final cool joy and laugh consequent upon it is the bliss arising from the mind merging into the stainless Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Chapter 24, Viveka Discrimination. What is Viveka discrimination? When you are fully aware of the magnitude of human sufferings in this miserable, relative world, you will naturally begin to discriminate between what is real and what is unreal. Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is real and the world is unreal. This is the Viveka discrimination between the real and the unreal. Then sincerity or faith will develop. Then aspiration or keen longing to realize God will be felt. Then you will have to remember the truth constantly. Then you will have to assert constantly, I am Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. By incessant practice, name, form and intention will vanish and you will realize the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. This is the Vedantic spiritual practice. Discrimination, sincerity, aspiration, remembering truth always, assertion and then realization are the various stages or means for realization of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Aids to Viveka discrimination. Viveka discrimination or the power of discrimination is only awakened by the constant association with the wise and saintly and the hearing of revelations. Those who have done countless virtuous actions in their previous births will have the fortune through the grace of God to have the association of great souls, holy men, devotees, yogins, sages and holy renunciants. Benefits of Viveka discrimination. The mind wants the repetition of a pleasure once enjoyed. The memory of the pleasure arises in the mind. The memory induces imagination and thinking. In this way, attachment arises. Through repetition, a habit is formed. The habit causes strong craving. The mind then exercises its rule over the poor, helpless, weak-willed worldlings. As soon as discrimination arises, the power of the mind becomes weakened. The mind tries to recede, to retrace its steps to its original home, the heart. Its poisonous fangs are extracted by discrimination. It cannot do anything in the presence of discrimination. It gets dethroned. The will becomes stronger and stronger when discrimination is awakened. Thanks to Viveka discrimination, which enables us to get out of this miserable samsara cycle of life, death and rebirth. Chapter 25, Dispassion and Renunciation. What is Vairagya dispassion? If the mind is constantly thinking of tea and if it gets pain when you do not get it, it is said that you have got attachment for tea. This attachment leads to bondage. The practice of dispassion demands you to renounce this attachment for tea. Mere giving up of taking tea does not constitute the essence of the dispassion. Study the Dispassion treatise in Yoga Vasishtha. You will have a comprehensive understanding of the real essential nature of dispassion. A clean description of the actual dispassionate mental state of Sri Rama is given. Palatable dishes, refreshing beverages, affectionate father and mother, brother, dear friends, diamonds, pearls, flowers, sandal, ornaments, soft beds, gardens had no attraction for him. On the contrary, their very sight gave him intense pain. In dispassion, the celibacy is hidden. Dispassion includes the celibacy in thought, word and deed. Two kinds of dispassion. Dispassion, indifference or non-attachment, is of two kinds: 1. Dispassion on account of some miseries and 2. Dispassion on account of the discrimination between real and unreal. The mind of a man who has got the former type of dispassion is simply waiting for a chance to get back the things that were given up. As soon as the first opportunity offers itself, the man gets the downfall and goes back to his former state. Sense objects does havoc in him with a vengeance and redoubled force from reaction. But the other man who has given up the objects on account of the discrimination between real and unreal, on account of the illusory nature of objects, will have spiritual advancement. He will not have a downfall. How dispassion dawns. Note how dispassion arises in the mind. The transitory and perishable nature of all things creates a sort of disgust in all minds and, in proportion to the depth and subtlety of nature, this reaction from the world works more or less powerfully in the mind of every individual. An irresistible feeling arises in our mind, that the finite can never satisfy the infinite within us, that the changing and perishable cannot satisfy the changeless and deathless nature of ours. When you are not impressed with the idea of rich living, the rich style of living cannot attract you. When you are impressed with the idea that meat and wine are not at all pleasurable, they cannot tempt you. In that case, if you do not get meat and wine or rich living, you will not be agonized at all in your mind. Why are you attracted towards a young, beautiful lady? Because, owing to your ignorance, you vainly think you will get pleasure through her. If you have got the discrimination between real and unreal, it will at once tell you that you will get immense pain through her. Then the mind will recede or withdraw from the object, woman. Spiritual practice without dispassion goes to waste. When dispassion appears in the mind, it opens the gate to divine wisdom. From dissatisfaction with the sense objects and the worldly sense enjoyments comes aspiration. From aspiration comes abstraction. From abstraction comes the concentration of the mind. From the concentration of the mind comes meditation or contemplation. From contemplation comes deep meditative absorption or self-realization. Without dissatisfaction or dispassion, nothing is possible. Just as cultivation in a stony land or saltish earth becomes absolutely fruitless, so also the yogic practices and the Atma self-inquiry, the inquiry of the soul, done without dispassion and the indifference to the sensual enjoyments becomes fruitless. Just as water, when it leaks into the rat holes, instead of running into the proper channels in agricultural fields, becomes wasted and does not help the growth of plants, grains, etc., so also, the efforts of an aspirant become a wastage if he has not got the virtue of dispassion. He gets no spiritual advancement. Intense dispassion necessary for liberation. There must be intense dispassion in the minds of the aspirants, throughout the period of their spiritual practice. Mere mental adhesion will not do for success in yoga. There must be an intense longing for liberation, a high degree of dispassion plus the capacity for spiritual practice. Then only they will get the formless meditative absorption and liberation. It was only Raja Janaka and Prahlada who had intense dispassion. This kind of dispassion is necessary for quick realization. It is very difficult to cross the ocean of samsara cycle of life, death and rebirth with a dull type of dispassion. The crocodile of craving for sense enjoyments and sense objects will catch the aspirants by the throat and, violently snatching away, will drown them halfway. Enemies of dispassion. The curse of affection. Delusion proceeds from affection. It is a common observation that a person is distressed if the cat eats his domestic fowl, but when his affections are not touched, for instance, if the cat eats a sparrow or a mouse, he expresses no sorrow. You must, therefore, root out affection, which is the cause of vain attachment. The body generates numerous germs which people are anxious to remove, but to one variety they give the name, children, for which their lives are wasted away. Such is the delusion of the world. At the back of affection and love, there is grief and sorrow. Affection is mixed with sorrow. At the back of pleasure, there is pain. Pain is mixed with pleasure. Man sows the poisonous seed of sorrow under the name of love, from which quickly spring up shoots of affection which contain a fire dangerous as lightning, and from these shoots, grow trees of sorrow with innumerable branches which, burning like a heap of covered straw, slowly consume the body. The knot of affection is strengthened by long indulgence. Affection has entwined its threads around the hearts of men. The principal means to get rid of affection is to consider that this is a fleeting existence. In this wide world, how many millions of parents, wives, children, uncles and grandfathers have passed away? You should consider the society of friends as a momentary flash of lightning and, revolving this often in your mind, enjoy felicity. Hope and anticipation. Hope and anticipation are the opposite of dispassion and renunciation. They fatten the mind. To be perfectly hopeless is a very high state for a philosopher. It is a very bad state for worldlings. They always say with contempt, "He is a hopeless man." Worldlings and philosophers move towards diametrically opposite poles. How to develop dispassion. Those who do not develop the painless dispassion inherent in oneself and that with great felicity and happiness are, at best, but vermins in human shapes. When a bee finds that its feet are stuck in the honey, it slowly licks its feet several times and then flies away with joy. Even so, extricate yourself from the mind sticking and clinging to this body and children honey owing to raga attraction and delusion through dispassion and meditation and fly away from this cage of flesh and bone to the source, the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the Absolute. It is very difficult to wean some children. They suck the breast even when they are 3 or 4 years old. The mother applies some neem paste to the nipples. The child is weaned quickly. Even so, you will have to get a medicine of neem paste for the mind to get it weaned from sensual objects. Sit in a solitary room. Think of the miseries of this earthly life, its cares, worries, anxieties, hunger, thirst, sins, temptations, passion, fighting, fears, vanity, disease, death, old age, sorrow, grief, tribulation, loss, failures, disappointments, hostility, scorpion stings, mosquito bites, etc. This will serve as an efficient neem paste to wean the mind from the samsara cycle of life, death and rebirth. You must think in the above manner daily. Remember constantly the pains of various kinds pertaining to this mundane existence. Delusion will vanish if you repeat the following line of chapter 8 of Gita several times daily, insight into the pain and evil of birth, old age and sickness. Always make the mind understand clearly that there is only pain in this world. Reflect often on the instability of this world. This is the first spiritual practice for aspirants. They can thus develop dispassion. The mind will be weaned from objects. Attraction for sense objects will gradually vanish. Renunciation brings about liberation. Shun the earthly objects as fire or poison or awful. Renounce all desires and cravings. This itself is liberation or freedom. Renunciation of desires brings about the annihilation of the mind. The annihilation of the mind brings on the destruction of the Maya illusion, because the mind alone is Maya illusion. The Maya illusion is enthroned in the imagination of the mind. How cunning she is! A wise knows her tricks well. She is awfully afraid of the man of renunciation and the Atma self-inquiry, she bows to him with folded hands. What is true renunciation? The mind is the all-in-all and its mastery leads to the renunciation of all. The mind renunciation alone constitutes the renunciation of all. True renunciation lies in the abnegation of the mind. It consists in renouncing all desires and egoism and not world existence. Through such a mental abnegation, you will be able to free yourself from all pain. Then will come immortality in life or enjoyment of the infinite delight of existence free from ego, founded on oneness of all in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Renunciation, a mental state. Renunciation is a mental state only. It is the coloring of the heart and not of cloth alone. He is a veritable renunciant who is free from passions and egoism and who possesses all the pure qualities, even though he lives with the family in the world. Chudala was a queen, yogini, renunciant, though she was ruling a kingdom. That renunciant who lives in the forest, but who is full of passions is worse than a householder and a worldly-minded fool. Saikadvaja was a worldly man, though he lived in the forest naked for very many years. True renunciation is the renunciation of all passions, desires, egoism and desire. If you have a stainless mind, a mind free from attachment, egoism and passion, you are a renunciant no matter whether you live in a forest or in the bustle of a city, whether you wear white cloth or an orange-colored robe, whether you shave the head or keep a long tuft of hair. Shave the mind. Someone asked Guru Nanak, "O saint, why have you not shaved your head? You are a renunciant." Guru Nanak replied, "My dear friend, I have shaved my mind." In fact, the mind should be cleanly shaved. Shaving the mind consists in getting rid of all sorts of attachments, passions, egoism, delusion, infatuation, lust, greed, anger, etc. This is the real shaving. External shaving of the head has no meaning so long as there is craving. Many have not understood what true renunciation is. The renunciation of physical objects is no renunciation at all. The real renunciation consists in the renunciation of egoism. If you can renounce this ego, you have renounced everything else in the world. If the subtle ego is given up, false identification with the body automatically goes away. Vedanta sacred literature does not want you to renounce the world. It wants you to change your mental attitude and give up this false, illusory, I-ness and mine-ness. The snake charmer removes only the two poisonous fangs of the cobra. The snake remains the same. It hisses, raises its hood and shows the teeth. In fact, it does everything as before. The snake charmer has changed his mental attitude towards the snake. He has non-existence now that it has got no poisonous fangs. Even so, you must remove the two poisonous fangs of the mind, the I-ness and the mine-ness only. Then you can allow the mind to go wherever it likes. Then you will have always the deep meditative absorption only. You must renounce the pride of renunciation also. The pride of renunciation is very deep-rooted. You must renounce the idea, I have renounced everything. I am a great renunciant. This pride of the holy men is a greater evil than the pride of householders. I am a landlord, I am a teacher, etc. Chapter 26, Control of the Senses. Senses, a prolongation of the mind. Senses are objectified desires. The will to see is the eye. The will to hear is the ear. The senses have two states, static and dynamic. When the desire begins to operate, the senses are put in motion. This is the dynamic state. As soon as the desire is gratified, the senses shrink through satisfaction. This is the static or passive state. Mind and senses are one. The sense is a prolongation of the mind. The sea is fed by the rivers, the sea cannot exist without the rivers. Even so, the mind is fed by the senses and cannot exist without the senses. If you have controlled the senses, you have already controlled the mind. Sense is another name for mind. The mind is a mass of senses. The mind is a higher power than the senses. The mind is a consolidated sense. The sense is the mind in manifestation. Just as a minister obeys the king, so also, the five senses act in accordance with the dictates of the mind. The senses represent backwaters. The desire in the mind to eat has manifested as tongue, teeth, and stomach. The desire in the mind to walk has manifested itself as legs and feet. If you can control the mind, then you can control the senses. The eyes can only see. The ears can only hear. The tongue can only taste. The skin can only touch. The nose can only smell. But, the mind can see, hear, taste, touch and smell. The mind is the common sensory. The five senses are blended there. It can directly see, hear, smell, taste and feel independent of the senses. The mind is an aggregate of the five senses. All the sense faculties are blended in the mind. You can see and hear directly through the mind by the yogic practice of clairvoyance and clairaudience. This blows out the Western psychological theory of perception. The mind is termed the sixth sense, the senses of which mind is the sixth. The five senses are the five organs of knowledge, sensation, or perception. Receptacle means mind, which is the substratum of the experiences of all other organs. The senses cannot do anything, if the mind is not connected with them. When you are wholly absorbed in the study of an interesting newspaper, you do not hear when your friend loudly calls you. You are not aware that the clock has struck 5. It is everybody's daily experience. The mind was away at that time. It was not then connected with the sense of hearing. The eyes may be wide open during sleep. They do not see anything, because the mind is not there. Sister senses. Nose and anus are sister senses. They are born of the same earth subtle element, nose from the pure part, anus from the restless part. These two senses are the least mischievous. The olfactory sense and the olfactory nerve do not trouble you much. They can be controlled very easily. Tongue and genitals are born of the water subtle element, the former from the pure part and the latter from the restless part. They are sister senses. Eating strengthens the reproductive senses. Eye and feet are of the fire subtle element, eye from the pure portion, feet from the restless portion. They are sister senses. Eye likes to see sights. Her sisters, feet, say, "We are ready to take you to the Kumbh fair at Allahabad. Be ready." Skin and hands are born of the air subtle element, skin from the pure part and hands from the restless part. They are sister organs. Skin says, "I want silk and other smooth articles for my enjoyment." Her sister, hand, says, "I can feel through my tactile corpuscles. I shall get for you fine soft silk. Do not be afraid, my dear sister." Speech and ear are born of the same ether subtle element, ear from the pure part and speech from the restless part. They are sister senses. They help each other in the economy of nature. In a bungalow you will find two gates, one for entrance, another for exit. Our body is also a nice bungalow for the Lord. Eyes and ears are entrance gates for the reception of forms and sounds. These are avenues of sight and hearing. Organ of reproduction and anus, organ of excretion, are exit gates. They throw out urine and feces. Tongue, the most difficult to control. The most mischievous and troublesome sense is the generative organ. Then comes tongue. Then comes speech. Then comes ear. Then comes eye. Control of the organ of taste is far more difficult than control of the genitals, because you have been enjoying delicious articles of food even from your very birth. Lust manifests itself just before 18. You indulge in sexual pleasure only for a short period in every birth. But, you have to take food even in advanced senility. The control of the tongue means the control of all the senses. Music, cinema, sightseeing are enjoyed in human births only. Ants and rats do not enjoy cinema show. The sense of sight is not so powerful as the tongue. The organ of sight serves as a loving comrade to the organ of taste. The mind is at once tickled at the sight of a yellow color of the mango. The eyes see a beautiful mango and the different dishes that are served on the table. At once, the glossopharyngeal nerves are stimulated. You get good appetite and relish. The food is rendered more palatable. A blind man may not have as good a relish as a man with sharp sight has. Object of spiritual practice, to prevent externalization by the senses. The three organs of eye, ear and tongue externalize the mind and make a man altogether worldly. Eyes and ears are the avenues of the sense knowledge or the thought wave knowledge. Close the eyes. Shut the ears either with balls of cotton or balls of cotton beaten with yellow beeswax or with the two thumbs making the gesture of the womb, promoting tranquility and detachment by withdrawing senses from external distractions. Now you have destroyed 2/5 of the world. Do not allow anything to enter the mind through these two doors of sense knowledge. The object of the spiritual practice is to internalize the mind by introspection or the inward focused thought waves and to realize the truth within yourself. Control the three organs of eye, ear and tongue. Then you can bring the mind under discipline and prevent the mental energy from flowing externally. These organs are the main causes of making the mind restive. Control over them helps the purpose of concentrating the energy internally. He is a real warrior who wages internal war with the mind and the senses through the power of discrimination and will force and obtains the absolute mastery over the mind. He is a real warrior who fights with the host of evil mental impressions, evil thoughts, restlessness and inertia, by awakening and increasing the purity. He is a real warrior whose scripture is the will, and weapon is the power of discrimination, whose battlefield is within, whose band is chanting the sound of battle of Om and whose coat of arms is the three qualifications, discrimination, dispassion and desire for liberation. How to control the senses. There are 6 ways of controlling the senses: 1. Through self-inquiry, 2. By will force, 3. By retention of breath in practice of breath control, 4. By restraint, 5. By abstention and, 6. By dispassion and renunciation. Perfect control can be made only through self-inquiry. Restraint of the senses. Restraint of the senses blunts the senses. Perfect control of the senses is not possible through the restraint of the senses alone. If the senses are very sharp and acute, they carry away the minds of even good spiritual aspirants impetuously, just as the gale carries away the ship in stormy weather. They can be controlled perfectly through the help of the mind, through self-inquiry. When you walk along Mount Road in Madras, each sense tries its level best to get hold of its objects of enjoyment and revelry. The senses revolt vehemently if you do not procure them these objects. The tongue drags you to the coffee hotel or Hotel de Angelis. The skin says, "Let me go to the Bombay Sate's shop and have a piece of fine China silk." The ear says, "Let me have a gramophone or harmonium." The nose says, "Let me have a bottle of Eau de Rose." The mind is at the bottom of these senses to instigate. A tumultuous internal fight goes on between the 5 organs of knowledge, each trying to have a lion's share of enjoyment. Use the power of discrimination always. The senses tempt and deceive you. The senses are the jugglers. Maya illusion spreads her net of delusion through the mind and the senses. Be on the alert. Practice restraint of the senses through dispassion and the renunciation of desires. Happiness comes through the calmness of the senses, through the calmness of the mind. Go to the sweets bazaar with plenty of money in hand. Walk hither and thither for 15 minutes. Look with a greedy eye at the various sweets. Do not purchase anything. Return home. Even if dainties are served that day at home, reject them. Have a plain diet. By so doing, you will control the tongue, which is at the root of all troubles. You will eventually control the mind also. You will develop willpower. Give up all luxurious food and all articles of sensuous enjoyment. Practice rigid penance. Austerity thins out the senses and eventually leads to the control of the mind. If you give up tea, you have really controlled a small portion of the mind. The control of the tongue really means the control of the mind. The withdrawal of the senses. When the senses give up the objects, they take up the form of the mind stuff. They are drawn into the mind. This is termed the withdrawal of the senses or abstraction. When the senses are withdrawn from their respective objects, it is sense abstraction. Mental abstraction takes place when the mind is disconnected with the senses. Abstraction is a general, broad term which includes the restraint of the senses also. The effect of the restraint of the senses is abstraction. If you can do consciously the withdrawal of the senses or abstraction at will, consciously attaching and detaching the mind to and from the senses, you have gained really a great control over the mind. You can check at any time the outgoing tendencies or outgoing forces of the mind. Abstraction is the stepping stone to inner spiritual life. He who has succeeded in abstraction can concentrate his mind quite readily for a very long time. Concentration and meditation come automatically if the abstraction is perfect. An aspirant has to struggle hard to have mastery over abstraction. Perfect dispassion is indispensable for success in abstraction. You can succeed after strenuous and incessant struggle for some years. Thence arises the supreme control of the organs. If abstraction is perfect, all the organs are under perfect control. During the period of spiritual practice, do not mix much, do not talk much, do not walk much, do not eat much, do not sleep much. Observe carefully the 5 do nots. Mixing will cause disturbances in the mind. Talking much will cause distraction of the mind. Walking much causes exhaustion and weakness. Eating much induces laziness and sleepiness. The control of thought, a great desideratum. If you have the reins of the horses under your control, you can have a safe journey. The senses are the horses. If you have the senses under your efficient control, you can have a safe journey in the path of liberation. The senses cannot do anything without the help of the mind, their master and commander. Control of the senses means the control of the mind only. The control of thoughts leads to the control of the mind and control of the senses also. It leads to the attainment of infinite bliss and eternal life. The control of thought is indispensable, a great desideratum for all. Remember your original home. O mind! Do not ruin yourself by keeping company with the senses and their objects. Enough. Enough. Now get yourself concentrated on the divine essence of the Brahman Universal Spirit. That is your original home. That is your real, happy home. Remember this constantly when you chant Om. Divine-shaped or infinite self-thought wave will arise thereby. The divine essence is your original home. I have to repeat this again and again, as you always forget your real nature. You have taken your birth from the divine essence. Now, go back to your original home or birthplace through the help of the God-shaped thought wave generated by constant profound meditation, through inquiry into the deep and real significance of the great sentence, I am that, or I am Brahman, establishing the unity of the individual soul with the divine Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Then the ignorance will be destroyed and you will be free from all kinds of miseries and pain and will attain the supreme bliss state, the highest knowledge coupled with the infinite bliss. When the thought wave about your true nature arises, all your vain intentions will vanish. You will reach the fourth state of consciousness, the state with bliss which is your very nature. Then, O mind, you will be free from birth and death. You will no longer have to enter again this filthy house of physical body. You will not be clothed again by flesh and bone. You will be merged in absolute existence, consciousness and bliss of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, your blessings or repository. Chapter 27, Silence and Introspection. Silence, its practice and benefits. Miscellaneous talking is a very bad habit. It distracts the mind. It keeps the mind always outgoing and makes a man unspiritual. A vow of silence must be practiced once a week. Much energy is wasted in talking. The organ of speech seriously distracts the mind. Speech is the fourth foot of mind Brahman, because it is by means of the foot of speech that the mind approaches the denotable objects such as cow, goat, etc. Therefore speech is like a foot of the mind. In the same manner, nose is a foot, because it is through nose that the mind approaches objects of smell. Similarly, the eye is a foot, the ear is another foot. This constitutes the four-footed character of the mind Brahman. Do not allow anything to come out from the mind through the organ of speech. Observe silence. This will help you. Considerable peace follows the silence. The speech energy becomes transmuted into spiritual energy. Intentions become much decreased. Will become stronger. Now you have shut out a big source of disturbance. You will rest now in peace. Meditate on God or Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit now in right earnest. Spiritual aspirants must observe silence for some hours daily. Be careful in the selection of your words before you speak. Think thrice before you speak. Consider what effect the words will produce on the feeling of others. Observe silence, for a couple of years. It is austerity of speech. Do not argue unnecessarily. Argument brings about hostility, heated feelings and wastage of energy. Every man has got his own views, his own opinion, ideas, sentiments, beliefs and convictions. It is very difficult to change the views of others. Do not try to convince others. When you are an aspirant, when you are gathering facts and knowledge from the study of sacred lore, do not argue with others till your thoughts have become mature and steady. Imagination in the mind always exaggerates. Exaggeration is a modification of a lie. Aspirants should not exaggerate. They should utter words with mathematical and scientific precision. An aspirant is asked to give up company and observe silence, because on account of attraction, he will multiply acquaintance, on account of repulsion, he will incur the displeasure of others by uttering some unpleasant words. There is a sword in the tongue. Words are like arrows. They injure the feelings of others. By observing silence and giving up company, one can control the organ of speech and remove attraction. Then the mind will become calm. There are 15 faults that arise from company. An aspirant should, therefore, preferably remain alone during the period of spiritual practice. The faults of company are, 1. Misunderstanding, 2. Ill feeling, 3. Displeasure, 4. Attraction and repulsion, 5. Jealousy, 6. Vampirism, 7. Attachment, 8. Mental sharing of pain of another man, 9. Criticisms of others, 10. Non-essential topics, 11. Habit of talking, 12. Outward-focused thought wave, 13. Idea and mental impression of duality, 14. Slavish mentality in weak will, 15. Contempt. Love little, but love long. When you take a vow of silence, never assert from within very often, I won't talk. This will produce a little heat in the brain, because the mind wants to revenge on you. Simply once make a determination and then remain quiet. Attend to other affairs. Do not be thinking always, I won't talk, I won't talk. In the beginning, when you observe the vow of silence you will find some difficulty. There will be a severe attack of thought waves. Various kinds of thoughts will arise and force you to break the silence. There are all vain imaginations and deceptions of the mind. Be bold. Concentrate all energies on God. Make the mind fully occupied. The desire for talk and company will die. You will get peace. The organ of speech considerably distracts the mind. Silence of the mind. Silence of the mind is far superior to the silence of speech. Silence should come of itself. It must be natural. Forced silence is only wrestling with the mind. It is an effort. If you live in truth, silence will come of itself. Then only will there be absolute peace. What is wanted is natural silence and mental nudity. Physical nudity has no meaning. It is an active austerity of fools, that is not countenanced by books and reason. In a liberated soul, nudity comes of itself as he is absorbed in Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, when he is in the seventh stage of knowledge. Introspection, what it is and what it does. The self-existent Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit created the mind and the senses with outgoing tendencies. The mind has a pernicious habit of externalization from time immemorial. So you behold the external universe and not the internal self. It is the projecting power or Maya illusion that draws you out. From your childhood, you are taught to look to the external world and not to the internal, psychic world. You have entirely lost the faculty of introspection. To have a comprehensive understanding of what is going on in the inner, mental factory, a pure intellect and subtle intellect with power of introspection is needed. You will have to turn the mind inside, then concentrate all its powers and throw them upon the mind itself, in order that it may know its own nature and analyze itself. This is Raja Yoga. Make a vigorous and earnest search within. Do not trust the mind and the senses. They are your enemies. Woman and wealth are your bitter foes. These are two great evils. In introspection, the mind itself is the subject of study. A portion of the mind studies the remaining portion of the mind. The higher mind studies the lower mind. Introspection is apperception. Just as you watch the work done by a coolie, a portion of the mind watches the movements of the rest of the mind. If you are one with the mind, if you identify yourself with the mind, you cannot know your defects. If you are a silent witness of the mind and if you practice introspection, you can know your various defects. By a careful watch, many defects are detected and removed by suitable spiritual practice. Enter a quiet room. Enter into silence daily for about 15 minutes, morning and evening. Introspect. Watch the mind carefully. The mind will be doing either thinking, planning, feeling, knowing or willing. You will have to find out through subjective introspection what the mind is exactly doing at a particular time. To go through this practice, you must have inward-focused thought waves, a subjective mind and a subtle intellect. The intellect can be rendered subtle by the study of philosophical books, the association with the wise and saintly, control of the senses and pure food. The constant utterance of holy names of God as Hari, Om, Supreme God, Rama, Shiva purifies the mind stuff and helps make the mind introspective. How to practice introspection? You are the best judge of your mind. Introspect by living alone in solitude or retiring into a calm room for an hour. You must sit quiet in a solitary room alone, with closed eyes and watch the activities of the mind. You will then know your defects and weaknesses very clearly. You should afterwards feel the necessity of removing them. Then your own being should agree to change. You must know the right method to remove the defect. You must apply the method constantly. Then only improvement will set in. Constant application of the spiritual practice is an indispensable requisite. You must watch the improvement every now and then, say, once a week, a fortnight or a month. You will have to keep a record of your progress, a spiritual daily diary. You must watch carefully whether you are progressing in the spiritual path, whether you remain stationary or retrograding, whether the mind is distracted or concentrated. If it is distracted, you must remove the distracting causes one by one with patience and vigilance by suitable methods. If one method fails to bring about the desired results, you will have to combine two methods, the yogic methods and self-inquiry. Remember the triplet of self-analysis, self-reliance and self-determination. It will be of immense use in your spiritual practice. Analyze yourself through introspection. Find out the nature of your thought waves. Find out what quality is predominating at a particular moment, whether it is purity, restlessness, or inertia. How long can the mind be absolutely fixed on your goal or point of meditation, either God, Brahman, Supreme Cosmic Spirit, idea, or object, whether internal or external? How long can the mind be fixed on the object, rows and rows alone to the exclusion of all other objects, whether 2 seconds or 2 minutes or 5 minutes or half an hour? This is self-analysis. Rely on yourself alone. You are your own Redeemer and Savior. Nobody can give you liberation. You will have to tread the spiritual path step by step. Books and gurus can show the path and guide you. This is self-reliance. Make a strong self-determination, I will realize God. I will have direct realization of the true self or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit this very moment and not in the uncertain future. This is self-determination. Worldlings have no time to think over even for a few minutes the life problems, the mystery of life, etc. They get up in the morning. Their minds usually run to the special objects of enjoyment on account of attraction. Their mental energies are poured forth in the usual grooves and avenues, in thoughts of body, thoughts of eating and dressing, thoughts of wife, children, friends, and also thoughts of office work and business, and thus, the day is over. The same routine follows day after day, week after week. Years roll on and life is wasted. It is highly lamentable, indeed. Only he who does deep reflection and introspection through the inward-focused thought waves can change his worldly nature. In him only the idea of Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit can get permanently lodged. Chapter 28, Evil Thought Waves and Their Eradication. Lust, anger, greed, delusion, pride, envy, arrogance, hypocrisy, jealousy, intolerance, ego, attraction, repulsion are some of the evil thought waves. They bind a man to the samsara cycle of life, death and rebirth. Pride, illusion and desires are so many binding cords of the mind. Lust, a powerful force. Lust, anger, greed, delusion, pride, envy or jealousy are the 6 passions of the mind. If lust is conquered, anger, greed, etc., which are auxiliary weapons, will become ineffective. If this inveterate enemy in form of lust is destroyed, its followers or retinue can be quite easily conquered. If the commander is killed, it is easy to kill the soldiers. If lust, which is the source of all enjoyments, ceases, then all worldly bondage, which has its substratum in the mind, will cease. How, without its renunciation, can you expect to attain the rare formless meditative absorption or devotion to Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit? Lust arises in him who develops attachment specially towards a person of the opposite sex. Love's principal weapon is a woman or lust. Therefore, attachment should not be developed, specially towards the opposite sex. The love between a husband and wife is mainly physical. It is of a selfish, ephemeral and changing nature. He who has realized the Atman self can really love all with sincerity of heart. The love between 2 aspirants based on psychological affinity and intellectual parity is real and lasting. Get rid of selfishness. Selfishness is a major dirt. It clouds the understanding. Remove it by selfless service, charity, the study of Vedantic literature and the association with the wise and saintly. In a sage, the sexual craving is entirely eradicated. In a spiritual aspirant, it remains well controlled. In a householder, when not controlled, it does havoc. It exists in him in its fully expanded state. He cannot resist it. He yields to it helplessly on account of his weak will and lack of firm resolution. If you keep lemon juice or tamarind juice in a golden cup, it is not spoiled or tainted. If you keep it in a brass or copper vessel, it is at once spoiled and rendered poisonous. Even so, even if there are some sensual thoughts in the pure mind of a person, they will not pollute him and induce sensual excitement. If there are sensual thoughts in persons with impure minds, they cause excitement in them when they come across sensual objects. The remembrance of the image of a woman unsettles the mind. When a tiger has once tasted human blood, it always runs after killing human beings. It becomes a man-eater. Even so, when the mind has once tasted sexual pleasures, it always runs after women. Lust is powerful. It carries a flowery bow equipped with 5 arrows: fascination, stupefaction, maddening, emaciation and inflaming. In the Bhagavad Gita sacred text, you will find it mentioned that the senses, mind and intellect are the seats of passions. The prana vital sheath, that animates the physical body and influences the mind and emotions, is another seat. Desire is all-pervading in the body. Every cell, every atom, every molecule, every electron is surcharged with passion. There are undercurrents, cross-currents, intercurrents and submarine currents in the ocean of passion. You must completely annihilate each one of them. Be careful in destroying passions. It is easy to control the conscious mind. But it is very difficult to control the subconscious mind. You may be a renunciant. You may be a moral man. Mark how the mind behaves or conducts itself in dreams. You begin to steal in dreams. You commit adultery in dreams. The sex impulses, ambitions, low desires are all ingrained in you and deep-rooted in the subconscious mind. Destroy the subconscious mind and its mental impressions through self-inquiry, God consciousness, meditation on Om, and its meaning as the essence of the ultimate reality or consciousness. A man who is established in mental celibacy can never have even a single thought of evil in dreams. He can never have a bad dream. There is a lack of self-inquiry, or discrimination in dream. That is the reason why you get bad dreams, even though you are pure in the waking state through the power of discrimination and self-inquiry. That state of mind wherein no single sexual thought enters the mind is termed mental celibacy. Bhishma had this state. If you are not established in mental celibacy, at least try to control the body when the sex impulse is troubling you. A source of perpetual danger to spiritual aspirants. The presence or recollection of a woman usually excites unholy ideas in the minds of recluses who have abandoned this world and devoted themselves to spiritual exercises and thus deprives them of the fruit of their austerity. It is very difficult to understand the presence of subtle lust in the minds of others, particularly in spiritual aspirants, though eye, look, tone, gestures, gait, behavior, etc., may give a clue. The example of Jaimini. Once upon a time, Sri Vedavyasa was holding his Vedanta sacred literature class amongst his students. In the course of his lecture, he mentioned that the young celibates should be very careful and should not mix with young ladies and that, with all their vigilance and circumspection, they may fall a victim as lust is very powerful. One of his students, Jaimini, the author of Purvamamamsa, was a little impertinent. He said, "Guruji Maharaj, your statement is wrong. No lady can attract me. I am well established in celibacy." Vyasa said, "Jaimini, you will know that soon. I am going to Benares. I will return within 3 months. Be careful. Do not be puffed with pride." Sri Vyasa, through his yogic powers, assumed the form of a beautiful young girl, with piercing eyes and very charming face, well dressed in a thin silken garment. The lady was standing underneath a tree at sunset. Clouds gathered together. It began to rain. Accidentally, Jaimini was passing along the side of the tree. He saw the girl, felt pity and addressed her, "O lady, you can come and stay in my ashrama. I shall give you shelter." The lady asked, "Are you living alone? Is any woman living there?" Jaimini replied, "I am alone. But, I am a perfect celibate. No lust can affect me. I am free from any sort of change. You can stay there." The lady objected, "It is not right for a young virgin girl to stay with a celibate alone at night." Jaimini said, "O damsel, do not be afraid. I promise you of my perfect celibacy." Then she agreed and stayed in his ashrama at night. Jaimini slept outside and the lady was sleeping inside the room. At the dead of night, Jaimini began to feel the influence of lust in his mind. A little sexual craving arose in his mind. In the beginning, he was absolutely pure. He knocked at the door and said, "O lady, the wind is blowing outside. I cannot bear the cold blasts. I want to sleep inside." She opened the door. Jaimini was sleeping inside. Again, the sexual craving became a little more intense and keen, as he was very close to a lady and as he heard the sound of her bangles. Then he rose up and began to embrace her. At once, Srivyasa assumed his original form with his long beard and said, "Oh, my dear Jaimini, what about the strength of your celibacy now? Are you established in your perfect celibacy now? What did you say when I was lecturing on this subject?" Jaimini dropped his head down in utter shame and said, "Guruji, I am wrong. Kindly pardon me. Even Jesus was tempted by Satan. Buddha had to fight severely with the temptation of lust just before he attained his nirvana final liberation or Buddhahood. Beware of Maya illusion, a warning to aspirants. Therefore, oh, dear aspirants, you will have to be very, very careful. During the period of spiritual practice, avoid the company of women. You must never mix with young ladies, however strong you may be. Maya illusion works through undercurrents so stealthily that you may not be aware of your actual downfall. Keep the mind fully occupied with spiritual pursuits. Keep yourself at the farthest distance from everything that would stir up your passions. Then only you will be safe. Do not live with householders. Do not test your spiritual strength and purity when you are a beginner on the spiritual path. Do not rush into evil associations when you are a spiritual neophyte to show that you have the courage to face sin and impurity. It will be a serious mistake. You will be running into a grave danger. You will have a quick downfall. A small fire will be very easily extinguished by a heap of dust. Mind has a great power of imitation. That is the reason why a spiritual aspirant is prohibited from mixing with householders. His mind will try to imitate the minds of worldlings. Downfall will ensue. If an aspirant moves with rich people, rich landlords and kings, his mind begins to imitate the luxurious habits of these people and, ere long, he gets an unconscious downfall. Certain bad habits creep in him unconsciously. And he finds it difficult to tear out or remove these bad habits. After 40, it is difficult to tear out old habits and establish new healthy habits. An aspirant can live only for a short time in his native place if there is an urgent call. Yogic rules and laws cannot permit him to stay there for a sufficiently long period, however suitable the place may be and whatever may be the degree of dispassion of the aspirant. The force of mental impressions is tremendous. Unless all the mental impressions are thoroughly burnt through the pure highest stage of bliss, the union of the individual with the higher self and the universe, when all thoughts disappear in the absolute seedless state, it is not safe for one to stay for a long time in one's own native place. He is still within the danger zone. After seclusion for 5 years, the aspirant should test his mental state by coming into the world and mixing with the worldly people. If there is no attraction for objects, he can be quite sure that he has reached the third stage of subtle mental discipline, a stage wherein the mind is thinned out like a slender thread. How lust develops and ruins. From the bed of mental impressions and desires emanates the imagination, through memory. Then comes attachment. Along with the imagination, emotion and impulse manifest. Emotion and impulse exist side by side. Then comes sexual irritation, sexual craving, excitement and burning in the mind and throughout the body. The irritation and burning in the mind penetrate into the physical body just as water in the pot penetrates into the surface of the pot. If you are very vigilant, you can drive off the imagination itself in the very beginning and avert the danger. Even if you allow the thief of imagination to enter the first gate, keep a careful watch at the second gate when the irritation manifests. You can stop the burning now. You can stop also easily the strong sexual impulse from being transmitted to the sense itself. Draw the sex energy up towards the brain through the abdominal lift and breath retention. Repeat Om mentally with force. Divert the mind. Pray. Meditate. Methods to control lust. Just as you control the itching sensation in an eczematous part of the leg or scabies of the hand, you must control the itching from the lust by discrimination, self-inquiry, God consciousness, light pure diet, fasting, practice of breath control, abdominal lift, body lock, the association with the wise and saintly, study of the Gita sacred text, meditative repetition of a mantra or a divine name, prayer, etc. Then only can you enjoy spiritual bliss. Self-inquiry and God consciousness. It is through constant self-inquiry and God consciousness that the mind has to be weaned from lustful thoughts and tendencies. You must remove not only the sexual craving and the sexual impulses, but also the sex attraction. Think of the miseries that you get from a married life with its various entanglements and bondage. Make the mind understand by repeated autosuggestions and hammering that sexual pleasure is false, worthless, illusory and full of pain. Place before the mind the advantages, bliss, power and knowledge of a spiritual life. Make it understand that the exalted, eternal life is in the immortal Atman self. When it hears constantly these useful suggestions, it will slowly leave off its old habits. The attraction for sex will slowly die. Then only real sex sublimation will take place. You will become then only an individual whose semen flows upwards. Atman self is sexless. There is no sex in the five elements. It is the mind that creates the sex idea. Sukadeva had no sex idea. Consider that a woman is a combination of five elements, a mass of electrons or atoms. The sex idea will slowly vanish. Pure reason. There are two kinds of force in the mind, the hostile or antagonistic force and the friendly or favorable force. Passion is a hostile force that drags you down. Pure reason is a favorable force that elevates you and transmutes you into divinity. Develop, therefore, my child, pure reason to get unalloyed bliss and supreme Brahmic divine knowledge. The passion will die itself. Pure food. Take light pure food, such as milk, fruits, etc. You can control passions in this way. The wise say that purity of food leads to purity of mind. Fasting. Fasting weakens the sex sense. It destroys the sexual excitement. Passionate young men and ladies should take recourse to occasional fasting. It will prove highly beneficial. Practice of breath control. By practice of breath control, the mind gradually proceeds from the gross to the subtle. It, therefore, exercises a wholesome check upon the sexual irritation. When some evil thought disturbs your mind, at once take to lotus posture or seated yoga posture and practice breath control. The thought will leave you immediately. The association with the wise and saintly and self-study. Do not study romantic novels. Do not talk on sexual subjects. Do not keep company with men who indulge in sex. Strive your best to divert your mind and eyes from external objects that prompt sexual desires. Keep company with holy men and ascetic, who have embraced complete renunciation. Read sublime books such as the Gita sacred text, the Revelations, and the Yoga-Vasisha. Practice recitation of God's name and practice of breath control. Keep the mind ever engaged. Keep the mind fully occupied. You can be established in mental and physical celibacy. I shall give here the routine of work: 6 hours for sleep, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., 6 hours for meditation, 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., 6 hours for study, 4 hours for selfless or desireless work, service of the poor, service of the sick, etc., 2 hours for walking or indoor exercise. This will keep the mind ever engaged. Benefits of celibacy. Mind, prana energy and seminal energy are 3 links of one chain. They are 3 pillars of the edifice of the individual soul. Destroy one pillar, either mind, prana energy or seminal energy, and the whole building will fall to pieces. If you can observe continuous celibacy for a period of 12 years, you will enter into a formless meditative absorption spontaneously without any effort. The mind will be controlled by itself. Seminal energy is a potent power. Seminal energy is the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit itself. A celibate who has practiced unbroken celibacy for full 12 years will reach to the absolute state without mental modifications the moment he hears the great saying, I am that, establishing the unity of the individual with the divine, that thou art. His mind is extremely pure, strong and one-pointed. He need not have repeatedly undergone the lengthy process of hearing and deep reflection, INTROSPECTION. A drop of semen is made out of 40 drops of blood. The energy that is spent in one act of copulation is tantamount to expenditure of mental energy through mental exertion for 24 hours or expenditure of physical energy through physical exertion for 3 days. Mark how valuable and precious is semen. Do not waste this energy. Preserve it with great care. You will have wonderful vitality and energy. When it is not used, it is all transmuted into spiritual energy and stored up in the brain. Western doctors know little of this salient point. Most of your ailments are due to excessive seminal wastage. A true celibate in thought, word and deed has a wonderful thought power. He can move the world. If you develop strict celibacy, the power of inquiry and the power of concentration of grasping and holding the truth will develop. If a man persistently refuses to yield to his lower nature and remains as a strict celibate, the seminal energy is deflected upwards to the brain and is stored up as spiritual power. Thereby, the power of the intellect is intensified to a remarkable degree. The strict celibate has keen and acute memory even in old age. The celibate who has achieved the transmutation of the seminal energy will find that sexual desires no longer trouble him. Such celibate is known as an individual whose semen flows upwards. Hanuman, Bhishma, Lakshmana, Swami Sivananda and Swami Vivekananda were yogins with elevated seminal energy. Anger, how it arises. Anger arises in him who thinks of his enemy. Even if you have forgotten the feeling of annoyance, it lurks in the mind in a dormant form. The effect is there for some time. If you renew a number of times the same kind of thought of jealousy, envy or hatred about the same person, the effect lasts longer. The repetition of angry feeling intensifies the hatred. Mere ill feeling develops into intense malice by the repetition of anger. On days when you have many troubles, vexations, worries from the morning to evening, a trifling causes much irritation in the mind. The balance of the mind is upset by a paltry affair. A single harsh word throws you out of the balance, whereas when you are peaceful throughout the day, even a strong abuse and severe censure do not produce any effect whatsoever. Anger resides in the subtle body. But, it percolates into the physical body just as water percolates through the pores into the outer surface of an earthen pot. Ill effects of anger. Just as heat melts lead, just as heat and borax melt gold, even so, lust and anger, the heating factors of the mind, melt it. When you are angry, the mind becomes disturbed. Similarly, when the mind is disturbed, the body also becomes disturbed. The whole nervous system is agitated. You become enervated. Anger spoils the brain, nervous system and blood. When a wave of anger arises in the mind, prana vital energy begins to vibrate rapidly. You are agitated and excited. Blood becomes hot. Many poisonous ingredients are formed in the blood. When the blood is agitated, the semen also is affected. Once a child sucked the breast of his mother, when she was in a fit of violent fury or rage, and died immediately on account of poisoning by virulent chemical products that were thrown into the blood of the mother when she was in great excitement. Many such cases have been recorded. Such are the disastrous effects of anger. Even 3 minutes of violent hot temper may produce such deleterious effects in the nervous system that it will take weeks or months for the repair of injury. Anger clouds the understanding. When the mind is violently agitated, you cannot understand a passage of a book clearly. You cannot think properly and clearly. You cannot write a letter with a cool mind. When the lamp is flickering through the wind, you do not see the objects clearly. Even so, when the mind is flickering or agitated by anger, chaos arises in the mind and you are not able to see and understand things properly. Mind is all light. A man who is a slave to anger, may have washed himself well, anointed himself well, dressed his hair and put on white garments, yet he is ugly, being overcome by anger. There are symptoms on the face to indicate the presence of anger in the mind. If you get anger, you will lose the battle of life. If you have an easily irritable mind, you will not be able to do your daily duties and business in an efficient manner. How to control anger? There are 3 ways of destroying the anger and the lust thought waves. 1. You can drive them through will force. This is, no doubt, difficult and taxing. It exhausts your energy much. 2. Cultivating opposite positive thought whenever a negative thought enters the mind method, entertain counterthoughts, thoughts of purity and love. This is easy. 3. Live in the truth or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. There are no thought waves of any kind in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is unchanging, absolute and ever pure. This method is a perfect and powerful one. Thought waves completely die away. Conquer passion. It will then be easy to subdue anger, which is only one of its followers. Control anger by love. Anger is a powerful energy that is uncontrollable by practical intellect, but controllable by pure reason or discrimination, self-inquiry. When you become angry with your servant, when he fails to supply your usual milk on a day, raise a question within yourself: why should I be a slave to milk? Then the wave of anger will at once naturally subside. It will not arise on other occasions also, if you are careful and thoughtful. Control the anger by forgiveness, kindness, patience, tolerance, universal love, mildness, discrimination, self-inquiry, self-awareness, detachment, ego-free attitude and such other virtues. Forgive and pity the man who does you harm. Consider censure as a blessing, ornament and nectar. Bear reproach. Develop universal love by service, charity and the Brahman consciousness. Recall any calm and pure state, which when once brought to mind, suppresses the hatred and brings composure. When anger is subdued, rudeness, pride and envy will vanish of themselves. Prayer and devotion will root out anger. Practice cultivating the opposite positive thought whenever a negative thought enters the mind. When you get angry, fill the mind with the idea of love. If you are depressed, fill the mind with the idea of joy and exhilaration. When you become intensely angry, leave the place immediately for half an hour. Take a long walk. Repeat the sacred recitation of God's name, Om Santi, 108 times. Your anger will subside. I shall tell you another easy way. When you get angry, count from 1 to 30. The anger will subside. When anger tries to exhibit itself, observe silence. Keep quiet. Never utter a harsh word or obscene speech. Try to nip it before it emerges out from the subconscious mind. You will have to be very alert. It tries to come out suddenly. Before anger manifests, there is an agitation in the mind. You must try to extirpate this very agitation in the mind before it assumes a very gross form in the shape of twitching of muscles of the face, clenching of teeth, red eyes, etc. You will have to punish the mind well. You will have to impose self-restraint and punishment on yourself by way of fasting for a day whenever agitation manifests in the mind. If you strive and make sincere effort to subdue your anger, the hatred subsides. Even then, a slight movement of impatience lingers although the angry feeling has gone. You must eschew this slight disturbance also. For a man who is leading a divine life, this is a very serious drawback. Irritability is a weakness of the mind. If you are easily irritable, it is likely that you may do injustice to many. Remove this by the practice of patience, power of endurance, tolerance, compassion, mercy, love, Brahman consciousness, Supreme God consciousness, etc. The calmness of the mind is a direct means to the realization of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the highest self. Verily a certain man in his behavior is calm. His calmness is noticed by everyone as he discharges his duties, large and small, beautifully well. Another man is calm in his behavior, in speech, which is noticed by everyone. For, by nature, he is friendly, sweet in speech, congenial, of a frank countenance, ready at greetings. You should be calm in all the three states. Toward such a one, the development of love is not difficult. You must have the knack to keep the mind always in balance and in tune. Close your eyes. Dive deep into the divine source. Feel his presence. Remember him always. Practice his name. Repeat his name even while at work. You will gain immense spiritual strength. Meditate early in the morning before you mix with people. You must rise above the 1,001 things which would irritate you easily in the course of your daily life. Then only you can turn out wonderful work daily with harmony and concord. Hatred and its modifications. Hatred and malice are two formidable passions. They are so deeply implanted in your system that it is very difficult to root them out. Pride is not so fearful as hatred and malice. When a man is placed in a high position and earns much money and is thereby honored and respected by all, he becomes very proud. When he loses that position and fails to earn money, his pride vanishes. But hatred and malice are two passions which are inveterate and need constant and diligent efforts for their eradication. Prejudice, intolerance, aversion, insolence, impertinence, scorn, contempt, these thought waves are all modifications of the emotion of hatred. Suspicion becomes prejudice by repetition. Prejudice develops into ill will, aversion and intolerance. Ill will is a mild form of hatred. When repeated, it develops into hatred. Hatred, by successive repetition, becomes malice or extreme enmity. Prejudice. Prejudice or unreasonable dislike, prepossessions and intolerance are three undesirable thought waves in the mind. Prejudice makes the mind and brain callous. The mind cannot think truly. Prejudice is a kind of mental sore. If you have prejudice against Mohammedans, you cannot understand the teachings of Muhammad in the Quran. The brain and the mind will not harmoniously vibrate to receive the spiritual ideas of the Quran, because the prejudice has rendered the mind callous. Prejudice is like an open sore on the physical body through which the willpower of the man is leaking. Be liberal or Catholic in your views. You must give a place for every school of philosophy and every religion. A particular religion suits a particular nation according to the stage of evolution, temperament and capacity of the people. Arya Samaja, Brahmo Samaja, New Thought Movement, occultism and cults of various kinds and denominations serve their own useful purpose. Prejudice is only unreasonable dislike. You must remove it by efforts and right thinking. Intolerance. Intolerance is narrow-mindedness on account of some narrow beliefs, convictions and views. You must be extremely detached and sober in your views. Your mind will be greatly disturbed through intolerance. Even though your views are diametrically opposite to the views of others, you must have perfect tolerance. A man of tolerance has an expanded heart. Tolerance brings lasting peace. Insolence. Insolence is overbearing nature. It is haughtiness manifested in contemptuous treatment of others. It is arrogant contempt. It is brutal impudence. It is grossly rude or disrespectful nature. Insolence is rude, haughty behavior in violation of the established rules of social intercourse. The insolent man has utter disregard for the feelings of others. He makes personal attacks either in words or in actions, indicative of either scorn or triumph. How to eradicate hatred. No deep meditative absorption or the union with God is possible when hatred, prejudice, jealousy, anger, lust, etc., exist in the mind. Remove these defects by love, power of endurance, God consciousness, Atma self-perception, the association with the wise and saintly, self-inquiry. Love is the greatest power on earth. Compassion is the highest spiritual practice. Do not give pain to others and relieve pain where it is, this is compassion. He who loves another man, loves himself only. He who gives ₹5 as charity to a poor man in distress, gives it to himself. For, there is nothing else save his own self in the universe. He who hurts, hates and abuses another man, hurts, hates and abuses himself only. He digs his own grave. When thoughts of revenge and hatred arise in the mind, try to control the physical body in speech first. Do not utter evil and harsh words. Do not censure. Do not try to injure others. If you succeed in this by practice for some months, the thoughts of revenge, having no scope for manifesting outside, will die by themselves. It is extremely difficult to control such thoughts from the very beginning without having recourse to control of body and speech first. Constant self-inquiry in the development of the opposite virtues, divine love, compassion, sympathy and commiseration will eradicate the two violent passions of hatred and malice. When hatred manifests, reflect on the blessings of love, it will slowly vanish. The blessings of love are many. Happy he sleeps. Happy he lives. He sees no bad dreams. He is dear to all alike. He is dear to subhuman beings. Divine celestial beings guard him. Fire, poison and sword cannot approach him. Quickly he concentrates the mind. His complexion is serene. He dies peacefully and goes to the realm of Brahman. Have no enemies. Do not entertain inimical thought against any person who might have done any wrong to you. If, while you are directing your mind towards your enemy, you recall the offenses that have been committed against yourself and hatred arises in you, you should dispel it by repeatedly dwelling on love with him. Imagine again and again that he is your intimate friend and, with effort, raise a strong current of love towards him. Call in the mind affectionate feelings and others that cause love and tenderness. Remember the story of Pavahari Baba and Jayadeva, the author of Gita Govinda in Bhakta Vijaya, who intently prayed to God and got liberation for his enemy, the robber who had cut off his 2 hands. Serve the man whom you hate. Share with him what you have. Give him something to eat. Shampoo his legs. Make prostration sincerely. Your hatred will subside. He will also begin to love you. Gifts and kind words tame the untamed men. Men bow their heads by gifts and kind words. If you give a blanket to a needy man with unwillingness, it is not a charitable act at all. It is a selfish act only. The mind will be waiting to take the blanket back when the first chance comes. Give anything willingly. The spiritual practice of equal vision. Serve all. Serve the Lord in all. Love all. Respect all. Develop cosmic love. Have Atma, self-consciousness and Atma self-perception. Have equal vision. All kinds of hatred will disappear. The spiritual practice of equal vision is extremely difficult, but strenuous and constant efforts will bring about success eventually. Aspirants who wish to abolish the dividing line should immediately develop love for a very dear person, after him for an indifferent person and then after him for an enemy. And, in doing so, in each compartment they should make the heart tender and loving and should immediately afterwards induce meditation. You should discriminate between a thief and an honest man, but you should love the thief. A worldly-minded person hates a thief, sees him outside and considers that he is entirely separate from the thief, whereas, a wise loves a thief as his own self and sees him within himself. When you remember that a savage or a rogue is a saint of the future and has all the divine qualities in a potential form, you will begin to love everybody. Hatred will slowly vanish. It is only a question of time for the rogue or the savage for his evolution and development. An aspirant who wishes to begin with the development of the 4 divine states, love, pity, sympathy, and even-mindedness should first, having cut off the impediments, take up the subject of meditation, finish his light tiffin and drive away his drowsiness due to eating, sit comfortably on a seat well arranged in a secluded spot and think on the evils of hatred and the very many advantages of forbearance. Verily, by means of this practice, hatred will slowly vanish and forbearance will be developed. A man who is overcome with hatred and whose mind is assailed by hatred, kills beings. Patience is the highest virtue. Nothing can excel forbearance. He who is strong in forbearance is, indeed, a divine being. There is nothing absolutely right or absolutely wrong in this relative universe. Right and wrong are mind-made. Everybody is right from his own point of view. There is a grain of truth in everything. The point of view is the determining factor in the life of each. When the understanding is illumined by wisdom, the point of view is broad and entire. When the understanding is darkened by ignorance, the point of view is narrow, limited and one-sided. Broad view is the sign of expansion of heart. A man of broad view is free from suspicion, prejudice, prepossessions and intolerance of various sorts. Broad view results from foreign travels, good birth, vast study, the association with the wise and saintly, public service, varied experience, meditation, etc. A man of broad views sees things in their entirety and in their right relations. Broad view creates harmony and concord. Narrow view creates disharmony and discord. Anticipation and avarice. Memory and anticipation are two kinds of evil thought waves for a spiritual aspirant, though they are beneficial for worldly-minded persons. Anticipation and grasping make you a beggar of beggars and destroy your willpower. Do not anticipate anything. Anticipation fattens the mind and causes restlessness. Do not expect anything. It causes mental disturbance. If you do not expect, you would not have disappointment. Forget everything that pertains to the world. Even if anything that is conducive to luxury comes, reject it at once. You will grow strong. Remember God and God alone. Everything else here is a dream. The world is a long dream. Destroy avarice by contentment, integrity, disinterestedness and charity. Do not entertain hopes. You will not have any disappointment. Contentment is one of the four sentinels of the domain of liberation. A contented mind is a continual feast. If you have contentment, you will get help from the other three sentinels, calmness of mind, self-inquiry, and the association with the wise and saintly. With the help of these four sentinels, you can attain Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the absolute supreme God, the ultimate goal of life. Moha delusion and its cure. Delusion is a strong weapon of Maya illusion. Do not say, my friend, that desire is more powerful than delusion. Delusion is as much powerful and dangerous as desire is. Delusion does three things. It creates the idea of mineness, my wife, my son, my house, etc. It produces infatuated love and attachment for body, wife, son, and property. It creates the idea of stability in the perishable objects of the world and identification with the body. It makes a false thing appear as true. The world appears as real on account of delusion. The body is mistaken for the Atman self or the pure self owing to the delusive influence of delusion. Although you know fully well that the body of a woman is made up of flesh, bone, skin, hair, blood, urine and feces, yet you passionately cling to the form. Why? Because of the force of attraction, delusion, mental impression, desire and imagination. When there is the annihilation of desires through self-inquiry and discrimination, you will not be attached towards a woman. Get rid of excessive delusion and attachment to wife, money and also children by the external renunciation. If there is external change, internal change must also come. The external renunciation is quite necessary. The mind is generally attracted by brilliant light, beauty, intelligence, varied colors and pleasant sounds. Do not be deceived by these paltry things. Inquire within. What is the blessings or background for all these things? There is one essence at the back of the mind and all objects of this seeming sense universe. That essence is all full, complete and self-contained. That essence is the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit of the Revelations. That essence verily you are I am that, establish the unity of the individual with the Divine Supreme Cosmic Spirit, my dear readers. Pride. Pride is a feeling of superiority over others. It is of 9 kinds. 1. Physical pride in form of the pride of possessing great physical strength. 2. Intellectual pride in the form of pride of great learning. 3. Moral pride in the form of pride of possessing great moral virtues. 4. Psychic pride in the form of pride of possessing great psychic powers. 5. Spiritual pride. 6. Pride of noble birth. 7. Pride of power, wealth and other possessions. 8. Pride of being handsome and 9. Pride of sovereignty. All these varieties of pride should be completely overcome. Get rid of pride through discrimination between real and unreal. Everything is impermanent or passéing. Why are you vainly puffed up with pride? Arrogance is a form of pride. It is undue assumption of self-importance. It is claiming too much. Darpa is vanity. It is vain display. It is vain show. The man is puffed up even though he actually does not possess anything. A man of pride actually possesses something. That is the difference between pride and vanity. Vanity is a form of exaggerated pride. Hypocrisy is pretending to be what one is really not. It is feigning. It is the concealment of one's true character. It is the opposite of humility of the Gita sacred text. A hypocrite pretends to be what he is really not, in order to extract money, honor, fame or something else from others. Hypocrisy, falsehood, cheating, avarice and craving are very closely related. They are members of one family. Hypocrisy is the offspring of avarice. Falsehood is the son of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy coexists with falsehood. Craving is the mother of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy cannot live even for a moment without falsehood, the son, and avarice and craving, the father and mother. When there is a craving for objects, greed for money comes in. Without money, there can be no enjoyment. To satisfy the hunger for money, persons have to put on hypocrisy, tell lies and cheat others. The root cause of all this is craving for enjoyment. Deceitful diplomacy and falsehood are old allies of greed and hatred. Self-sufficiency is a peculiar modification in the mind. It is the effect of vanity, pride and hypocrisy. It is a quality of passion thought wave. Remove it by right thinking, self-inquiry and practice of the opposite virtue, humility. Jealousy and its modifications. Jealousy is a form of continuous anger. Intolerance is a form of jealousy. It is a form of hatred. Blaming, accusing, mocking, ridiculing, unjust criticism, censure, cavilling, vilifying, tale-bearing, backbiting, scandal-mongering, fault-finding, complaining all proceed from jealousy, either subtle or gross, a hatred of various sorts. They all indicate lack of proper mental culture and meanness of the person. They should be removed. Taunting is to censure sarcastically. Teasing is to torment or irritate with jests. Sneering is to show contempt by the expression of the face, as by turning up the nose. Frowning is to wrinkle the brow as in anger. Mocking is to laugh at in ridicule, to mimic in ridicule. Ridiculing is to make a wit exposing one to laughter. It is derision or mockery. It is exposing one to merriment. A joke is a clever insult. You must avoid all these when you move with others, as they cause rupture between friends, heated feelings and a sense of hostility. Words must be soft and arguments hard. If words are hard, they will bring discord. A single harsh word will break the friendship of long years in a minute. Word or sound has got tremendous power. It is the sound of Brahman's supreme cosmic spirit. It is power. There is a world of difference between just comments and censure. Just comments is not censure. It is permissible. It is unavoidable too. You can avoid it only when you shut yourself alone in a far-off Himalayan cave. If you have no hatred for a man, if you are not jealous of him and if you point out to your friend in the course of conversation his weaknesses and good virtues also. Mr. Thomas is an honest, loving, kind, sympathetic man. He is humble. He speaks the truth. But, he is extremely irritable and hot-tempered. This is not censure at all, although you point out the defect of Mr. Thomas. In censure, you vilify a man. You point out his defects only. You exaggerate his weaknesses. You point out the defect to everybody of your own accord without being asked. In your heart of hearts, you are jealous of the man. You want to vilify him. If you always look into the faults of others, you will actually imbibe those faults by constantly thinking of them. Always look into the bright side of a man. Ignore his defects. Hatred will vanish. Love will increase. Fault-finding, cavilling and scandal-mongering are defects. Defects and weaknesses are two distinct qualities. Anger is a defect. Habit is a weakness. To be over-sentimental is a weakness. Both defects and weaknesses should be removed by substituting the opposite virtues. How to destroy jealousy. There are 3 ways of destroying jealousy. 1. The fault perception. The whole world with its enjoyments, wealth and luxury is quite illusory. What do I gain by being jealous of another? When anyone thinks like this seriously several times daily, the thought wave of jealousy will slowly die. This thought wave is the root of all miseries. It is deep-rooted. 2. The feeling of universal brotherhood. You are not jealous of your intimate friend or loving brother. In these cases, you have become one with your friend or brother. You feel inwardly that all that belonged to them is yours. You will have to do this with everybody. You will have to love everybody as your brother or friend. Then you will have no thought wave of jealousy. 3. This is a developed stage. Repeat the formula, I am the all, I am all in all. Feel yourself everywhere. Think there is nothing save Atman, your own self, everywhere. Jealousy will slowly vanish by entertaining this Atman self-consciousness. You must always entertain this idea. The Supreme God is all. The Supreme God means all-pervading. You will have infinite joy which can only be felt. It cannot be adequately described in words. If you place a big mirror in front of a dog and keep some bread in front, the dog at once barks by looking at its reflection in the mirror. It foolishly imagines that there is another dog. Even so, man sees his own reflection only through his mind mirror in all the people, but foolishly imagines like the dog that they are all different from him and fights on account of hatred and jealousy. Fear, a dire disease. Fear is a great human curse. It is a negative thought. It is your worst enemy. It assumes various forms: fear of death, fear of disease, fear of public criticism, fear of losing your property or money, etc. Fear blights many lives, makes people unhappy and unsuccessful. Some people can bravely face the shell or the shot on the battlefield. But they are afraid of public criticism and public opinion. Some can face a tiger fearlessly in the forest. But they are afraid of the surgeon's knife and bisturi. You should get rid of fear of all sorts. The power of imagination in the mind intensifies fear. Fear is due to delusion, attachment to the gross and physical body on account of ignorance. Attachment to the body, delusion, false identification with the body, is the cause of all fear. He who can throw off the physical body either by yoga or knowledge will be free from fear. He who has conquered fear, has conquered everything, has gained mastery over the mind. Some people faint when they see a copious quantity of blood. Some men cannot see a surgical operation. They faint. These are all mental weaknesses. Some cannot take their food if some fecal or vomited matter is nearby. All mental weaknesses must be eradicated by self-inquiry. A calm mind means courage. You may face without fear the trials and difficulties of the spiritual path. It has its root in the recognition of the unity of the self. Fearlessness is one of the divine qualities. Constantly think you are Atman self. You will slowly develop immense courage. The one idea that you are the immortal Atman self can destroy efficiently fear of every description. This is the only potent tonic, the one sure panacea for this dire disease of fear. Think you are immortal, fearless Atman self. Slowly the fear will vanish. Develop the positive virtue, namely, courage. Fear will slowly disappear. Doubt. Doubt is a great tormentor of mind. It has got a mental world of its own. It again and again troubles a man. There is no end for doubts. If one doubt is removed, another doubt stands ready to take its place. This is the trick of the mind. Cut the knot of doubts by the sword of wisdom. Know him who gets the doubts. No one doubts the doubter. If all doubts vanish through Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the absolute supreme God, then the mind will be destroyed. Thoughts of worry and thoughts of fear are fearful forces within us. They poison the very sources of life and destroy the harmony, the running efficiency, the vitality and vigor, while the opposite thoughts of cheerfulness, joy and courage heal, soothe, instead of irritating and immensely augment efficiency and multiply the mental power. Be always cheerful. Smile. Laugh. Evil thought waves are your real enemies, destroy them. Who is your real enemy? It is your own mind possessed by the evil thought waves. That mind alone, which is free from attachment, delusion, jealousy, lust, selfishness and anger, can have constant memory of God. If the mirror is dirty, you cannot see your face properly. Even so, if the mind mirror is dirty through the accumulation of the 6 passions, pleasure, anger, etc., the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit cannot be reflected in the mind. When it is cleansed thoroughly, when it becomes pure, it is fit to reflect Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Whatever you practice, action yoga or devotion yoga or Raja yoga or knowledge yoga, you must be free from jealousy, hatred, attachment, pride and egoism, and you must have control over senses. Purity of mind, discipline and self-restraint is a common element in all kinds of yoga. What can a man do in action yoga if he has no self-restraint, if he is extremely selfish? If you want everything for yourself, if you are luxurious and if you have not reduced your wants, how can you spare something for others? You can unite with the cosmos only through love, unselfish service and disinterested charity. Aspirants should totally abandon all the evil thought waves described above. These constitute what is known as devilish qualities. Whether you live in a town or in a cave of the Himalayas, it is all the same when you have a ruffled mind. You carry your own thoughts with you even if you remove yourself to a far-off, lonely cave. The mind remains the same. Peace comes from within. Irritation, anger, impatience, revenge, suspicion, prejudice, grudge, dislike, intolerance, restlessness, depression, fired or heated feelings, all these must be totally removed by spiritual practice, by developing pure qualities, by meditation on Om, by constant self-inquiry. Then only can peace be obtained. By developing divine qualities such as compassion, truth, non-violence, celibacy, kindness, etc., the devilish qualities will be overcome. Cultivating opposite positive thought whenever a negative thought enters the mind, or the method of substitution. It is the method of substitution, cultivating opposite positive thought whenever a negative thought enters the mind. When there is a lustful thought, substitute thoughts of purity. Begin to study the Gita sacred text or the Revelations. Sing Hari's Bhajana on harmonium. Impure thoughts will vanish. When there is hatred, substitute thoughts of love. Think of the good qualities of the man whom you hate. Remember again and again his kind actions. Serve him with sweets, fruits and milk. Talk to him kind words. Laugh with him. Shampoo his legs. Take him to be Lord Shiva or Supreme God when you serve him. Hatred will disappear. When there is fear, fill the mind with thoughts of courage. When there is irritability, meditate on the virtues of tolerance, patience and self-restraint. The negative thoughts will die of themselves. If you are depressed, fill the mind with the idea of joy and exhilaration. If you are sick, fill the mind with ideas of health, strength, power and vitality. Practice this. Practice this. Herein lies a great treasure for you. Every thought or emotion or mood produces a strong vibration in every cell of the body and leaves a strong impression there. If you know the method of raising an opposite thought or counter-thought, then only you can lead a happy, harmonious life of peace and power. A thought of love will at once neutralize a thought of hatred. A thought of courage will immediately serve as a powerful antidote against a thought of fear. Idea creates the world. Idea brings one into existence. Idea develops the desires and excites the passions. So, a contrary idea of killing the desires and passions will counteract the former idea of satisfying the desires. So, when a man will be impressed with this, a contrary idea will help him to destroy his desires and passions. How can you ignore an evil thought? By forgetting. How can you forget? By not indulging in it again. How can you prevent the mind from indulging in it again? By thinking of something else which is more interesting. Ignore. Forget. Think of something interesting. This is a great spiritual practice. Call to mind the sublime ideas contained in the Gita sacred text. Remember the ennobling and soul-elevating ideas embodied in the revelations and the Yoga-Vasisha. Argue, cogitate, reflect, ratiocinate within subjectively. Worldly thoughts, thoughts of enmity, hatred, revenge, anger, lust all will die. When there are diseases, discord, disharmony in the cells of the body owing to influence of vicious thoughts, worry thoughts, fear thoughts, hatred thoughts, jealousy thoughts, lustful thoughts, you can neutralize the poison or canker in these diseased, morbid cells and establish peace, harmony, health, new vigor and vitality by entertaining sublime, soul-stirring, life-giving, soul-awakening, pure, divine thoughts, by vibrations of Om, chanting, by repetition of the different names of the Lord, by practice of breath control, singing devotional songs, singing of the name of the Lord, study of the Gita sacred text and the Holy Scriptures, by meditation, etc. Think constantly that you are pure existence, consciousness and bliss, the all-pervading Atman self. All the evil propensities will vanish and the pure virtues will manifest themselves. Do not exert to destroy the different thought waves, lust, anger, repulsion, etc. If you can destroy one ego thought wave, all other thought waves will die by themselves. Ego is the cornerstone of the edifice of individual being. If the cornerstone is removed, the whole edifice of individual being will tumble down. This is the secret. Why are you afraid of pleasure, anger, etc.? They are your servants. You are the absolute existence, consciousness and bliss, the Atman self. Assert the majesty and magnanimity of the self. Chapter 29, Cultivation of Virtues. Friendliness, compassion, kindness, cosmic love or universal love, forgiveness, patience, endurance, forbearance and tolerance are pure qualities of the mind. They contribute to the peace and happiness of human beings. They should be cultivated to a very high degree. Love and pity make the mind soft. Pity has the characteristic feature of evolving the mode of removing pain, the property of not being able to bear seeing others suffer, the manifestation of not harming, the proximate cause of seeing the need of those overcome by pain. Its consummation is the suppression of harming, its failure is the production of sorrow. Patience, tenacity, perseverance and determination are indispensable for success in self-realization. They should be developed to a maximum degree, particularly by spiritual aspirants. When you meditate on Om, when you assert yourself as the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit in the morning meditation, you will gain a lot of strength. That will help to give you courage that is needed for the progress in the spiritual path. Many difficulties on the path of truth are to be overcome through the help of fortitude and endurance. These qualities are the forms of courage. Fortitude is the mental power of endurance. It is firmness in meeting danger. It is power of resistance. The 10 qualities of righteous living. Patience, forgiveness, control of the mind, control of the senses, non-stealing, purity, knowledge of the holy books, knowledge of the Atman self, truthfulness, non-violence, contentment and surrender to God are the 10 qualities of Dharma righteous living according to Manu. Your thoughts must agree with the words. This is straightforwardness. Practice this. You will derive wonderful benefits. If you practice truthfulness for 12 years, you will get the power of speech. Whatever you speak will come to pass. Anxiety will vanish. You will be free from committing many evil actions by speaking the truth. Patience, perseverance, application, interest, faith, zeal, enthusiasm, determination are necessary during spiritual practice. Faith and devotion are noble thought waves that help a man to free himself from bondage. These virtues have to be cultivated. Then only is success possible. Look at the various difficulties that crop up in the way. The spiritual line is, therefore, difficult. Very few take to the path, 1 in thousands. Out of them very few succeed. Many give up spiritual practice when they are halfway, as they find it difficult to pull on till the end is reached. It is only the firm with patience, courage and perseverance that reaches the goal of the absolute existence, consciousness and bliss state. Hail, hail, to such rare noble souls. Chapter 30, How to Control the Mind. The conquest of the mind is the greatest victory. If you conquer the mind, you have conquered the world. In Hindu philosophy, you will always find an esoteric and an exoteric meaning. This is the reason why you need the help of a teacher. It is extremely difficult to comprehend the esoteric, inner meaning. You will find in Hatha yogic books, there is a young, virgin widow seated at the junction of the Ganga and the Yamuna. What will you make out of this? It is difficult to understand. The young widow is the central energy channel. The Ganga is right energy channel. The Yamuna is left energy channel. In Katha Upanishad, you will find a word whose meaning is brick. Brick means here Devata or deity. The secret of Ramayana. There is also a secret of Ramayana, the journey of Rama. The secret of Ramayana is the control of the mind. Killing the 10-headed monster of the island means the annihilation of the 10 evil thought waves of the mind such as pleasure, anger, etc. Sita is the mind. Rama is the pure Brahman supreme cosmic spirit. Bringing the mind back from the island is concentrating the mind on the Brahman supreme cosmic spirit by withdrawing it from the sense objects and uniting it with Brahman. Mind unites with Brahman, her husband in the crown chakra. Mind merges in Brahman. This is, briefly, the esoteric meaning of Ramayana. This is the spiritual exposition of Ramayana. Mastery of the mind, the only gateway to liberation. On this side is matter, on the other side is pure spirit, the Atman self or the Brahman supreme cosmic spirit. The mind forms a bridge between the two. Cross the bridge, control the mind. You will attain the Brahman supreme cosmic spirit. He is a real potentate and a Maharaja, who has conquered the mind. He is the richest man, who has conquered desires, passions, and the mind. If the mind is under control, it matters little whether you stay in a palace or a cave in the Himalayas, whether you do active worldly activity or sit in silence. It is, indeed, a rare thing to find a mind that is not affected by its contact with fluctuation. Like heat which is inseparable from fire, fluctuation which debases the mind, is inseparable from it. Devoid of this fluctuation and the mind ceases to exist. It is this fluctuation potency of the mind that you should destroy through ceaseless Atman knowledge inquiry. The mind is the cause of intention and perception. Therefore, you must control the mind. You must bind it. True freedom results from the liberation of the mind. The reflection of the self made upon the mind cannot be perceptible, when the mind is not free from its fluctuations, as the reflection of the moon made upon the surface of a turbulent ocean cannot be visible or perceptible. To attain self-realization, one must constantly struggle with the mind for its purification and steadiness. It is only the power of the will which can control it and stop its fluctuations. With the triple weapon of strong desire, faith and strong willpower, you can have sanguine success in any attempt you undertake. If the mind is purged of all its impurities and worldly taints, it will become exceedingly calm. All fluctuations of the mind will cease. Then the supreme steadiness, meditation, will supervene. Then all samsaric delusion, attendant with its births and deaths, will come to an end. Then you will get the supreme abode of peace. There is no other vessel on this earth on which one can cross the ocean of metempsychosis than the mastery of the antagonistic mind. They alone will reach the world of liberation who have controlled the serpent of the mind replete with impure desires. To lovers of liberation, in whom the invincible desires have been destroyed and who try to win their way up to the salvation through their own efforts, the easy abandonment of their dire mind is itself their transcendental path, and they then feel as if a great load were off their heads. No other path is truly beneficial. If you get the mastery over the mind and get true knowledge or illumination after destroying the ego and subjugating the senses, you will be doubtless free from the trammels of births and deaths. The differentiations such as I, you, he will vanish. All tribulations, annoyances, miseries, grief will cease with the destruction of the mind. Who can control the mind? The mind can be controlled by untiring perseverance and patience equal to that of one engaged in emptying the ocean, drop by drop, with the tip of a blade of grass. A bird laid its eggs on the seashore. The waves came in and washed away the eggs. The bird became very angry. It wanted to empty the ocean with its beak. It applied all its energy in emptying the ocean. The king of the birds pitied its condition and came to its help. Narada, the peacemaking sage, also came and gave some advice to the bird. When the king of the ocean saw all these, he was very much terrified. He brought back all the eggs of the bird and handed them over to the bird with apology and prostrations. Spiritual aspirants, who are attempting to control the mind, should have the same asinine patience and untiring perseverance as that of the bird which attempted to empty the ocean with its small beak. You must have the knack or the pluck or the aptitude to tame the mind. To tame a lion or a tiger is far more easy than taming one's own mind. Tame your own mind first. Then you can take the minds of others quite easily. Mind is the cause of bondage and liberation. Mind is the cause of bondage and salvation of man. The mind is the cause of bondage and liberation. The mind has two aspects, one is discriminative and the other is imaginative. The mind, in its aspect of discrimination, releases itself from the bondage and attains liberation. In its aspect of imagination, it binds itself to the world. It is the mind which binds a man to this world. Where there is no mind, there is no bondage. Mind imagines, through indiscrimination and ignorance, that the soul has been confined and located in this body, and hence it perceives the soul to be in bondage. Mind exactly identifies itself with the individual being and feels itself to be I, and hence thinks, I am in bondage. The egoistic mind is the root of bondage. The non-egoistic mind is the root of liberation. Destroy mind through mind. The sovereign for the eradication of the mind's disease can be had easily through the mind alone. The intelligent cleanse a dirty cloth with the dirty earth only. The venom of the serpent bite is removed by its antidote of an edible poison. So also is the case with individual being. Having developed discrimination, destroy the delusions of the restless mind through the one-pointed mind, like an iron severing another iron. Purify the mind. You must be saved from the malformation and the miscarriage of your mind. The mind is like a playful child. The clamant energies of the mind must be bent to become the passive channels for the transmission of truth. The mind must be filled with purity. It should be trained to think of truth or God constantly. The yoga system requires us to go through a course of mental and spiritual discipline. The revelations also emphasize the practice of austere virtues before the goal can be reached. Austerity destroys sins, weakens the senses, purifies the subconscious mind and leads to one-pointedness of mind. The penances will give you mental quiet and remove the restlessness of the mind, which is a great obstacle to knowledge. The life of celibacy, where you will have no family attachment to perturb your mind, would enable you to give wholehearted attention to your spiritual practice. If you practice truthfulness and celibacy, you will become fearless. You will eventually realize the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit also. Get hold of one thing firmly with leech-like tenacity. Faith is necessary. Arsenic, when purified and administered in proper doses, is a blessing. It removes many diseases. It improves the blood. When it is not purified properly and given in overdoses, it brings about many ill effects. Even so, when the mind is rendered pure and free from sensual objects, it leads on to liberation. When it is impure and fond of sensual objects, it leads on to bondage. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will have the sight of the Lord. The heart must be pure. The eye also must be chaste in its look. There is a tongue in the eye. A lustful eye wants to taste the different types of beauty for its selection. Lust of the eyes is as much dangerous as lust of the flesh. Beauty of nature emanates from the Lord. Train the eye properly. Let it see Atman's self everywhere. The yogic methods give directions as to how you should purify and refine the mind and improve the mirror and keep it clean by getting rid of the impurities such as lust, anger, greed, vanity, jealousy, etc. The aim of charity, meditation, devotion, pilgrimage, selfless service, kindness, self-study and sacrifice is the purification of the mind. The Sermon on the Mount by Lord Jesus is the essence of the Raja Yogic practice of discipline. It is difficult to put the teachings into practice. But, if they are put into practice, mind can be easily controlled. This is the summary of the sermon. 1. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. 2. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. 3. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. 4. Blessed are they who do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. 5. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. 6. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. 7. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. 8. Blessed are they who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. 9. Blessed are ye, when men shall revile you, and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely, for my sake. Rejoice, and be exceedingly glad, for great is the reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. 10. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. 11. And if any man shall sue thee in the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. 12. Love your enemies as thyself, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you, and persecute you. Before you go to work daily, study once carefully this sermon of Lord Jesus in the morning and remember the teachings once or twice during the course of the day. In course of time, you will be able to regulate your emotions and moods, cultivate virtue and eradicate vice. You will have immense peace and will force. The spiritual path is rugged, thorny and precipitous. Sriti declares, the path is as sharp as the edge of a razor and impassable, that path is hard to go by. The thorns must be weeded out with patience and perseverance. Some of the thorns are internal, some are external. Lust, greed, wrath, delusion, vanity, etc., are the internal thorns. Company with the evil-minded persons is the worst of all the external thorns. Therefore, shun ruthlessly evil company. Do good and introspect. Do always virtuous actions. Watch the mind and see what it is doing. These two methods are quite sufficient to control the mind. Awaken your spiritual mental impressions by the association with the wise and saintly, meditative repetition of God's name, etc. Protect them. Develop them. Nourish them. Self-inquiry, spiritual practice, profound meditation, the association with the wise and saintly will all pave a long way in the control of the mind and the attainment of liberation. Introspect. Have an inner life always. Let a portion of the mind and hands do their work mechanically. An acrobat girl, while exhibiting her performances, has her attention riveted on the water pot she bears on her head, although all the time she is dancing to various tunes. So does truly pious man attend to all his business concerns, but has his mind's eye fixed upon the blissful feet of the Lord. This is action, yoga and knowledge yoga combined. This will lead to integral development. This is balance. This is synthetic yoga. Some follower of the Vedanta philosophy have one-sided development. This is not good. Do singing devotional songs. A serpent is very fond of music. If you sing Panagavarali tune melodiously, the serpent will come in front of you. The mind also is like a serpent. It likes melodious tunes very much. It can be entrapped very easily by sweet sounds. Fix the mind on the sweet mystic sound that emanate from the heart by closing the ears. It can be controlled quite easily by this method. This is Laya Yoga. The Ganika Pingla fixed her mind on the Rama, Rama sound uttered by the parrot and attained a deep meditative self-absorption. Rama Prasad of Bengal, a famous devotee, controlled the mind through music. Music exercises a tremendous, soothing influence on a ruffled mind. In America, doctors use music in curing many diseases, particularly of nervous origin. Music elevates the mind also. Singing devotional songs, which is one of the 9 forms of worship, causes the union with God through feeling. It is prevalent throughout India. It corresponds to the singing of hymns by Christians. Rama Prasad realized God through the singing of devotional songs. His songs are very famous in Bengal. In this iron age, singing devotional songs is an easy way to God realization. Sing the name of Hari constantly. Praise constantly his qualities. You will have the sight of Hari. Those who can sing well should retire to a solitary place and sing heartily with pure feeling. In course of time, they will enter into the deep meditative absorption state. There is no doubt about it. Always think of God. Constantly think of God. You can very easily control the mind. Even if you think of Lord Vishnu or Shiva only once, even if you once form a mental image of these deities, the pure material will increase a bit. If you think a crore of times, your mind will be filled with a large quantity of purity. Constant thinking of God thins out the mind and destroys the desires and intentions. When you fix your mind on Lord Krishna in the lotus of your heart, your attention is fixed on the figure of Lord Krishna. When the attention is fixed, the spiritual current is started. When you meditate, the flow of the current becomes steady, and when the meditation gets very deep and intense, the union takes place. You become one with the Lord. All intentions and perceptions stop. There is complete restraint of the modifications of the mind. Practice breath control. To bring about the control of mind, 2 things are essential: the control of prana, vital energy, and the renunciation of association. By the latter is meant dissociation, not with the world, but only with the longing after or the attraction towards the objects of the world. Practice of breath control checks the velocity of the mind and reduces the quantity of thinking. It removes the dross impurities in the form of restlessness and inertia from the mind. For the control of the mind, the retention of the breath is indispensable. You will have to practice the retention of the breath daily. You will have to practice inhalation, retention and exhalation of the breath regularly and rhythmically. Then the mind will become focused. The period of the breath retention will increase by systematic practice, with regulated diet and proper dietetic discipline of light, nutritious and pure food. This is the Hathayogic method. The practice of breath retention must be done under the guidance of a guru who is a developed yogin. Practice calmness of the mind and control of the senses. Calmness of the mind comes through the practice of the calmness of the mind and the control of the senses. The calmness of the mind is induced by the eradication of desires. The renunciation of desires through discrimination constitutes the practice of calmness of the mind, one of the sixfold virtues. If a desire arises in your mind, do not give way to it. This will become the practice of calmness of the mind. The calmness of mind is keeping the mind in the heart by spiritual practice. Calmness of the mind is restraint of the mind by not allowing it to externalize or objectify. The restraint of the external activities and the senses is the practice of control of senses or the external thought wave restraint. If you renounce the desire for eating mangoes, it is calmness of the mind. If you do not allow the feet to carry you to the bazaar to purchase the mangoes, if you do not allow the eyes to see the mangoes and if you do not allow the tongue to taste them, it is control of the senses. A desire arises to eat sweets. You do not allow the feet to move to the bazaar to purchase the sweets. You do not allow the tongue to eat the sweets. You do not allow the eyes to see the sweets also. This kind of restraint of the senses is termed control of the senses. It is termed calmness of mind when you do not allow any thought to arise in the mind concerning sweets by the eradication of desires or the renunciation of desires. This eradication of the desires can be accomplished through self-inquiry, constant thinking of Brahman, meditative repetition of God's name, meditation, practice of breath control, etc. Calmness of the mind is an internal restraint. Control of the senses is external restraint of the senses. Though the practice of calmness of the mind includes the practice of control of the senses, as the senses will not move and work without the help of the mind, yet the practice of control of senses is necessary. The practice of control of the senses should go hand in hand with the calmness of the mind. Calmness of the mind alone will not suffice. You must attack the enemy, desire, from within and without. Then alone you can control the mind quite easily. Then alone the mind will be in perfect control. Develop dispassion. Those who practice Vairagya dispassion are real tamers of their minds. Have no longing for objects. Avoid them. Dispassion thins out the mind. Dispassion is a drastic purgative for the mind. The thief mind shudders and trembles when it hears the words, dispassion, renunciation, asceticism. It gets a death blow when it hears these three terms. Destroy all the pleasure centers of the mind such as frequently eating dainty dishes, gossiping, sightseeing, music and company of women slowly and cautiously. Keep up 3 pure pleasure centers such as study of books dealing with Atma self-knowledge, meditation and the service of humanity. When you advance in meditation, give up service and study also for some time. After you have attained absolute state, preach, work and distribute divine knowledge. Whatever object the mind likes much, must be given up. Whatever object the mind dwells upon constantly, thinks about very often, must be abandoned. If you like brinjals or apples much, give them up first. You will gain a great deal of peace, willpower and control of the mind. Suppose you like tea, mangoes, grapes and sweets very much. Make it a point to renounce them and even the desire for these objects. After some months, the craving or the hankering will be attenuated and will slowly vanish. You must be devoting 3 or 4 hours daily in proper prayer, meditative repetition or recitation of God's name and meditation on God. The above objects which used to attract you before very much seem very loathsome now. They present the very reverse of your former feelings. They give you intense pain. This is a sign of true dispassion and destruction of the mind. If all objects which have an enchanting appearance become eyesores and present the very reverse of the former feelings, then know that the mind is destroyed. When the mind is changed, the objects which gave you pleasure before will give you pain. That is the sign of the annihilation of the mind. Things which used to upset you easily will not touch you now. Occasions which would have made you irritable do not make you so now. You have gained strength, power and endurance, the power of resistance, the power to deal with troubles. Certain unkind words from other people which used to torment you, no longer give you the trouble now. Even if you become irritable and show signs of anger, you are able now to compose yourself quickly. These are all the signs of your gaining mental strength and willpower. Meditation brings about all these beneficial results. When there is quiescence in the mind and an indifference in it towards all enjoyments, and when the powerful senses are turned inwards and the ignorance of the mind is destroyed, then and then only all the noble words of the wise Guru will infiltrate and spread in the mind of the disciple, just as rose-colored water impinges on a perfectly white cloth. Have contentment. The mind is ease-loving, easygoing and happy-go-lucky. You must check this nature. The desire for ease and comfort is ingrained in the mind. Aspirants should be very cautious and careful. Do not try to fulfill your desires. This is one way of controlling the mind. You must not take back those things which you have once renounced. Whenever you give up an object, the desire for that particular object becomes keen and strong for a few days. It agitates your mind. Keep quiet. Stand firm. It gets thinned out and dies eventually. Whenever the mind hisses to get back the objects that are rejected, raise the rod of discrimination. It will lower down its hood. It will keep quiet. You must not give indulgence or leniency to the mind. If you increase your wants even by one article, the articles will begin to swell in number. Luxuries will come one by one. If you allow it to take one luxury today, it wants two tomorrow. Luxuries will increase daily. It will become like an overfondled child. Spare the rod and spoil the child, this also applies to the mind. It is worse than the child. You will have to punish it by fasting for every serious mistake it does. Keep the organs in their proper places. Do not allow them to move an inch. Raise the rod of discrimination whenever an organ hisses to raise its head. By this practice you will get a concentrated mind. Those who, without longing for objects, avoid them can be termed the subjugators of their minds. Those who are not content with anything that comes in their way are of weak minds only. Contentment in the mind is a very great virtue. By contentment, you will have great gain. It is one of the four sentinels of the vast domain of liberation. If you have this virtue, it will lead to the attainment of the association with the wise and saintly, self-inquiry, and peace. When you do not want to store things for tomorrow, it is called non-accumulation intellect. It is the mental state of a true renunciant. A renunciant has no thought of tomorrow, whereas a householder has, on the opposite, an accumulation intellect. We must be as free as a lark which has no accumulation intellect. Take everything as it comes. Take everything as it comes, instead of complaining. By this means, one seizes every opportunity. One develops easily, gains a great deal of mental strength and evenness of mind. Irritability vanishes. The power of endurance and patience will develop. If you have to live amidst noise, do not complain of it, but profit by it. One may make use of outer disturbances for the practice of concentration. You must develop the power to work undisturbed by whatsoever may happen nearby. The power comes with practice and it is then useful in a variety of ways. To learn to work under different conditions means progress and a great deal of mental control. Have recourse to the association with the wise and saintly. Without being impressed with a clear idea of the nature of the mind, you cannot bridle it. A sublime thought checks the mind and a base idea excites it. It is necessary for a man to keep company with spiritual men and to avoid the company of the dregs of society. Company of spiritual persons and good environments play a tremendous part in the elevation of the mind. The association with the wise and saintly helps a long way in the attainment of liberation. There is no other way. It thoroughly overhauls the mind and changes the current and its restless nature. It removes the old sense objects' mental impressions and fills the mind with pure mental impressions. It destroys the three fires, spiritual, physical, divine, and cools the mind. It destroys delusion. If you can have the association with the wise and saintly, you need not go to any pilgrimage. It is pilgrimage of pilgrimages. Wherever there is the association with the wise and saintly, the sacred Triveni is already there. Annihilate this mind of ignorance through the power of constant association with holy men. In the absence of positive good company, have negative good company of books written by realized persons and books dealing with Atma self spiritual knowledge such as Sri Sankara's works, Yogavasisha, Sri Dattatraya's Avadutta Gita, the Revelations, the Brahma Sutras, Atma Purana, Sarvavedanta, etc., etc. Study of inspiring books helps spiritual practice, but too much study brings about muddy condition of the brain. When you come down from meditation, you can study occasionally for a short time books like Avadutta Gita, Yogavasisha, Kathopanishad, Brihadaranyaka. This will elevate the mind. If you are in the company of ascetics, if you read books on yoga, Vedanta, etc., a mental adhesion takes place in the mind for attaining God consciousness. Mere mental adhesion will not help you much either. Burning dispassion, burning desire for liberation, capacity for spiritual practice, intent and constant application and profound meditation are needed. Then only is self-realization possible. Annihilate intentions. The ideas of differentiation of this person or that person or I or thou or of this or that object do pertain to the mind only. Put an end to the mind with the sword of non-thought. Kill the soldiers one by one when they emerge out of the fort. Eventually you can get hold of the fortress. Even so, destroy every thought one by one as it arises in the mind. Eventually you can conquer the mind. If you can do the extinction of all sorts of imaginations, thoughts like thick clouds that are dispersed through stormy gales, the mind will get absorbed into the source, the absolute consciousness. Then you will be free from all sorts of tribulations and worries and miseries. Then only you will have perennial happiness and the wealth of liberation. The mind is Maya illusion. If the mind runs towards the sensual objects wildly, Maya illusion takes a stronghold of the man. Maya illusion havocs through the mind. This lower impulsive mind drags you down in all kinds of petty sensual enjoyments and deludes you in a variety of ways. Maya illusion, through her power, raises millions of intentions in the mind. The individual being becomes a prey to the intentions. This lower mind cannot approach those who have a strong power of discrimination. Maya illusion is very easy to be detected and self to be realized by men who possess discrimination and strong determination. Through these powers, discrimination and will, it can be controlled. Slay the lower mind, the enemy of Atman self through the higher and pure mind. Use your self-inquiry, discrimination and pure reason constantly when objects trouble you, delude you. After reason has dispersed the darkness of the illusions of sense which cover the mind, it still returns to those things which are deceitful as the appearance of water on sandy deserts. Again and again, exercise your reason till you are established in knowledge. The power of ignorance is great, indeed. Renounce desires, renounce intentions of objects. Cultivate dispassion. Give up this little false I. All the intentions encircle and envelop this I. Do not pay much heed to the body. Think of the body and its wants as little as possible. Have no intention. The fluctuating mind will die by itself. It will melt in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, it is the formless destruction of the mind. Then you will have the direct spiritual realization, the beatific vision of the Atman self. When the mind dies, I, you, he, this, that, time, space, individual being, the world, all will dwindle into nothing. The idea of inside and outside will vanish. There will be only one experience of the one, continuous indivisible consciousness which is complete all full. All the doubts and delusions will disappear through the knowledge in the heart. Destroy the ego. You should try to destroy not only the thoughts and intentions, but the mind itself and the I thought wave, that identifies with the body and the practical intellect, that creates the individual being and differences in the world. Then you will be established in the essential nature, in the natural existence, consciousness and bliss absolute state. That is the real silent state or non-dual absolute, realization. The control of the mind includes the control of the intellect and the annihilation of the little I, the false self-arrogating personality. Lord Jesus says, "Empty thyself and I will fill thee." The meaning is, destroy your egoism. You will be filled with God. This emptying means, restraining all the mental modifications. This emptying process or making the mind blank is, no doubt, a trying discipline. But, continued practice of an intense type will bring success. There is no doubt about this. It is only through the rigorous discipline that you can rise to that height of strenuous impersonality from which the gifted souls of the world see distant visions and enjoy a higher, divine life. If the mind is divested of all the intentions of I, then, through meditation of the Atman self after being initiated by a guru and having known the real significance of the scriptures, the mind can be turned back from various pains and made to rest on the subjective blissful Atman self. Practice inquiry of the Brahman Supreme Universal Spirit. Do not wrestle or struggle with the mind. It is wastage of energy. It is great strain and drain on the will force. Do not fight with the mind. Live in the truth. Live in Om. Live in the Atman self through self-inquiry, God consciousness and profound meditation. All obstacles, all disturbing factors, all emotions will vanish of themselves. Try, practice, feel and realize the usefulness of the self-inquiry method. Perfect control of the mind can be effected only through the inquiry of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Practice of breath control, meditative repetition and recitation of God's name and various other methods are only auxiliaries. Do not let failures discourage you. Do not let failures discourage you, but go on doing your best. Do not brood over your faults and failures. Only look at them to see the reason why you failed and then, try again. So doing, you will starve out the tendencies which led you into them, whereas, thinking about them only gives them new strength. Do not make too much fuss about little failures. Do not sit down and brood over failures. There are some people who have got the habit of trying to do one thing while thinking of another. These people always fail in undertakings. The thinking part of the mind should work in harmony with the acting part of the mind. While attending to any one object, our thoughts ought not to wander on another. While you are reading, think of reading only. Do not think of cricket match. While you are playing in a cricket match, do not think of studies. The frequent cause of failure is striving to think of more than one thing at a time. Whenever you observe self-restraint, do it to the letter rigidly. Do not say, "I will do it as far as possible." This term "as far as possible" will give leniency to the mind. The mind will be simply waiting for an opportunity and it will yield to the first temptation quite readily, whenever the first chance arises. Be strict, therefore. Check the wandering habit of the mind. The mind in the vast majority of persons has been allowed to run wild and follow its own sweet will and desire. It is ever changing and wandering. It jumps from one object to another. It is fickle. It wants variety. Monotony brings disgust. It is like a spoiled child who is given to much indulgence by its parents or a badly trained animal. The minds of many of us are like menageries of wild animals, each pursuing the bent of its own nature and going its own way. Restraint of the mind is a thing unknown to the vast majority of persons. This wandering habit of the mind manifests itself in various ways. You will have to be alert always to check this wandering habit of the mind. A householder's mind wanders to cinema, theater, circus, etc. A holy man's mind wanders to sacred places of Varanasi, Vrindavana and Nasik. Many holy men do not stick to one place during spiritual practice. The wandering habit of the mind must be controlled by rendering it chaste and constant by self-inquiry. The mind must be trained to stick to one place for 5 years during your meditative life, to one method of spiritual practice, to one path of yoga, either action, devotion or Vedanta, to one spiritual objective and to one guide. A rolling stone gathers no moss. When you take up a book for study, you must finish it before you take up another. When you take up any work, you must devote your wholehearted attention to the work on hand and finish it before you take up another work. One thing at a time, and that done well, is a very good rule, as many can tell. This is Yogin's way of doing. This is a very good rule for success in life. Do not have a goat's mind or a prostitute's heart. A goat grazes for a few seconds in one patch of green grass and then immediately jumps to a far distant patch, even though there is plenty of grass to eat in the first patch. Even so, a wavering mind jumps from one spiritual practice to another spiritual practice, from one guru to another guru, from devotion yoga to Vedanta, from Sagekesh to Vrindavana. This is extremely deleterious for the spiritual practice. Stick to one guru, one place, one form of yoga, one kind of spiritual practice. Be steady and firm. Then only, you will succeed. Have a steady, resolute mind. Discipline the mind. Tell the mind, O mind. Be steady. Be fixed on one idea. Absolute is the only reality. If it wanders, if it wavers, go to a lonely place, give 2 or 3 sharp slaps on your face. Then the mind will become steady. Self-punishment helps a lot in checking the wandering mind. Frighten the mind as if you will beat it with a whip or rod, whenever it wanders from the goal, whenever it entertains evil thoughts. Mind tempts and deceives you through object. Distance lends enchantment to the view. Until you attain the object, it will seem to you as a pleasurable object from a distance. When you actually get it, it becomes a source of vexation and pain. Desire is mixed with pain. Objects are so delusive that they often deceive even the wise in this way. He is a really wise man who can detect the elusive nature of these objects. Mind always tempts you to have various sightseeing. It is all vain trick of the mind to divert you from the goal. Use your discrimination always. Address the mind thus, O foolish mind, have you not seen before, various places and scenery? What is there in sightseeing? Rest in the Atman self within. It is self-contained. You can see everything there. It is fully satisfied, it is perfect beauty. It contains all forms, it is beauty of beauties. What are you going to see outside? Is it not the same sky, the same earth, the same passions, the same eating, the same gossiping, the same sleeping, the same latrines, the same urinals, the same cemeteries everywhere? In the beginning, I used to give a long rope to my mind. It will whisper to me, let me go to Allahabad Kumbh Mela. I would say, my dear friend, my mind. You can go now. As soon as I return, I would ask, O mind, are you satisfied now? What did you enjoy there? It would hide itself and drop down its head in utter shame. Gradually, it left off its old habits and became my true friend, guide and guru through true counsels it imparts in the way of obtaining the highest goal. Do not allow the mind to wander here and there like the strolling street dog. Keep it under your control always. Then alone you can be happy. It must be ever ready to obey you, to carry out your behests. If the mind says to you, go eastward, then go westward. If the mind says to you, go southward, then march northward. If the mind says to you, take a hot cup of tea in winter, then take a cup of icy cold water. Swim like fish against the mental current. You will control the mind quite easily. Order the mind to do a thing which it does not relish and it will revolt. Coax and it will obey. If the mind is deprived of its pleasure centers of all the sense objects, it clings to dispassion and renunciation and must naturally move towards the Atman self. Renounce everything mentally and destroy the mind through the attainment of the Atman self-knowledge. Rest in the self-existent Brahmic seat. It is only through dauntless energy that the painless wealth of liberation can be acquired. Change the habits. Mind is a bundle of habits. Bad habits and prejudices hidden in one's nature will necessarily be brought to the surface of the mind when the proper opportunity comes. If you change the habits, you can also change your character. You sow an act, you reap a habit. You sow a habit, you reap a character. You sow a character, you reap a destiny. Habits originate in the conscious mind. But, when they become established by constant repetition, they sink down into the depths of the unconscious mind and become second nature. Though habit is second nature, it can be changed by a new healthy, agreeable habit of a stronger nature. You can change any habit by patient efforts and perseverance. Habits of sleeping in the daytime, late rising, loud talking, etc., can be gradually changed by developing new habits. By new practice, you can change the manner of your handwriting. So also, by a new mode of thinking, you can change your destiny. When you draw water with a rope and bucket from a well with a brick parapet, a definite groove is formed along the brick and the rope readily runs along the groove. Even so, the mental force, the mind, runs easily or flows readily along the grooves in the brain made by continuous thinking on certain lines. Now you are thinking, I am the body. Think, I am Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. In course of time, you will be established in the Brahmic Divine Consciousness. By spiritual practice, self-inquiry, meditation, practice of breath control, meditative repetition or recitation of God's name, calmness of mind and control of senses, an entirely new mind is formed in a spiritual aspirant with new feelings, new nerve channels, new avenues and grooves in the brain for the mind to move and walk about, new nerve currents and new brain cells, etc. He will never think about affairs that tend to self-aggrandizement and self-exaltation. He thinks for the well-being of the world. He thinks, feels and works in terms of unity. Do not be a slave to one idea. Whenever you get new healthy ideas, the old ideas must be given up. The vast majority of persons are slaves of old outgrown ideas. They have not got the strength to change the old habits in the mind and the old ideas. When you hear a new and striking news, you are startled. When you see a new thing, you are startled. It is natural. It is much more so with new ideas. The mind runs in ruts in its old, narrow grooves. It is directly or indirectly attached to some pleasing or favorite ideas. It unnecessarily sticks to one idea like glue and never gives it up. It is a great ordeal for the mind to take up a new idea. Whenever you want to introduce any new, healthy idea in the mind and eschew any old outgrown idea, the mind fights against it and rebels with vehemence. Place the idea near the ruts. It will slowly take it. It may revolt furiously to take it up in the beginning. Later on, by coaxing and training, it will absorb and assimilate it. In the mind, there is an internal fight that is ever going on between nature and will, between old worldly habits and new spiritual habits in the case of the aspirants, between old sense objects mental impressions and new spiritual mental impressions, between favorable desires and unfavorable desires, between discrimination and instinctive mind and senses. Whenever you try to change an evil habit and establish a new habit, there will ensue an internal fight between will and self-nature. If you try to drive away anger, lust, etc., they say and assert, O individual beings, you have given us permission to stay in this house of flesh and body for a long time. Why do you want to drive us now? We have helped you a lot during times of your excitements and passions. We have every right to remain here. We will persist, resist all your efforts to drive us, we shall disturb your meditation and recur again and again. The self-nature will try its level best to get back to its old habit. Never yield. The will is bound to succeed in the end. Even if you fail once or twice, it does not matter. Again apply the will. Eventually, will pure, strong and irresistible is bound to succeed. There is no doubt about this. When your reason grows, when you become wiser and wiser by study, contact with the wise and meditation, your mind must be well prepared to take up at any moment new, healthy, rational ideas and eschew old, morbid ones. This is a healthy growth of the mind. Mind is your tool only, handle it nicely. Mind is your tool or instrument only. You must know how to handle it nicely. When emotions, moods, sentiments, arise in the mind, separate them, study their nature, dissect and analyze them. Do not identify yourself with them. The real I is entirely distinct from them. It is the silent witness. Master your impulses, emotions and moods and rise from the position of a slave to a spiritual king who can rule over them with force and power. You are eternal, all-pervading Atman self in reality. Shake yourself from the tyranny of the mind that has oppressed you for so long, domineered over you and exploited you until now. Rise up boldly like a lion. Assert the magnanimity of yourself and be free. Become an expert driver of the subtle, powerful machine mind. Use all the mental faculties to your best advantage. Mind will become quite a good, willing servant when you know how to tackle with it ably. Use the subconscious mind also, pass on orders to work for you while you are asleep and even while you are conscious. It will sort, analyze, and rearrange all facts and figures for you in the twinkling of an eye. The mind is very plastic if you know the secret of its manipulation. You can bend it any way you like. You can create a dislike for the things you like best now and a liking for the articles which now you dislike most. Do a thing which the mind does not want to do. Do not do a thing which the mind wants to do. This is one way of developing the will and controlling the mind. Maintain a positive attitude. Try to acquire the power of closing yourself against detrimental or undesirable influences by making yourself positive by a particular attitude of the mind. By so doing, you may be receptive to all higher impulses of the soul within and to all higher forces and influences from without. Make a suggestion to yourself: I close myself, I make myself positive to all things below and open and receptive to all higher influences, to all things above. By taking this attitude of the mind, consciously, now and then, it soon becomes a habit. All the lower and undesirable influences from both the seen and the unseen side of life are closed out while all higher influences are invited and, in the degree that they are invited, they will enter. In the mind there is doubt, there is reality also. A doubt arises whether there is a God or not. This is termed doubt feeling. Another doubt crops up whether I can realize Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or not. Then another voice yells, God or Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is real. He is a solid, concrete reality as an amulika fruit in my hand. He is a mass of knowledge and bliss. He is condensed pure knowledge, condensed pure consciousness, condensed pure bliss. I can realize. We have clearly understood something and these ideas are well grounded and ingrained. Some ideas are hazy and not firm. They come and go. We will have to cultivate ideas and ground them till they are firmly fixed and implanted. Clarification of ideas will remove perplexity and confusion in the mind. When a doubt arises, whether there is God or not, whether I will succeed in self-realization or not, it must be dispelled by well-directed suggestions and affirmations such as, it is true, I will succeed. There is no doubt of this. In my dictionary, in my vocabulary, there are no such words as can't, impossible, difficult, etc. Everything is possible under the sun. Nothing is difficult when you strongly make up your mind. Strong determination and firm resolution will bring sanguine success in every affair or undertaking. The power of the helping forces. Inside, there are helping forces also to act against the hostile forces of demoniacal nature. If you once repeat Om or Rama 10 times, if you once sit in meditation for 5 minutes, the mental impression of this will force you to repeat the recitation of God's name again many times, to sit again in meditation for some time though you forget all about spirituality owing to the force of Maya illusion or ignorance. The hostile forces, e.g., lust, anger, etc., will try to bring you down. The spiritual currents, the force of purity and favorable desires will try to take you up to God. If evil thoughts enter your mind once in a month instead of thrice weekly, remember that evil thinking is the beginning of adultery. If you become angry once in a month instead of once weekly, that is a sign of progress, that is a sign of your increased willpower, that is a sign of growing spiritual strength. Be of good cheer. Keep a diary of spiritual progress. A mind always hopeful, confident, courageous and determined on its set purpose and keeping itself to that purpose, attracts to itself, out of the elements, things and powers favorable to that purpose. Some guidelines in mind control. Mind is so framed that it runs to extremes. Through spiritual practice, it should be brought to a balanced state or balance. It is one-sided by its very nature. It is through mental drill or training that integral development must be achieved. Make a vigorous and earnest search within. Do not trust the mind and the senses. They are your enemies. Women and wealth are your bitter foes. These are two great evils. Mind exercises its sovereignty over man through the force of attachment, craving, mental impression and desire, tendency, latent desire, the will to possess and enjoy, the world desire. It does various tricks. When you once know its ways, it lurks like a thief. It will no longer trouble you. In controlling the mind, you have to do 7 things. 1. You must get rid of all wants, desires and cravings. 2. You must control your emotions. You must control the temper so that you may feel no anger or impatience. 3. You must control the mind itself so that the thought may always be calm and unruffled. 4. You must control the nerves through the mind so that they may be as little irritable as possible. 5. You must give up pride. Pride strengthens the mind. It is the seed of the mind. When you have become a humble, how can criticisms, taunts and censure affect you? 6. You must destroy all attachments ruthlessly. 7. You must give up all hopes and prejudices. The following will bring you peace of mind undoubtedly. 1. Avoid the company of evil persons. 2. Live alone. 3. Reduce your wants. 4. Do not argue. Arguing creates sense of hostility. It is a sheer waste of energy. 5. Do not compare yourself with others. 6. Do not lend your ears for public criticism. 7. Give up the idea of name and fame. According to Patanjali Maharshi, friendship between equals, mercy towards inferiors, complacency towards superiors, indifference towards rogues, will bring about the peace of the mind. You should, through your higher pure mind, avoid the mind which runs in the direction of objects and, progressing higher up, should, without any despondency of heart, accumulate wealth of austerity for acquiring that imperishable supreme seat. Like an emperor who brings under his sway all kings on earth, the fluctuating mind should be brought under the perfect control of the non-fluctuating mind, and then, the latter reaches its own state which is the supreme one. Chapter 31, Concentration. To remove the tossing and various other obstacles which stand in the way of one-pointedness of the mind, the practice of concentration on one thing alone should be made. Concentration, the key to peace. Worldly pleasures intensify the desire for enjoying greater pleasures. Hence, the mind of worldlings is very restless. There is no satisfaction and mental peace. Mind can never be satisfied, whatever amount of pleasure you may store up for it. The more it enjoys the pleasures, the more it wants them. So, people are exceedingly troubled and bothered by their own minds. They are tired of their minds. Hence, in order to remove these botherations and troubles, the sages thought it best to deprive the mind of all sensual pleasures. When the mind has been concentrated or made extinct, it cannot pinch one to seek for further pleasure, and all botherations and troubles are removed forever and the person attains real peace. There is an externalizing or objectifying power in the mind. This leads to the outward-facing thought wave. The mind is drawn towards various objects. There is the dissipation of the mental energy, of the powers of the mind, in various directions. The rays of the mind are like the rays of light, scattered in the case of worldly-minded persons. When the rays of the mind are scattered over diverse objects, you get pain. When the rays are gathered and concentrated by practice, the mind becomes concentrated and you get bliss and happiness from within. When you see your dear friend after 6 years, the bliss that you get is not from the person, but from within yourself. The mind becomes concentrated for the time being and you get happiness from within your own self. When you are in Kashmir, when you are enjoying the picturesque scenery of Mutton, Gulmarg, Sonamarg, Chashma Shahi and Infinite Nag, your mind will be suddenly upset by a shock, if you receive a telegram which brings the unhappy tidings of the untimely demise of your only son. The scenery will no longer interest you. They have lost their charm for you. There is ejection of attention. There is depression. It is concentration and attention that gives you pleasure in sightseeing. For purposes of concentration, you will have to gather the scattered rays of the mind patiently through dispassion and spiritual practice, through renunciation and austerity, and then march boldly with indefatigable energy towards God or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Through constant spiritual practice, the mind must be checked from externalizing. It must be made to move towards the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, towards its original home. When the mental rays are concentrated, the illumination begins. Illustrations of the nature of mind. Mind is compared to quicksilver, because its rays are scattered over various objects. It is compared to a monkey, because it jumps from one object to another object. It is compared to moving air, because it is restless. It is compared to a furious, rutting elephant, because of its passionate impetuosity. Mind is known by the name, Great Bird, because it jumps from one object to another object just as a bird jumps from one twig to another, from one tree to another. Raja Yoga teaches us how to concentrate the mind and then how to ransack the innermost recesses of our own mind. Different degrees of concentration. Distracted, dull, partially focused, focused and controlled are the 5 yogic mental states. The mind manifests itself in 5 different forms. In the distracted state, the rays of the mind are scattered on various objects. It is restless and jumps from one object to another. In the dull state, the mind is dull and forgetful. Partially focused is the gathering mind. It is occasionally steady and, at other times, distracted. By practice of concentration, the mind struggles to gather itself. In the focused state, it is one-pointed. There is only one idea present in the mind. The mind is under perfect control in the controlled state. Concentration is practiced for stopping the modifications of the mind. The power of concentration. By manipulating the mind, you will be able to bring it under your control, make it work as you like and compel it to concentrate its powers as you desire. He who has learned to manipulate the mind will get the whole of nature under his control. There is no limit to the power of the human mind. The more concentrated it is, the more power is brought to bear on one point. A scientist concentrates his mind and invents many things. Through concentration, he opens the layers of the gross mind and penetrates deeply into higher regions of the mind and gets deeper knowledge. He concentrates all the energies of his mind into one focus and throws them out upon the materials he is analyzing and so finds out their secrets. Concentration, man's foremost duty. Sri Sankara writes in the commentary on Khandogya Upanishad that a man's duty consists in the control of the senses and concentration of the mind. So long as the thoughts of one are not thoroughly destroyed through persistent practice, he should ever be concentrating his mind on one truth at a time. Through such unremitting practice, one-pointedness will accrue to the mind and instantly, all the hosts of thoughts will vanish. Concentration is opposed to sensuous desires, bliss is opposed to flurry and worry, sustained thinking is opposed to perplexity, applied thinking is opposed to sloth, to torpor, rapture to ill will. You are born to concentrate the mind on God after collecting the mental rays that are dissipated on various objects. That is your important duty. You forget the duty on account of the delusion for family, children, money, power, position, respect, name and fame. Concentration of the mind on God after purification can give you real happiness and knowledge. You are born for this purpose only. You are carried away to external objects through attachment and delusion, attachment and infatuated love. Fix the mind on the Atman Self. Fix the mind on the all-pervading, pure intelligence and the self-luminous effulgence. Stand firm in Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Then will you become established in Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. How to concentrate. Practice concentration of the mind. In trying to concentrate your mind or even project a thought, you will find that you require naturally to form images in your mind. You cannot help it. Fix the mind on one object, on one idea. Withdraw the mind, again and again, when it runs away from the goal and fix it there. Do not allow the mind to create hundreds of thought forms. Introspect and watch the mind carefully. Live alone. Avoid company. Do not mix. This is important. Do not allow the mind to dissipate its energy in vain thoughts, vain worry, vain imagination and vain fear and forebodings. Make it hold on to one thought form for half an hour by incessant practice. Make the mind to shape itself into one shape and try to keep the shape for hours together through constant and incessant practice. What is concentration? Concentration is holding the mind to one form or object steadily for a long time. Concentration is fixing the mind on an external object, an internal chakra or one abstract idea as, I am Brahman. Concentration on the internal chakras. A Raja Yogi concentrates on the third eye chakra, the space between the two eyebrows, which is the seat of the mind in the waking state. You can easily control the mind if you can concentrate on this region. Meditation and concentration on the third eye chakra lead to control of the mind very easily. Light is seen during concentration in this region very quickly, even in a day's practice, by some persons. He who wants to meditate on the universal and he who wants to help the world should select this region for his concentration. A devotee should concentrate on the heart, the seat of the emotion and feeling. He who concentrates on the heart gets great bliss. He who wants to get bliss should concentrate on the heart. A Hatha yogi fixes his mind on the central energy channel, the middle path in the spinal canal and on a specified center, the root chakra or the solar plexus chakra or the third eye chakra. Some yogis ignore the lower chakras and fix their mind on the third eye chakra only. Their theory is that by controlling the third eye chakra, all the lower chakras can be automatically controlled. When you concentrate on a chakra, a thread-like connection is formed in the beginning between the mind and the chakra center of spiritual energy. Then the yogi ascends along the Sushumna chief astral tube running inside the spinal column, from chakra to chakra. The ascent is made gradually by patient efforts. Even a mere shaking of the opening of Sushumna chief astral tube causes a great deal of bliss. You become intoxicated. You will entirely forget the world. When the opening of Sushumna chief astral tube is shaken a bit, the Kula Kundalini power tries to enter Sushumna. Great dispassion comes in. You will become fearless. You will behold various visions. You will witness the splendid inner light. This is termed thoughtless state. You will get different psychic powers, different types of bliss, and you will get different kinds of knowledge by controlling and operating on different chakras. If you have conquered the root chakra, you have conquered the earth plane already. If you have conquered the solar plexus chakra, you have already conquered fire. Fire will not burn you. 5 kinds of concentration will help you to conquer the 5 elements. Learn them under a guru who is a developed yogi. A note of caution. If you get headache or pain by concentrating on the third eye chakra, the space between the 2 eyebrows, by turning the eyes upward, give up the practice at once. Concentrate on the heart. If you find it difficult to concentrate on your heart or the space between the 2 eyebrows or top of the head, if you experience headache or pain in the skull, shift your center of concentration to any object outside the body. Concentration on external objects. It is easy to concentrate the mind on external objects. The mind has a natural tendency to go outwards. You can concentrate on the blue sky, light of the sun, the all-pervading air or ether or sun, moon or stars. Training in concentration. Train the mind in a variety of ways in concentration in the beginning. Concentrate on the mystic sounds of the heart by closing the ears. Concentrate on the breath with I am that repetition, identifying yourself with the universal cosmic spirit. Concentrate on any concrete image. Concentrate on the blue sky. Concentrate on the all-pervading light of the sun. Concentrate on the various chakras of the body. Concentrate on the abstract ideas of truth, wisdom, infinity, one, eternal essence, etc. Lastly, stick to one thing only. Aids to concentration. Faith. Though any subject has been established by means of arguments and valid authorities, still people's minds being entirely taken up with gross external objects, any clear conception of subtle ultimate truths is almost impossible without proper faith. When there is faith, the mind can be easily concentrated on the subject to be understood, and then the understanding quickly follows. Control of breath. Remove the restlessness and inertia that envelop the purity of the mind by the practice of breath control, meditative repetition of a mantra, self-inquiry and devotion. Then the mind becomes fit for concentration. The practice of breath control removes the veil of restlessness and inertia that envelopes purity. It purifies the nerves. It makes the mind firm and steady and thereby renders it fit for concentration. The dross of the mind is cleansed by practice of breath control, just as the dross of gold is got rid of by melting. A hatha yogi tries to concentrate his mind by having his breath controlled through practice of breath control. A Raja yogi tries to concentrate his mind by restraining the various modifications of the mind, by not allowing the mind to assume various shapes of objects. He does not care for control of breath. But, his breath becomes necessarily controlled when his mind is concentrated. Hatha Yoga is a branch of Raja Yoga. Attention. Attention plays a very great part in concentration. It is the basis of the will. When it is properly guided and directed towards the internal world for purposes of introspection, through inward-focused thought waves, it will analyze the mind and illumine very many astounding facts for you. The force wherewith anything strikes the mind is generally in proportion to the degree of attention bestowed upon it. Moreover, the great art of memory is attention, and inattentive people have bad memories. Power of attention becomes weakened in old age. Attention is the focusing of consciousness. It is one of the signs of trained will. It is found in men of strong mentality. It is a rare faculty. Celibacy wonderfully develops this power. A yogi who possesses this faculty can even fix the mind on an unpleasant object for a very long time. Attention can be cultivated and developed by persistent practice. All the great men of the world who have achieved greatness have risen up through this faculty. It is through the power of attention that mind carries out all its activities. Attention is the basis of the will force. Therefore cultivate the power of attention. Attention may be either subjective or internal on an idea, or objective or external on any object. Throw your entire attention into whatever you happen to be doing at the moment. It is easy to fasten the mind on an object which the mind likes best. Practice attention on unpleasant tasks, from which you have been shrinking before on account of their unpleasantness. Throw interest upon uninteresting objects and ideas. Hold them on before your mind. Interest will slowly manifest. Many mental weaknesses will vanish. The mind will become stronger and stronger. An illustration of single-minded concentration. There was a workman who used to manufacture arrows. Once he was very busy at his work. He was so much absorbed in his work that he did not notice even a big party of a Raja with his retinue passing in front of his shop. Such must be the nature of your concentration when you fix your mind on God. You must have the one idea of God and God alone. No doubt, it takes some time to have a complete one-pointedness of the mind. You will have to struggle very hard to have a single-minded concentration. Sri Dattatreya made the above arrow maker as one of his gurus. A common blunder. Some medical students leave the medical college soon after joining it as they find it disgusting to wash the pus and ulcers and dissect the dead bodies. They make a serious blunder. In the beginning, it is loathing. After studying pathology, medicine, operative surgery, morbid anatomy, bacteriology, the course will be very interesting in the final year. Many spiritual aspirants leave off the practice of concentration of the mind after some time as they find it difficult to practice. They also make a grave mistake like the medical students. In the beginning of the practice, when you struggle to get over the body consciousness, it will be disgusting and troublesome. It will be a physical wrestling. The emotions and intentions will be abundant. In the third year of practice, the mind will be cool, pure, and strong. You will derive immense joy. The sum total of pleasures of the whole world is nothing when compared to the bliss derived from the meditation. Do not give up the practice at any cost. Plod on. Persevere. Have patience, perseverance, cheerfulness, and tenacity, application. You will succeed eventually. Never despair. Find out by serious introspection the various impediments that act as stumbling blocks in your concentration and remove them with patience and efforts one by one. Do not allow new intentions and new desires to crop up. Nip them in the bud through discrimination, self-inquiry, and meditation. Know that you are progressing in yoga and that the purity is increasing, when you are always cheerful, when the mind is even and concentrated. Chapter 32, Meditation. To be thoughtless is the highest form of meditation. Sri Sankaracharya. When the mind becomes free from sense objects, free from thinking of sense objects and their enjoyments, it is meditation. Patanjali Yoga Sutras. What is meditation? In Vedanta or the path of knowledge, the terms reflection and profound meditation are very frequently used. Profound meditation or assimilation means internalizing and deeply contemplating the great truth, I am that, to dissolve the sense of separation between the individual self and Brahman, the supreme cosmic spirit. The mental activity of reflecting with an attitude of contempt is driving away all the thoughts of worldly objects, and the unbroken flow of the one thought of God is increasing the thought currents of God or Brahman supreme cosmic spirit like a steady stream. Profound meditation is meditation of the Atman self. It is a deep and intense contemplation. The mind is perfectly established in the Absolute. No worldly thoughts will intrude now. The contemplation is like a steady flow of oil. Indispensability of meditation for God realization. The mind feels tired after hard and protracted work. It cannot therefore be the Atman self. Atman self is the storehouse of all powers, it is infinite power. The mind is only an instrument of the Atman self. It should be properly disciplined. Just as you develop the physical body through gymnastics and various kinds of physical exercises, you will have to train the mind through mental training, mental culture, or mental drill. In meditation and concentration, you will have to train the mind in a variety of ways. Then only the gross mind will become subtle. Put a piece of iron rod in the blazing furnace. It becomes red like fire. Remove it. It loses its red color. If you want to keep it always red, you must always keep it in fire. Even so, if you want to keep the mind charged with the fire of the Brahmic divine wisdom, you must keep it always in contact or in touch with the Brahmic divine fire of knowledge through constant and intense meditation. You must keep up an unceasing flow of the Brahmic divine consciousness. Then you will have the natural state. Leading a virtuous life is not by itself sufficient for God realization. Concentration of the mind is absolutely necessary. A good, virtuous life only prepares the mind as a fit instrument for concentration and meditation. It is concentration and meditation that eventually lead to self-realization. God has hidden himself in this world and is seated in the cavity of the lotus of your heart. He is an absentee landlord. You will have to seek him through concentration and meditation with a pure mind. This is a real play of hide and seek. All the visible things are Maya illusion. Illusion will vanish through knowledge or meditation on the Atman self. One should exert himself to get rid of Maya illusion. Illusion havocs through the mind. Destruction of the mind means the annihilation of Maya illusion. Profound meditation is the only way for conquering the illusion. Lord Buddha, Raja Bhartrihari, Dattatreya, a cow of Gujarat, all had conquered the Maya illusion in the mind through deep meditative absorption only. Enter the silence. Meditate. Meditate. Solitude and intense meditation are the two important requisites for self-realization. Make the mind blank. It is the medium for these severe strokes of grief. It is difficult to suppress thought and, after it is once suppressed, a new succession of thoughts arises which overpowers the mind. Fix the mind on some tranquil object. You will succeed in checking the mind. Collect your thoughts in the spirit of Atman self, as a person cools himself by going into a pool of water in the hot season. Meditate continually on Hari, who is of an azure hue and who wears an invaluable necklace and is adorned with ornaments on his arms, in his ears and on his head. Prerequisites for meditation. For meditation, you want a properly trained instrument. You must have a calm, clear, pure, subtle, sharp, steady and one-pointed intellect to understand the Brahma essence or the essential reality of Brahman. Then and then only is realization possible. Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is pure and subtle and you need a pure and subtle mind to approach the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Only a trained mind which utterly controls the body can inquire and meditate endlessly so long as life remains, never for a moment losing sight of the object of its search and contemplation, the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, never for a moment letting it to be obscured by any terrestrial temptation. All physical activities should be completely suspended, all attachments should be ruthlessly cut as under completely for 5 or 6 years, if you want to practice meditation yoga, if you want to realize God through concentration of the mind. Newspaper reading and correspondence with friends and relatives should be completely stopped, as they cause distraction of the mind and strengthen the world idea. Seclusion for a period of 5 or 6 years is indispensable. For purposes of meditation, everything must be rendered pure. The place of meditation must be pure. The food must be pure. The wearing apparel must be pure. The company must be pure. Talking must be pure. The sound that you hear must be pure. Thinking must be pure. Study must be pure. Everything must be pure. Then only good progress in spiritual practice is possible, particularly with the beginners. A solitary place with spiritual vibratory conditions, a cool, pure place with temperate climate as at Uttarkashi, Sagekesh, Lakshmanjala, Kankal or Badranarayan is indispensably requisite for concentration of the mind and meditation, because the brain gets hot during meditation. The banks of the Ganga or Nirmada, Himalayan scenery, lovely flower gardens, sacred temples, these are the places which elevate the mind in concentration and mediation. Have recourse to them. Of course, the ideal condition cannot always be obtained as this is a relative plane. All places combine advantages and some disadvantages also side by side. You must select a place which has the maximum of advantages and minimum of disadvantages. You must do the best you can. You must try to put up with some difficulties. You must overcome them. You should be alone with yourself. You should be able to abstract yourself from the distracting causes. There must be good, pure, substantial light, nutritious food. Meditation is possible only when the mind is full of purity. The stomach should not be loaded. There is an intimate connection between the mind and the food. A heavy meal is harmful. Take a full meal at 11 a.m. and half a seer of milk at night. The night meal should be light for those who meditate. There must be capacity for spiritual practice. Then only meditation will go on steadily with happiness. Posture steadies the body. Locks and seals make the body firm. Practice of breath control makes the body light. Purifying the energy channels affects the state of balance of the mind. Having acquired these qualifications, you will have to fix the mind on the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. When the central energy channel is working, i.e., when the breath flows through both the nostrils, meditation goes on with ease and joy. The mind then is calm. There is an increase of purity when Sushumna chief astral tube is operating. Sit for meditation the moment Sushumna chief astral tube begins to flow. You can meditate only when the mind is beyond all anxieties. Retire to a quiet room or place where you do not fear interruption so that your mind may feel secure and at rest. Sit in a comfortable posture and be, so far as possible, free from external disturbing influences. Drive off negative thoughts. Become positive always. Positive overpowers negative. You can do nice meditation when you are positive. There must be firm dispassion, burning desire for liberation and strong discrimination in you. There must be a good, spiritual teacher or experienced guru to guide you. You must have an intellectual grasp, intellectual conviction and comprehensive understanding of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit first through the purified mind. Many do not get the above favorable conditions for spiritual practice. That is the reason why they do not make any spiritual progress. Attributeful and attributeless forms of meditation. When you see the concrete figure of Lord Krishna with open eyes and meditate, it is the concrete form of meditation. When you reflect on the image of Lord Krishna by closing your eyes, it is also concrete form of meditation, but it is more abstract. When you meditate on the infinite abstract light, it is still more abstract meditation. The former two types belong to attributeful form of meditation, the latter to attributeless form. Even in attributeless meditation, there is an abstract form in the beginning for fixing the mind. Later on, this form vanishes and the meditator and the meditated become one. Meditation proceeds from the mind only. The help of the mind is always needed either for perception of an object or for the understanding of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. When you read a book with absorbing interest and attention, your mind gets fixed to the ideas. Even so, in attributeless meditation of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the formless meditation, the mind is fixed on one idea, that of Atman Self. Exercises in attributeful meditation. Sit on lotus posture in a solitary room. Close your eyes. Meditate on the effulgence in the sun, splendor in the moon, glory in the stars, beauty in the sky. This is one kind of meditation for beginners. Meditate on the Himalayas. Imagine that the river Ganga takes its origin from the icy region of Gangotri, near Uttarkashi, flows through Sagekesh, Haridwar, Varanasi and enters the Gangasagar in the Bay of Bengal. Himalayas, Ganga and the sea. These three thoughts only should occupy your mind. First, take your mind to icy Gangotri, then along the Ganga and finally to the sea. Then, again take it to the icy Gangotri. Rotate the mind in this manner for 15 minutes. This is another kind of meditation. Imagine that there is a fine garden with lovely flowers. In one corner, there are jasmine flowers. In another corner, there are beautiful cabbage roses. In the third corner there is the Lady of the Night. In the fourth corner, there are champaka flowers. Now, meditate on these four varieties of flowers. First meditate on jasmine. Then take the mind to rose, then to the Lady of the Night and finally to the champaka. Again rotate the mind as above. Do this again and again for 15 minutes. Gross meditations like these will prepare the mind for finer abstract meditation on subtle ideas. Meditate on the magnanimity of the ocean, its infinite nature. Compare the ocean with the infinite Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, the waves, foams, and blocks of ice to the various names and forms. Identify yourself with the ocean. Become silent. Expand. Expand. Exercises in attributeless meditation. There is a living, universal power that underlies all these names and forms. Meditate on this power which is formless. This will form an elementary attributeless meditation without any form or formless meditation. There is no world. There is neither body nor the mind. There is only one consciousness, pure consciousness. I am that pure consciousness. This is attributeless meditation, meditation without attributes. Sit on lotus posture. Open the eyes. Gaze steadily on the formless air only. This is also another method of the formless meditation. Concentrate on the air. This will lead to the realization of the nameless and formless Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, the one living truth. Imagine that there is a supreme, infinite, continuous effulgence hidden behind all the phenomena with an effulgence that amounts to the blaze of crores of suns together. Meditate on that. That is also another form of the formless meditation. Concentrate and meditate on the expansive sky. This is also another kind of the attributeless, formless meditation. By the previous methods in concentration, the mind will stop thinking of finite forms. It will slowly begin to melt in the ocean of peace, as it is deprived of its contents, forms of various sorts. It will become subtler and subtler also. Meditation on Om. Have the figure Om in front of you. Concentrate on this. Do gazing at an object without winking, also with open eyes, steady gazing without winking till tears flow profusely. This is both attributeful and attributeless meditation, with and without attributes. Keep a picture of Om in your meditation room. You can do worship for the symbol of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Burn incense, etc. Offer flowers. This suits the modern educated persons. Meditation on mind. Mind is the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or God in manifestation. Mind is God in motion. As Brahman is approachable by means of the mind, it is only proper to meditate upon the mind as the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The mind should be adored as Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. This is intellectual worship. This is devotional worship. The meditation room. The meditation room should be regarded as a temple of God. Talks of profane nature should never be indulged in the room. No vicious thoughts of rancorous jealousy, avarice are to be entertained there. Admittance should ever be sought in it with a pious and reverent mind. For, what we do, what we think and what we speak of leave their impressions on the ether of the room, and, if no care is taken to avoid them, they will exert their influence on the aspirant's mind and, rendering his mind perverse and restive, make him incapable of attending to the devotion. The words uttered, the thoughts cherished, the deeds done are not lost, they are always reflected on the subtle layers of ether encircling the room where they are done and affect the mind invariably. As much as possible effort should be made to overcome them. This is to be done for a few months only. When the habit is changed, everything will be all right. How to meditate. Sit in a lonely place on lotus, a perfect being or happiness posture. Free yourself from all passions, emotions and impulses. Subjugate the senses. Withdraw the mind from objects. Now the mind will be calm, one-pointed, pure and subtle. With the help of this trained instrument, the disciplined mind, contemplate on that one infinite self. Do not think of anything else. Do not allow any worldly thought to enter the mind. Do not allow the mind to think of any physical or mental enjoyment. When it indulges in these thoughts, give it a good hammering. Then it will move towards God. Just as the Ganga flows continuously towards the sea, thoughts of God should flow continuously towards the Lord. Just as oil, when poured from one vessel to another, flows in an unbroken, continuous stream, just as the harmonious sound produced from the ringing of bells falls upon the ear in a continuous stream, so also the mind should flow towards God in one continuous stream. There must be a continuous divine thought wave flow, unbroken flow of the one thought of God, from the pure mind towards God through continuous spiritual practice. You must have a mental image of God or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, concrete or abstract, before you begin to meditate. When you are a neophyte in meditation, start repeating some sublime slokas or stotras, hymns, for 10 minutes as soon as you sit for meditation. This will elevate the mind. The mind can be easily withdrawn from the worldly objects. Then stop this kind of thinking also and fix the mind on one idea only by repeated and strenuous efforts. Then steadiness will ensue. In the profound meditation, you will have to develop the unbroken flow of the one thought of God that make the thoughts of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the Divine Presence flow like inundation or flood. Drive away all the thoughts of worldly objects. Renounce the thoughts of objects. Drive them away with the whip of discrimination and self-inquiry. There is struggle in the beginning. It is trying indeed. But, later on, as you will grow stronger and stronger and as you grow in purity, constant thinking of Brahman becomes easy. You rejoice in the life of unity. You get strength from the Atman self. Inner strength grows when all the sense objects' thought waves are thinned out and the mind becomes one-pointed and focused. When you start a fire, you heap up some straw, pieces of paper, thin pieces of wood. The fire gets extinguished quickly. You blow it again several times through the mouth of the blowpipe. After some time it becomes a small conflagration. You can hardly extinguish it now even with great efforts. Even so, in the beginning of meditation in neophytes, they fall down from meditation in their old grooves. They will have to lift up their minds again and fix on the goal. When the meditation becomes deep and steady, they get established in God eventually. Then the meditation becomes natural. It becomes habitual. Use the blowpipe of intense dispassion and intense meditation to kindle the fire of meditation. During meditation, note how long you can shut out all worldly thoughts. Watch the mind very carefully. If it is for 20 minutes, try to increase the period to 30 or 40 minutes and so on. Fill the mind with the thoughts of God again and again. Allow the one Brahmic divine idea to flow gently and continuously. Constantly think of God. The mind should always move towards God. Fasten the mind with a fine silk thread to the lotus feet of Lord Shiva or Hari. Drive out foreign or extraneous, worldly, ideas gently. Try to keep up the God-shaped thought wave by repeating Om or I am the Brahman spirit mentally very often. The idea of infinity, the idea of an ocean of light, the idea of all knowledge and all bliss should accompany the mental repetition of Om. If the mind wanders, repeat verbally 6 times the long, complete, sacred monosyllable Om with 3 matras. This process will remove the projecting and all other obstacles. When you begin to sweep a room that was kept closed for 6 months, various kinds of dirt come out from the corners of the room. Similarly, during meditation, under pressure of yoga, through the grace of God, various kinds of impurities float about on the surface of the mind. Bravely remove them one by suitable methods and counter-virtues with patience and strenuous efforts. The old vicious mental impressions revenge when you try to suppress them. Do not be afraid. They lose their strength after some time. You have to tame the mind just as you tame a wild elephant or a tiger. Do not indulge in vicious thoughts which serve as food for the mind. Make the mind self-introspective. Substitute good, virtuous, sublime thoughts. Feed the mind with ennobling aspirations and ideals. Old vicious mental impressions will be gradually thinned out and eventually obliterated. Now the God-shaped thought wave will dawn. Coupled with the Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the absolute supreme God, this is the destroyer of ignorance. Allow the God-shaped thought wave to flow steadily like continuous flow of oil. Now infinite bliss will flow. At this state, the whole universe will appear as existence, consciousness and bliss only. This thought also will die. You will then enter bliss, which is your very nature state, the non-dual state of absorption. Some useful hints. In meditation, do not strain the eyes. Do not strain the brain. Do not struggle or wrestle with the mind. It is a serious mistake. Many neophytes commit this grave error. That is the reason why they get easily tired soon. They get headache and they have to get up very often to pass urine during the course of meditation owing to the irritation set up in the micturition center in the spinal cord. Make no violent effort to control the mind. Do not wrestle with it with force. It is a mistake to do so. But, rather allow it for a while and let it run and exhaust its efforts. The mind will jump now like an untrained monkey first. Gradually, it will slow down. Then you can fix the mind on your goal either on a concrete form or on an abstract idea. Get up at 4 a.m., time of Brahman. Sit comfortably in the lotus, a perfect being, happiness or svastika posture. Keep the head, neck and trunk in one straight line. Relax the muscles, nerves and brain. Calm the objective mind. Close the eyes. Do not struggle with the mind. Do not voluntarily and violently drive away intruding thoughts. Gently allow the divine thoughts to flow. Steadily think of the goal, the point of meditation. Have sublime, pure thoughts. Vicious thoughts will, by themselves, vanish. Even if the mind runs outside during your practice in meditation, do not bother. Allow it to run. Slowly try to bring it to your goal, center. By repeated practice, the mind will be finally focused in your heart, in the Atman self, the indweller of your hearts, the final goal of life. In the beginning, the mind may run out 80 times. Within 6 months, it may run 70 times, within a year, it may run 50 times, within 2 years, it may run 30 times, within 5 years, it will be completely fixed in the divine consciousness. Then, it will not run out at all even if you try your level best to bring it out, like the wandering bull, which was in the habit of running to gardens of different landlords for eating grass, but which now eats fresh gram and extractive cotton seeds in its own resting place. If there is much strain in meditation, reduce the number of hours for a few days. Do light meditation only. When you have regained the normal tone, again increase the period. Use your common sense all throughout spiritual practice. I always reiterate on this point. Those who meditate for 4 or 5 hours at one stretch can have 2 postures, either Padma and Vajra or a perfect being and Vajra, in the beginning. Sometimes, the blood accumulates in one part of the legs or thighs and gives a little trouble. After 2 hours, change the posture from lotus or a perfect being posture to var posture or stretch the legs at full length. Lean against a wall or a pillow. Keep the spine erect. This is the most comfortable posture. Join 2 chairs. Sit on one chair and stretch the legs on another chair. This is another contrivance. Pose or posture is really mental. Try to have a mental lotus or mental a perfect being posture. If the mind is wandering, you cannot have a steady body or a steady physical pose. When the mind is steady or fixed in Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, steadiness of the body automatically follows. Have the one all-pervading feeling. Deny the finite body as a mere appearance. Try to keep up the feelings always. Whatever elevates you, you can take it up for your advantage just to elevate the mind and then continue your prolonged meditation. You must daily increase your dispassion, meditation and pure virtues such as patience, perseverance, mercy, love, forgiveness, purity, etc. Dispassion and good qualities help meditation. Meditation increases the pure qualities. Just as you conserve the energy by observing silence, so also you will have to conserve the mental energy by stopping useless thinking. Then you will save abundant reserve energy for meditation. Remember these 3 word images: purification, concentration, absorption. Repeat them mentally during meditation. This is a triplet. Remember this triplet. Purify the mind. Get rid of impurities, such as pleasure, anger, etc. Perform selfless, desireless actions. This will purify the mind. Practice sitting, practice of breath control, gazing at an object without winking and rajayogic restraint or control of the mind-thought waves. This will help one-pointedness. Then practice constant and deep meditative absorption. The mind will be absorbed eventually. Om is the bow, the mind is the arrow and the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is the mark to be aimed at. Brahman Spirit is to be hit or pierced by him whose thoughts are concentrated. Then he will be of the same nature as Brahman, as the arrow becomes one with the aim when it has pierced it. Sit on lotus or a perfect being posture. Close the eyes. Concentrate the gaze on the third eye chakra, space between the 2 eyebrows. Now, chant the complete long Om forcibly for 5 minutes. This will remove the projecting of the mind. Concentration will ensue. Now repeat Om mentally with the God consciousness. Whenever the mind begins to wander, again chant Om verbally. As soon as the mind gets calm, mentally repeat Om again. The same process can be adopted for the attributeful meditation also. Those who have knowledge of the flow of the five essences in the nostrils can very rapidly advance in meditation. There is an intimate connection between the mind and the five essences. When fire element flows through the nostrils, the mind is much agitated and meditation is interrupted. During the flow of the ether essence, meditation is very favorable. A knowledge of sound of one's breath spiritual practice, as it is popularly termed, is an indispensable necessity for those who take up to meditation. Just as a very skillful archer, in shooting at a bird, is aware of the way in which he takes his steps, holds the bowstring and the arrow at the time when he pierces the bird. Standing in this position, holding thus the bowstring and thus the arrow, I pierced the bird, and ever afterwards would not fail to fulfill these conditions that he might pierce the bird. Even so should the aspirant note the conditions such as suitable food, thus, eating this kind of food, following such a person, in such a dwelling, in this mode, at this time, I attain to this meditation in deep meditative absorption. As a clever cook, in serving his master, notes the kind of food that he relishes and henceforward serves it and gets gain, so the aspirant too notes the conditions such as nourishment, etc., at the moment of attaining meditation in deep meditative absorption and, in fulfilling them, gets ecstasy again and again. Meditation with eyes open. In the beginning, when you are a neophyte, you can close your eyes to remove the distraction of mind, as you are very weak. But, later on, you must meditate with eyes open, even during walking. You must keep your balance of mind even when you are in the bustle of a city. Then only you are perfect. Why do you close your eyes during meditation? Open your eyes and meditate. Think strongly that the world is unreal, that there is no world, that there is the Atman self only. If you can meditate on the Atman self even when the eyes are open, you will be a strong man. You will not be easily disturbed. Benefits of meditation. The fire is of two kinds, ordinary fire and special fire. General fire is hidden in all trees and woods. It is of no use for burning purposes. Special fire that is formed by rubbing a match or rubbing two pieces of wood is useful for cooking and other purposes. Similarly, there is general consciousness, ordinary intelligence, that is pervading everywhere. There is also special consciousness, special intelligence. General consciousness cannot destroy the ignorance of men. It is only the special intelligence or unbroken distinct consciousness that can destroy the ignorance, the primitive ignorance that envelopes the Brahman supreme cosmic spirit or existence. This special intelligence is developed and a man meditates on the infinite with a pure heart. In contemplation, you are in spiritual contact with the unchanging light. You are cleansed of all the impurities. This light cleanses the soul which touches it. The sunglass is exposed to the light of the sun and the straws that are underneath catch fire. So, within yourself, if you have an open heart devotedly lifted up to God, the light of His purity and love, illumining this open soul, will consume all your shortcomings in the fire of divine love. The light brings enhanced energy and great comfort. This purifying process leads to a deeper insight into truth. This is the action of grace of the Lord upon the soul in meditation. In this inflowing grace, there forthwith arises that light of the mind into which God is sending a ray of His unclouded splendor. This light is vastly potent. If you can meditate for half an hour, you will be able to engage yourself with peace and spiritual strength in the battle of life for 1 week through the force of this meditation. Such is the beneficial result of meditation. As you have to move with different minds of a peculiar nature in your daily life, get the strength and peace from the meditation and you will have no trouble and worry then. All actions, whether internal or external, can be done only when the mind is united with the organs. Thought is the real action. If you have control over the mind by steady practice, if you can regulate your emotions and moods, you will not do foolish and wrong actions. Meditation will help a lot in checking various emotions and impulses. Meditation acts as a powerful tonic. It is a mental and nervine tonic as well. The holy vibrations penetrate all the cells of the body and cure the diseases of the body. Those who meditate save doctors' bills. The powerful, soothing waves that arise during meditation exercise a benign influence on the mind, nerves, organs and cells of the body. The divine energy freely flows like flow of oil from one vessel to another from the feet of the Lord to the different systems of the spiritual aspirants. Considerable changes take place in the mind, brain and the nervous system by the practice of meditation. New nerve currents, new vibrations, new avenues, new grooves, new cells, new channels are formed. The whole mind and the nervous system are remodeled. You will develop a new heart, a new mind, new sensations, new feelings, new mode of thinking and acting in a new view of the universe as God in manifestation. The fire of meditation annihilates all foulness due to vice. Then suddenly comes knowledge or divine wisdom which directly leads to liberation or final emancipation. Real peace and bliss manifest only when the desires are thinned out and the intentions get extinguished. When you fix the mind either on Sri Krishna or Shiva or the Atman self even for 5 minutes, purity is infused into the mind. Desires are thinned out and manifestation of intention becomes less and less. You will feel peace and bliss during the 5 minutes. You can compare this bliss from meditation with the transitory sensual pleasures. You will find that this bliss from meditation is 1,000,000 times superior to sensual pleasure. Meditate and feel this bliss. Then you will know its real value. You will get the full bliss of the divine glory only when you merge deep into silent meditation. When you are on the borderland of divinity of God, when you are at the threshold of God, when you are in the outer skirts, you will not get the maximum peace and bliss. These are the benefits that are derived by the yogic students who practice meditation systematically. They are peace, contentment, fearlessness, peculiar spiritual bliss, unruffled state of mind in worldly difficulties, steadiness, inspiration, intuitive perception, pure qualities and the absence of anger, egoism and attraction and repulsion, like and dislike. Develop the willpower, the divine vision, divine perception, eye of wisdom by concentration, purification and meditation. How to develop virtues by meditation. Examine your character. Pick some distinct defect in it. Find out its opposite. Let us say that you suffer from irritability. The opposite of irritability is patience. Try to develop this virtue by meditation on the abstract virtue of patience. Regularly, every morning, sit down at 4 a.m. in lotus or a perfect being posture in a solitary room for half an hour and begin to think on patience, its value, its practice under provocation, taking 1.1 day, another on another day and thinking as steadily as you can, recalling the mind when it wanders. Think of yourself as perfectly patient, a model of patience and end with a vow, this patience which is my true self, I will feel and show from today. For a few days, probably, there will be no change perceptible. You will still feel and show irritability. Go on practicing steadily every morning. Presently, as you say an irritable thing, the thought will flash into your mind, unbidden, I should have been patient. Still go on in practice. Soon, the thought of patience will arise with the irritable impulse and the outer manifestation will be checked. Still go on practicing. The irritable impulse will grow feebler and feebler until you find that irritability has disappeared and patience has become your normal attitude towards annoyances. In this manner, you can develop various virtues as sympathy, self-restraint, purity, humility, benevolence, nobility, generosity, etc. Chapter 33, Experiences and Obstacles in Meditation. What happens during meditation? In meditation, new grooves are formed in the brain and the mind moves upwards in the new spiritual grooves. When the mind becomes steady in meditation, the eyeballs also become steady. A yogi whose mind is calm will have a steady eye. There will be no winking at all. The eyes will be lustrous, red or pure white. When you enter into very deep, silent meditation, the breath will not come out of the nostrils. There may be occasional slow movement of the lungs and the abdomen. During normal exhalation the air comes out 16 digits. When the mind gets concentrated, it will become less and less. It will come to 15 then 14, 13, 12, 10, 8 and so on. From the nature of the breathing, you can infer the degree of concentration of an aspirant. Watch the breath very carefully. Man tries to grasp the abstract through forms. After the mind has been purified, an abstract image is formed in the purified mind by listening to spiritual discourses and holy scriptures and constant thinking of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. This abstract image melts later on into deep profound meditation. What is left behind is pure consciousness or pure existence alone. In the profound and continued meditation, thinking ceases. There is only one idea of, I am the Brahman Spirit. When this idea also is given up, the absolute deep meditative absorption or natural steadiness in non-duality or oneness ensues. Just as salt melts in water, the pure mind melts in silence in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit and its blessings. Experiences in meditation. Various persons get various spiritual experiences. There cannot be a common experience for all. It depends upon the temperament, mode of the spiritual practice, place of concentration and various other factors. Some hear melodious sounds in the ears. Some see lights. Some get spiritual bliss. Some get both illumination, light and bliss. During meditation, you may experience that you are rising from your seat. Some experience that they fly in the air. Lights. The divine light comes not through open doors, but only through narrow slits. The aspirant sees the divine ray as a sunbeam passing through a chick into a dark room. It is like a flash of lightning. This sudden illumination chokes all sounds of words. The aspirant is spellbound in ecstasy and awe. He trembles with love and awe, just as Arjuna did when he had the vision of the universal form of Lord Krishna, when Arjuna witnesses the divine, all-encompassing nature of Lord Krishna. So bright and glorious is the light environing the divine that the initiate is dazzled and bewildered. During meditation, the color of lights that you see varies according to the essence that flows through the nostrils. If there is the fire element, you will see red-colored lights. If the ether essence flows, you will have blue-colored lights. If the water essence prevails, you will see white-colored lights. If there is the earth essence, you will have yellow lights. If there is the wind essence, you will see black color. You can change the essence by various ways. But the best way is by thought. As you think, so you also become. When the fire element flows, think intently of the water essence. The water essence will begin to flow soon. Rapture. During meditation, you get rapture or ecstasy. It is of 5 kinds: the lesser thrill, momentary rapture, flooding rapture, transporting rapture, and all-pervading rapture. The lesser thrill is only able to raise the hairs of the body, like the goose skin. The momentary rapture is like the productions of lightning, moment by moment. Like waves breaking on the seashore, the flooding rapture descends rapidly on the body and breaks. Transporting rapture is strong and lifts the body up to the extent of launching it into the air. When the all-pervading rapture arises, the whole body is completely surcharged, blown like a full bladder. Crossing the body consciousness. Aspirants are eager to get spiritual experiences soon. As soon as they get them, they are afraid. They are awfully alarmed when they go above the body consciousness. They entertain a passing wonder whether they will come back again or not. Why should they be afraid at all? It does not matter much whether they return to body consciousness or not. All our attempts are mainly directed towards getting over this body consciousness. We are used to certain limitations. When these limitations suddenly drop away, we feel that there is no definite base left to stand upon. That is the reason why we are afraid when we go above the body consciousness. That is a novel experience. Courage is needed. Bravery is an indispensable requisite. Shruti says, this Atman self can hardly be attained by weak, timid persons. All sorts of forces have to be encountered on the way. A dacoit or an anarchist can easily realize God, because he is fearless. A push in the right direction is only necessary for him. How Jagai and Madhai, rogues of the first water, became very good saints. They pelted stones at Eternal Nanda, the disciple of Lord Gauranga. Eternal Nanda won them by pure divine love. Dacoit Ratnakara became sage Valmiki. Visions of spirits. Sometimes, bad spirits will trouble you. They may have ugly, fierce faces with long teeth. Drive them with your strong will. Give the word of command, get out. They will go away. They are vampires. They are elementals. They will not do any harm to the spiritual aspirants. Your courage will be tested here. If you are timid, you cannot march further. Draw power and courage from the Atman self within, the inexhaustible source. You will come across very good spirits also. They will help you a lot in your onward march. There is a kind of vision one occasionally gets during meditation. You may behold a dazzling light with abrupt motion. You may behold a head of marvelous form, of the color of a flame, red as fire and very awful to look at. It has 3 wings of marvelous length and breadth, white as a dazzling cloud. At times they would beat terribly and again would be still. The head never utters a word, but remains altogether still. Now and again, there is beating with its extended wings. During meditation, some of the visions that you see are your own materialized thoughts, while some others are real, objective visions. Break veil after veil. If you get experiences of the glimpses of the self during intense meditation, if you see a blazing light during meditation and if you get spiritual visions of angels, archangels, sages, holy men, divine beings and any other extraordinary spiritual experiences, do not fall back in terror. Do not mistake them for phantoms. Do not give up the spiritual practice. Plod on. Persevere diligently. Break veil after veil. If there is any error in spiritual practice of meditation, at once consult the senior holy renunciant or realized souls and remove the mistake. If your general health is sound, if you are cheerful, happy and strong, physically and mentally, if the mind is peaceful and unruffled, if you get the bliss in meditation and if your will is growing strong, pure and irresistible, think that you are improving in meditation and everything is going all right. March on boldly. Do not look back. Cross the intense void and darkness. Pierce the layer of delusion. Melt the subtle ego now. Essential nature will shine by itself. You will experience the transcendental state of pure consciousness, the state of super-consciousness, in which the individual rests in the ever-existing, ever-conscious, ever-bliss state. Obstacles to meditation. Obstacles to meditation are really from within. Environments are from within, you create your own environments. Try to be happy in whatever situation you are placed. Do not complain. Bear the sufferings. You can conquer the nature. Maya illusion is nothing or non-existent for a Brahma wise. The obstacles to meditation are only from within. Sleepiness, passions, confused state of the mind, building castles in the air are the chief obstacles that stand in the way of fixing the mind on God or Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The 5 hindrances to meditation, sense desire, ill will, sloth torpor, flurry-worry and perplexity should be removed. For, when these are not removed, meditation cannot arise. The mind that lusts after many things through sense desire is not concentrated on one object, or being overcome by sense desire, it does not enter upon the progress of meditation in order to put away the sensuous element. The mind that is harassed by ill will concerning an object does not proceed at once. The mind that is overcome by sloth and torpor is unwieldy. Obsessed by worry and flurry, it does not repose, but flirts about. Struck by perplexity, it does not go on the path that leads to the attainment of meditation and deep meditative absorption. Obstacles to meditation are thus really from within. They are not from without. Train the mind properly. Sleep, wandering of the mind from one object to another, memory of sensual pleasures, hidden desires, and the happiness derived from meditation in which the mind remains active with distinctions or dualities are 4 stumbling blocks in meditation. Sleepiness and building castles in the air. When the mind has been withdrawn from objects through dispassion and calmness, do not allow it to go into sleep or into building castles in the air through fancies and wild imagination. When you constantly contemplate on the meaning of the great saying I am the Brahman spirit or I am that, establishing the unity of the individual with the divine through the inquiry into the truth of the great saying I am Brahman, all the senses, seeing, hearing, touching, tasting and smelling, will stop. But, owing to the force of mental impressions, building castles in the air will continue. Mind builds castles in the air. This is termed the desires of the mind in Sanskrit. This is a serious obstacle to meditation. It should be stopped by self-inquiry. Sometimes, during the course of meditation, the mind suddenly slips into its old grooves for sleeping. People think that they are meditating, while they are actually sleeping. A mixture of drowsiness and the building castles in the air is mistaken by aspirants for deep meditative absorption. The mind appears to be established in concentration and free from distraction. This is a mistake. Stupefaction arising from fear or wonder, mental restlessness and mental depression are other disturbing factors in meditation. Closely watch the mind. Make it focused, one-pointed, and allow it to rest on the essential nature of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Be thoughtful, careful and vigilant. Stand up for 10 minutes and dash cold water on the face and head, if drowsiness comes in. Remove the two serious obstacles of sleepiness and building castles in the air by self-inquiry, practice of breath control and light, pure diet. Sleepiness and sloth are removed by practice of breath control, headstand posture, shoulder stand posture and peacock pose and light, pure diet. Find out the disturbing causes and remove them. Avoid the company of those whom your mind dislikes. Do not argue. Do not contradict. Do not try to convince persons who are unreasonable and undeveloped. Talk little. Observe silence. Live alone. In this way, you can avoid all sorts of excitements. Have constant association with the wise and saintly. Study elevating books such as the Yoga-Vasisha, the Revelations, etc. Have God consciousness. Repeat Om with meaning and feeling. All depressing thoughts will melt away. If you are alert and if by protracted efforts and incessant, vigilant meditation on the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, you get over the obstacles of sleep, building castles in the air, etc., the steady God-shaped thought and Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the Absolute Supreme God, will dawn in no time. Ignorance will vanish. You will be established in the natural supreme bliss state. All accumulated actions will be burnt up in the fire of wisdom. Dreams in meditation. Various sorts of fantastic dreams trouble some aspirants very much. Sometimes, there is a mixture of meditation and dreams. The presence of dreams denotes that you are not yet well established in the deep meditative absorption, that you have not removed the wandering of the mind and that you have not done constant, intense spiritual practice. As the phenomenon of dreams is very peculiar and inexplicable, it is very difficult to control dreams unless you wipe out all the mental impressions in the causal body and control all thoughts. As you grow in purity, discrimination and concentration, the dreams will decrease. Depression. Very often, depression comes in meditation in neophytes owing to previous mental impressions, influence of astral entities, evil spirits, bad company, cloudy days, bad stomach owing to indigestion and loaded bowels in constipation. It must be removed quickly by cheerful thoughts, a brisk walk, singing, laughing, prayer, practice of breath control, etc. Tossing or wandering of the mind. Scents, soft beds, novel reading, dramas, theaters, cinemas, vulgar music, dancing, flowers, company of women, restless diet, all these excite the passions and cause disturbance of the mind. Too much salt, too much chilies, too much sweets cause intense thirst and disturb meditation. Too much talking, too much walking and too much mixing disturb the mind in meditation. Impulses disturb the meditation. All obscure subconscious impulses should be controlled by the intellect and will. Sex impulse and ambition are two real disturbing factors in meditation. They carry on guerrilla warfare. They attack the spiritual aspirants again and again. They appear to be thinned out for some time. They get revived often. They should be extirpated by great efforts, self-inquiry, the power of discrimination between the Atman self and the non-self, and I am Brahman divine consciousness, one with the absolute feeling. It is the sound that sets the mind in motion. It is the sound that makes the mind to think. Sound disturbs the mind a great deal in meditation. A sound with meaning disturbs more than a sound without meaning. A continuous sound as the silent murmur of a river is not so disturbing as an abrupt, sudden, sharp, broken sound. The mind does not feel a sound when it is used to it. You feel only when the clock stops. The state of quietness. The state of quietness is a quiet state of the mind wherein there is neither attraction nor repulsion for objects for a short time. It occurs in the waking state. It is a neutral state of the mind. It is an obstacle to meditation. It should be avoided. It is mistaken by ignorant spiritual aspirants for deep meditative absorption. Hidden desires. Hidden desires means coloring. Attraction and repulsion and delusion are the hidden desires or coloring of the mind. Hidden desires is the subtle influence in the mind produced by enjoyment and left there to fructify in time to come and distract the mind from deep meditative absorption. This is a serious obstacle to meditation. It does not allow the spiritual aspirant to enter into deep meditative absorption and steadiness. It induces the subtle memory of pleasures enjoyed. It is hidden desire. From the mental impression, desire originates. Mental impression is the cause and desire is the effect. It is a kind of impurity of the mind. Constant self-inquiry, coupled with God consciousness, is the only potent remedy to eradicate this dire malady, hidden desires. Pure thought waves. During meditation, when your mind is more pure, you will be inspired. The mind will be composing fine poems and solving some problems of life. Stamp out these pure thought waves also. This is all dissipation of mental energy. Soar higher and higher to the Atman self only. Meditation while the mind is still active. Even the happiness of meditation while the mind is still active is an obstacle, because it prevents you from entering into the absolute thoughtless state, a state of pure consciousness. It produces false contentment and you stop your further spiritual practice. The mind should be freed from all these obstacles. Then only will you enter into the pure non-dual absolute oneness pure consciousness state. Self-inquiry and God consciousness are the only helps to attain this highest state. Meditation and work. He who meditates is not able to work. He who works is not able to meditate. This is not balance. This is not equanimity. The two principles, meditation and action, must be well balanced. You must be able, if you are ready to follow the divine injunction, to take up whatever work you are given, even a stupendous work, and leave it the next day, with the same quietness with which you took it up and without feeling that the responsibility is yours. You must be able to work hard in the world with tremendous force and, when the work is over, you must be able to shut yourself up in a cave as an absolute recluse for a long time with a great peace of mind. That is balance, that is real strength. Then only you have gone beyond the qualities. He, O Pandava, who hath not radiance, purity, nor outgoing energy, work, nor even sloth and slumber, delusion, when present, nor longeth after them when absent, he is said to have crossed over the qualities. When you advance in the spiritual practice, it will be very difficult for you to do meditation and office work at the same time, because the mind will undergo double strain. Those who practice meditation will find that they are more sensitive than the people who do not meditate, and, because of that, the strain on the physical body is enormous. The mind works in different grooves and channels with different mental impressions during meditation. It finds it very difficult to adjust to different kinds of uncongenial activities. As soon as it comes down from the meditation, it gropes in darkness. It gets bewildered and puzzled. The prana vital energy which moves inward in different grooves and channels and which is subtle during the meditation has to move in new, different channels during worldly activities. It becomes very gross during work. It has to work in different grooves and channels. When you again sit for meditation in the evening, you will have to struggle hard to wipe out the newly acquired mental impressions you have gathered during the course of the day and get calm and one-pointedness of the mind. This struggle sometimes brings in headache. It behoves, therefore, that advanced Grihastha yogic students, householders, will have to stop all the worldly activities when they advance in meditation, if they desire to progress further. They themselves will be forced to give up all work, if they are really sincere. Work is a hindrance in meditation for advanced students. That is the reason why Lord Krishna says in the Gita sacred text, for a sage who is seeking yoga, action is called the means, for the same sage who is enthroned in yoga, calmness of the mind is called the means. Then, work and meditation become incompatible like acid and alkali or fire and water or light and darkness. Reasons for failures in meditation. Some practice meditation for a period of 15 years and yet they have not made any real progress at all. Why? This is due to lack of earnestness, dispassion, keen longing for liberation and intense, constant spiritual practice. There is always a complaint amongst the aspirants, I am meditating for the last 12 years. I have not made any improvement. I have no realization. Why is it so? What is the reason? They have not plunged themselves in deep meditative absorption into the innermost recesses of their hearts. They have not properly assimilated and saturated the mind with the thoughts of God. They have not done regular, systematic spiritual practice. They have not disciplined the senses perfectly. They have not collected all the outgoing rays of the mind. They have not made the self-determination, I will realize this very second. They have not given the full 100% of the mind or 16 annas of the mind their full mind to God. They have not kept an increasing flow of divine consciousness like the flow of oil. You will have to note very carefully whether you remain stationary in the spiritual path even after many years of spiritual practice or whether you are progressing. Sometimes, you may go downwards also, if you are not very vigilant and careful, if your dispassion wanes and if you are slack in meditation. Reaction may set in. Just as the man who foolishly run after 2 rabbits will not catch hold of any one of them, so also a meditator who runs after 2 conflicting thoughts will not get success in any one of the 2 thoughts. If he has divine thoughts for 10 minutes and then worldly conflicting thoughts for the next 10 minutes, he will not succeed in anything, in getting at the divine consciousness. You must run after 1 rabbit only with vigor, strength and one-pointedness. You are sure to catch it. You must have only divine thoughts at all times. Then you are sure to realize God soon. You must not be too hasty in longing for the fruits at once, when you take to meditation. Haste makes waste. A young lady perambulated an asvatha tree 108 times for getting an offspring and immediately touched her abdomen to see whether there was a child or not. It is simply foolishness. She will have to wait for some months. Even so, if those who read works dealing with the Atma self-knowledge and who do take delight therein will not be hasty in longing for the fruits at once, but will meditate regularly and gradually upon them, then the mind will, by degrees, be ripened and, in the end, the endless Atman self will be reached, and they will get the Atma self direct spiritual realization. You will have to exert in the beginning to get an equilibrium of mind. Later on, you will have a habitual balanced state of mind. So is the case with meditation. After some years of practice, meditation becomes habitual. Conditions for self-realization. Just as you saturate water with salt or sugar, you will have to saturate the mind with thoughts of God and the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, with divine glory, divine presence with sublime soul-awakening spiritual thoughts. Then only you will always be established in the divine consciousness. Before saturating the mind with thoughts of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, you will have to assimilate the divine ideas first. Assimilation first and then saturation. Then comes realization, at once, without a moment's delay. Remember the triplet always: assimilation, saturation, realization. Free yourself from the base thoughts of the mind, the various useless intentions and imaginations. Just as you render the turbid water pure by the addition of clearing that, so also you will have to make the turbid mind, filled with desires and false intentions, pure by constant thinking of Brahman, by thinking and reflecting on the Absolute. If the mind constantly dwells on sensual objects, the conception of the reality of the universe will surely increase. If the mind ceaselessly thinks of the Atman Self Absolute, the world appears like a dream. Mark the word ceaseless. This is important. Then only there will be true illumination. Then only there will be dawn of spiritual knowledge. The sun of knowledge will rise in the firmament of the knowledge space. You will find very often these terms in the Gita's sacred text: a mind fixed solely on one object or devotion, their minds fully engaged in me, always connected or united, one whose mind is on me, a mind focused on one point, with all emotions or wholeheartedly. These terms connote that you will have to give your full mind, entire 100% mind to God. Then only you will have self-realization. Even if one ray of mind runs outside, it is impossible to attain God consciousness. It is the actions of the mind that are truly termed actions. True liberation results from the disenthrallment of the mind. Those who have freed themselves from the fluctuation of their minds come into possession of the supreme steadiness of the meditation. Should the mind be purged of all its impurities, then it will become very calm, and all the worldly delusion, with its births and deaths, will be soon destroyed. Mind exists on the account of I. I exists on the account of mind. I is only an idea in the mind. Mind and I are identical. If the I vanishes, the mind will also vanish, and if the mind vanishes, the I will vanish. Destroy the mind through essence knowledge. Destroy the I through the I am Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit feeling, through constant and intense profound meditation. When mind vanishes or thoughts cease, names and forms will cease to exist and the goal is reached. Chapter 34, Deep Meditative Absorption. Characteristics of deep meditative absorption. When the mind is completely absorbed in one object of meditation, it is termed deep meditative absorption. The mind identifies itself with the object of meditation. In the deep meditative absorption, there is neither meditation nor meditator. The meditator and meditated, the thinker and the thought, the worshipper and the worshipped become one or identical. The triad vanishes. The mind loses its own consciousness and becomes identical with the object of meditation. The meditator has dissolved his personality in the sea of God, drowned and forgotten there till he becomes simply the instrument of God. When his mouth opens, it speaks God's words without effort or forethought through direct intuition, and, when he raises his hand, God flows again through that to work a miracle. In deep meditative absorption, there is neither seeing nor hearing. There is neither physical nor mental consciousness. There is only spiritual consciousness. There is only existence. That is your real essential nature. When the water dries up in a pool, the reflection of the sun in the water also vanishes. When the mind melts in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, when the mind lake dries up, the reflected consciousness also vanishes. The individual self, personality, goes away. There remains existence alone. The transcendental state of pure consciousness is the spiritual condition where there is no play of the mind, where the mind is dissolved in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. It is the fourth dimension, where there is the infinite Brahmic divine bliss. It is not a condition of inertia, forgetfulness or annihilation. It is a state of absolute consciousness which baffles all attempts at description. It is the final goal of all. It is liberation. It is liberation. Generally, when you have what you call dreamless sleep, it is one of two things: either you do not remember what you dreamt of, or you fell into absolute unconsciousness, which is almost death, a taste of death. But, there is the possibility of a sleep in which you enter into an absolute silence, immortality and peace in all parts of your being, and your consciousness merges into existence, consciousness, bliss. You can hardly call it sleep, for there is perfect awareness. In that condition, you can remain for a few minutes or hours or days, but these few minutes give you more rest and refreshment than hours of ordinary sleep. You cannot have it by chance. It requires a long training. The deep meditative absorption is not a stone-like inert state as many people imagine. A life in the spirit of the Atman self or the divine is not annihilation. When the self is bound down to its empirical accidents, its activities are not fully exercised and, when the limitations of the empirical existence are transcended, the universal life is intensified and you have the enrichment of self. You will have a rich inner life. You will have an expanded cosmic life and supercosmic life, too. The different kinds of deep meditative absorption. A Raja Yogi gets deep meditative absorption through the restraint of the mind-thought waves and mental modifications. A devotion yogi gets deep meditative absorption through the divine love of the Lord. A knowledge yogi gets the deep meditative absorption through the understanding of the delusion about reality and the concentration on the idea of the absolute existence, consciousness and bliss. It is only the Raja Yogi who attempts the deep meditative absorption through the annihilation of the thought waves, the control or the restraint of the thought waves. A knowledge yogi has always the Atman self-consciousness or Brahman consciousness whenever he comes across objects. So he does not try to annihilate the thought waves. There is no abstraction for him. There is no outward-facing thought wave for him. He rejects names and forms and takes the absolute existence, consciousness and bliss. A devotion yogi sees Supreme God or Krishna in all objects. He also does not check the thought waves. He, like the knowledge yogi, changes his mental attitude. It is the mind that creates all the differences and separateness. The world is all bliss, only if you change your angle of vision or your mental attitude. You will find heaven on earth. You can bring down to normal objective consciousness a Raja Yogi or devotion yogi or knowledge yogi by mere shaking of the body or blowing a conch. Chudalai brought down her husband Saikadvaja from deep meditative absorption by shaking his body. Lord Hari brought Prahlada down from his deep meditative absorption by blowing his conch. Deep meditative absorption through Hatha Yoga. A Hatha Yogi draws all his vital energy from the different parts of his body and takes it to the crown chakra at the top of the head. Then he enters into deep meditative absorption in the superconscious state. Therefore it is very difficult to bring him down to objective consciousness by merely shaking his body. Hatha yogis have remained buried underneath the earth in deep meditative absorption for years together. They plug the posterior nostrils through Kechari Mudra with their long tongues. Prana vital energy and Apana downward moving energy that move in the chest and anus respectively are united by the yogic processes of throat lock, root lock and abdominal lift locks, and the united prana vital energy Apana is driven into the central energy channel of the spinal canal. The prana energy, when thus driven, draw up the mind also along the central energy channel which is otherwise known as Brahma Nadi. During the ascent in the central energy channel, the three knots, Brahma knot at root chakra, Vishnu knot at solar plexus chakra and Rudra Nodi at Ajna chakra should be cut as under by strenuous efforts. These knots prevent the ascent of Kundalini cosmic energy. Bhastrika practice of breath control breaks down these knots. When Kula Kundalini cosmic energy power that lies dormant in the root chakra in the form of a coiled serpent with three curves or turns, with the face downwards is awakened by spiritual practice, it ascends upwards towards crown chakra or the thousand-petaled lotus in the crown of the head and takes along with it the mind and vital energy also. When the mind is in the Sushumna chief astral tube running inside the spinal column, the yogi is shut out from the objective, physical consciousness of the world. He is practically dead to the world, sees various visions and moves in the mental, ethereal space. Deep meditative absorption starts. Deep meditative absorption through Raja Yoga. Meditation leads to deep meditative absorption or the oneness with God. If you can fix the mind for 10 seconds steadily on a particular object, it is concentration. 10 such concentrations become a meditation. 10 such meditations form a deep meditative absorption. The mind is filled with Atman self or God. The mind loses its own consciousness and becomes identified with the object of the meditation, of the same form as that. Just as a toy made of salt melts in water, even so, the mind melts in Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit in the formless meditative absorption. A sudden stroke of mystic illumination puts an end to all the empirical existence altogether, and the very idea or remembrance of such a thing as this world or the narrow individuality of the spirit in this world absolutely leaves the self. In trained yogis, you cannot say where abstraction ends and concentration begins, where concentration ends and meditation begins, where meditation ends and deep meditative absorption, the superconscious state, begins. The moment they sit on the posture, all the processes occur simultaneously with electric or lightning speed, and they enter the deep meditative absorption at their conscious will. In the neophytes, abstraction first takes place. Then concentration begins. Then meditation slowly commences. Before deep meditative absorption manifests, their minds, getting impatient and tired, drop down. Constant and intense spiritual practice, with light but nutritious food, will bring about sanguine success in getting the deep meditative absorption. Yogic deep meditative absorption and Vedantic deep meditative absorption. There is a difference between the absolute state of a yogi and the absolute state of a Vedantin. The former concerns the mind. The latter concerns the pure Atman self or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit only. In the yogic deep meditative absorption, the object of the meditation remains. In the Vedantic deep meditative absorption, pure existence or existence alone remains. Formful meditative absorption and formless meditative absorption. The ground floor represents the life of passion in the sense universe. The first story corresponds to the absorption with thoughts, a meditative state where awareness includes forms, distinctions, or mental activity. The second story is tantamount to absorption without thoughts, a meditative state of pure awareness, free from mental activity or distinctions. The third story represents the natural, effortless state of being or the liberated soul. The moving of a bullock cart can be compared to the absorption with thought. It stops. This is the absorption without thoughts. The bulls are detached. This is the natural, effortless state of being. When the yogi has reached the last perfect stage of meditation and deep meditative absorption, the fire whereof burns surely all the residue of his actions, heat once gets the liberation in this very life or liberation while still alive. In meditation with thoughts, there is the triad, the meditator, meditation and object of meditation. In meditation without thoughts, this triad vanishes. Absolute means, free from all sorts of modifications and imaginations. The mind completely melts in Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The happiness or bliss that you get in the meditation with thought is termed rasasvada. This is also an obstacle for further spiritual progress. It makes you stop here. It cannot liberate you. You must further march onwards to attain the highest absolute state wherein lies your whole freedom. Advantages of Devotion Yoga Spiritual Practice. The practices of Hatha Yoga and Raja Yoga are not suited to the majority of men in this age, while they have always an irresistible charm for such practices because of their apparent concreteness and promise of speedy rewards. A vast majority of persons have no good physique and robust constitution. They are weaklings. In this age, children beget children. There are baby mothers. Devotion Yoga is, therefore, easy and safe. Any man can repeat the name of God. Anyone can sing his praise. Without a mother, you cannot have a son. Even so, without unique devotion, one-pointed or single-minded devotion, you cannot have knowledge. When devotion is fully ripe, the Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the Absolute Supreme God, dawns of itself, without much effort on the part of the spiritual aspirant. Any mantra is very powerful. It purifies the mind. It induces dispassion. It causes inward-focused thought waves. Every mantra has a sage who gave it, a god as its informing power, the seed, a significant word which gives it a special power, a Sakti energy of the form of the mantra, i.e., the vibration form set up by its sounds, the pillar, that which supports and strengthens the mantra. It is a sort of plug which conceals the mantra consciousness. By constant and prolonged repetition of the mantra with feeling or right mental attitude and concentration, the mantra consciousness is awakened. Then the spiritual aspirant gets mantra knowledge. There is a spiritual current in all mantras. A mantra takes the devotee's soul first to one center and then to another, and soon, till access is gained to the goal or final region. Dhruva had the sight of Lord Hari by repeating the mantra, Om, I bow to Lord Vasudeva or Lord Vishnu, given by sage Narada. Prahlada had the sight of Mahavishnu by repeating the Supreme God mantra. Valmiki realized God by repeating Maramara, which becomes Ramarama during the course of repetition. Tukaram of Maharashtra became one with Lord Krishna by chanting always Vittala Vittala, the name of the reputed image of Sri Krishna at Pandharpur. Contemplation, filling, identification. Mark the three processes that take place in the mind during the meditation. These are, contemplation, filling, identification. This is another triplet. Remember these three word images. Repeat them mentally while doing spiritual practice. It will help you a lot, really. Contemplate on the Atman self. Fill the mind with the Atman self. Then the mind becomes identified with the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit in accordance with what is known as the transformation, meditation, mimicry, analogy of wasp and caterpillar. As you think, so you become. Think you are the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit you will become. When the mind is withdrawn from the objects and deep reflection sets in, the objective consciousness is shut up, thoughtful absorption commences. Ratiocination, analysis and synthesis, a priori and a posteriori ways of reasoning, investigation and abstract reasoning take place. This is absorption with reasoning. Evil thoughts cannot enter now. The mind is pure. Deep study of philosophical works with the purity of mind is itself a form of absorption. The mind here is free from worldly thoughts. When your meditation becomes deep, you generally operate through the subtle causal body only. The causal body consciousness becomes your normal consciousness. Yogis have a normal causal body consciousness. Devotees like Lord Gauranga, Tukaram, Tulsidas identified themselves with their causal body and had a normal causal body consciousness. A devotee of causal body consciousness is an occupant of Brahma divine realm even when living in the fleshy tabernacle. He is one with Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the Universal Mind. He has divine prosperity, yet he has a thin ethereal body. He keeps up his individuality. A whirlpool is one with the whole mass of the water. It has a separate existence also. Similar is the case with the devotee who has a life with his causal body in God. How to attain absorption through Vedanta sacred literature. Purify the mind by meditative repetition of a mantra, practice of breath control, the association with the wise and saintly, self-study, charity, sacrifice, austerity in selfless service. Then fix it on God. Destroy intention perception of the mind. Unite the currents of the mind with the spiritual current. Abandon the idea or notion of I, he, thou, pot, cloth, i.e., all kinds of emotions, duality feeling. Have God consciousness instead. Then absorption or the superconscious state will supervene automatically. There are 4 ways of destroying the ego: 1. The positive non-dual or unified method, 2. The negative non-dual or unified method, 3. The devotion method of the ungrudging, unreserved, absolute self-surrender, and 4. The complete self-sacrifice of the selfless or desireless action yogi method. The negative Vedantic method is denial: I am not the body, I am not the mind. Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit alone is real. The world is unreal. Individual being is identical with the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. World includes the body. Meditate on this idea. Ego will vanish. The positive method is that everything is the Atman self only, all is Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. There is nothing but Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Intelligent moderation in spiritual practice indispensable for absorption. Should you hold communion with the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, devoid of mental fancies and modifications, then the great bondage of the mind will cease, all doubts will vanish and all karma actions will perish. The knot of the heart is dissolved, all doubts are destroyed, and all karma actions are eradicated when one sees the Supreme, both immanent and transcendent. The stupid bee, knowing that flowers are blossoming in a certain tree and setting out with a terrific speed, passes it, and, in turning back, reaches it when the juice is finished. Another stupid bee, setting out with a low speed, reaches it when the juice is finished. A clever bee, on the other hand, setting out with just the necessary speed, easily reaches the bunch of flowers, takes the juice to its heart's content and, turning it into honey, enjoys its taste. Similarly, among the students of surgery who are practicing surgical work on a lotus leaf placed in a vessel of water, one stupid student, letting fall the knife with speed, either cuts the lotus leaf into two or sinks it in the water. Another stupid one, out of fear of cutting or sinking, dare not touch it with the knife. The clever one, on the other hand, makes the stroke with the knife with uniform force, finishes his course and earns money by doing similar work when occasion arises. To take another instance, on an announcement from the king, he who brings a cobweb 4 fathoms long gets 4,000 coins, a stupid man draws the cobweb in haste and cuts it here and there. Another stupid man, through fear of cutting it, dare not even touch it with his fingers. The clever man, on the other hand, rolls it from one end on a stick with mild force, brings it and gets the reward. To take a fourth instance, a stupid sailor, who goes full sail when the wind is strong, causes the boat to rush off her course. Another stupid man, who lowers the sails when the wind is low, makes the boat remain in the same place. The clever one, on the other hand, goes full sail when the wind is low and half sail when the wind is strong and reaches his destination in safety. Again, when the teacher announces to his pupils, "He who fills the tube without spilling the oil gets the reward," a stupid student, greedy of gain, filling with haste, spills the oil. Another stupid one, through fear of spilling oil, dare not attempt the task. A clever one, on the other hand, fills the tube with calm and steady force and gets the reward. Even so, when the sign appears, an aspirant makes strong efforts, saying, "I will quickly attain deep meditative absorption," but, his mind, through excessive strain, becomes distracted and he is not able to attain ecstasy or deep meditative absorption. Another person, seeing fault in excessive strenuousness, gives up the effort, saying, "What is the use of deep meditative absorption to me now?" His mind, through overslackness of energy, becomes idle and he too is not able to attain the deep meditative absorption. But, he who releases with an intelligent, calm, uniform force the mind that is slack ever so little from slackness and the distracted mind from distraction, drives it towards the goal or goal, i.e., the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, and attains formless meditative absorption, the steadiness in non-duality or oneness. Become like such a one. Be silent. Know thyself. Know that. Melt the mind in that. Truth is quite pure and simple. Chapter 35, Destruction of Mind. Mind, through ignorance and indiscrimination, considers its false personality to be true and thinks it is the doer of all actions and thus becomes egoistic. It imagines that it is in bondage. It identifies itself with the individual being, it becomes the individual being itself and takes the responsibility upon itself for doing good or bad actions and enjoying or suffering from their fruits. Hence is the mind the doer of actions and responsibility for the actions, therefore, rests with it. Mind is the stealer of the Atman self. It is a thief. Mind drags the individual being into sense objects or sensual enjoyments. The individual being is the reflection of the consciousness or reflected intelligence in the mind. Mind and individual being always live together. They cannot be separated. Slay the mind, the stealer of Atman self, through self-inquiry, deep reflection and constant and profound meditation on the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The mind has the potency of creating or undoing the whole world in the twinkling of an eye. Therefore, slay this mind, the slayer of the Atman's self, whether through the destruction of the desires, the control of prana energy, the inquiry of Brahman's supreme universal spirit, and the meditation on the great saying, I am that, or, I am Brahman. The best means of disposing of this great danger of Maya illusion involving all in pains is the destruction or annihilation of the mind. With the destruction of the mind, all the three periods of time vanish into nothing. With the destruction of the mind, the Atman self begins to dawn. The extinction of desires, the destruction or annihilation of the mind and the understanding of the reality, when practiced together for a long time are regarded as fruitful. They should be practiced at a time. So long as these three are not equally practiced again and again, the supreme state cannot be attained even after a lapse of hundreds of years. Through the practice of these three for a long time, the firm knots of the heart are cut without doubt, like the breaking of the threads in a lotus stalk rent in twain. The meaning of destruction of mind. Destruction of the mind does not mean the annihilation of the self. The follower of the Vedanta philosophy divide the mind into the higher and the lower, of which the lower one leading to desires is asked to be destroyed. The destruction of desires, the annihilation of ego, the destruction of intention, all mean the control of the mind or the annihilation of the mind. The destruction of egoism, attraction and repulsion for objects and all desires alone is the destruction of the mind. The destruction of the mind comes through the destruction of the desires. The destruction of the mind does not mean that you should take a sword and cut the mind to pieces. Destruction of the mind means the death of the present form of the mind, i.e., the instinctive mind of emotions and passions, the form which perceives differences where none exists, which identifies the self with the body. Its death really means its transformation into and, therefore, the birth of cosmic consciousness. The vast majority of persons live in the physical body only. Their thoughts are directed towards eating, cleansing the body and putting on neat dress. That is all. Even the so-called educated persons live in the physical body only. Sometimes, they live in the mental sheath. A spiritual aspirant and a discriminative wise live in the intellectual sheath. The intellectual sheath is developed by abstract thinking and reasoning, by systematic meditation, by constant thinking of the Brahman, study of the revelations, the Yoga-Vasisha, and the Brahma Sutras. You must all develop the intellectual sheath by the study of Vedantic literature and pure thinking. Then you are safe. The mind will stop to deceive and torment you. Meditative absorption of the mind. The mind is absorbed in intellect. The individual intellect is absorbed in the cosmic intellect. The cosmic intellect is absorbed in the unmanifested. The unmanifested is absorbed in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. This is the meditative absorption of the mind. Looking at the spot midway between the two eyebrows, looking steadily at the tip of the nose, hearing the sounds of the ear, all belong to the absorption yoga. By these practices the mind gets dissolution soon. The thoughtless state supervenes rapidly. The thoughtless state of the absorption yogis corresponds to the deep meditative absorption feeling of the devotees. In the concentration on the third eye chakra, the eyes are open but the mind is fixed on the goal. The eyes do not see the external objects. When the mind and the senses are thinned out and eventually controlled, the various activities of the mind and the senses ceases. The individual personality notion and sensation vanishes. Brahma existence remains. This is pure existence. The two kinds of destruction of mind. Destruction of the mind is of two kinds. 1. The destruction of the essential nature of the mind, as in the case of the liberation while living and, 2. The destruction of the very form of the mind, as in the case of the liberation after death, when they leave off their physical bodies. The first is termed destruction of the mind with form. The second is termed destruction of the mind without form. How to bring about destruction of mind? There are 5 ways of effecting the destruction of the mind. 2 are yogic methods. 3 ways concern the knowledge yoga. 1. When a thought arises, drive it out. Say unto yourself, not this thought, not this thought. I do not want this thought. 2. The opposite thought cultivation method. When a negative thought arises, counter it by nurturing positive or opposing ones. Substitute a counter idea, love for hatred, courage for fear, etc. 3. Have the God consciousness. All intentions will die. 4. Be a witness of the mind. Be indifferent. 5. Make the inquiry, who am I, constantly. All thoughts will die. For a man of self-inquiry, the mind dwindles into an airy nothing. This is easier and more effective than the not this thought, or the opposite thought cultivation method. Intention, desire, attraction, repulsion, ego and mind are the 6 bricks of the mansion of individual being. They are the 6 links of the chain which constitutes the personality of the individual being. The destruction of one brick or one link brings about the destruction of the whole edifice or whole chain. Therefore, cut off daily the branches of intention from this dire tree of mind and ultimately destroy the tree of mind at its root completely. The cutting off the branches is only secondary. The eradication of the tree by removal of the I is the primary thing. Therefore, if through virtuous actions you destroy the idea of I, which forms the very root of the tree of the mind, then it will not spring up again. Power, possessions, money and knowledge strengthen the pride, i.e., the idea of the I. They thicken the mind also. They should be given up in order to thin out the I and the mind. It is through dispassion and renunciation that you will have to thin out the mind. When the mind becomes thread-like through the thinning process, the mind becomes thin as a thread. It is the 3rd stage of wisdom in the waking state, at which the mind, through development of profound indifference towards objects, is stated to become as thin as a thread. The mind can be controlled either through the control of the prana vital energy via breath control or through the restraint and control of the fluctuation of the mind via the restraint and control of the thought waves. The control of mind leads to the stoppage of the breath and the control of breath leads to stoppage of the mind, because prana vital energy and mind are under one connection. During meditation, the breathing becomes very slow. Those who practice meditation may be aware of this fact. This goes to show that when the mind is concentrated, prana vital energy stops by itself without any effort. The practice of breath control cannot bring about destruction or the annihilation of the mind. The thought waves are quietened only temporarily. Constant and pure thought of the Supreme Self in our heart would bring about the natural retention of breath and absorption of the mind in the heart, the ultimate state and the state which the sages long for. The absorption of the mind in itself is eternal bliss or salvation. Through direct perception of the Atman Self, the mind will be destroyed and will generate infinite bliss. In such a perception, the seer, sight and the seen become one. Absorption of mind and loss of consciousness. The loss of consciousness is a temporary absorption of the mind in the object of the meditation. When you meditate on the form of Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, the mind becomes absorbed in the form of Supreme Lord Sri Krishna temporarily. Loss of consciousness takes place during sleep. The mind gets involved into its cause, the root ignorance. Loss of consciousness is not sufficient for attainment of knowledge. In loss of consciousness, the mind is prone to revive. The loss of consciousness cannot save you from bondage. Loss of consciousness cannot give you liberation. It is only the absorption of the mind or the annihilation of the lower mind that can give you liberation. In the absorption of the mind revives not and is dead. The destruction of the mind is brought about by Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the Absolute Supreme God. Chapter 36, The Mind Compared. Restless like a ghost. The mind is like a ghost which is restless. Once, a teacher pundit, through mantra psychic power, had control over a ghost. The ghost said to the pundit, "I can do any work for you in a minute. You must always be giving me some work. If you leave me even for a second without work, I will at once devour you." The teacher agreed. The ghost dug a tank for the teacher, plowed the fields and did various sorts of work in a short time. He was not able to give the ghost any further work. The ghost threatened the teacher, now there is no work for me. I will devour you. The teacher was quite puzzled. He did not know what to do. He went to his guru and explained to him his whole situation. His teacher said, "Oh Chela, use your common sense. Install a big, stout, soft, wooden post in front of your house. Apply castor oil, wax and other greasy substances to the post. Ask the ghost to get up and get down the whole day and night." The disciple acted accordingly and controlled the ghost. The ghost became very helpless. Even so, you must give always some kind of work or other to the mind, e.g., muttering of a mantra, meditation, self-study, service, singing devotional songs, prayer, practice of breath control. You must keep it fully occupied. Then only the mind can be easily controlled. You can be established in physical and mental celibacy. Scatters like mercury. The activity of the mind is compared to the mobile mercury. If you place a small quantity of mercury on the ground, it will split into several small pieces and run in various directions. You cannot collect them again. Even so, the rays of the mind are scattered in various directions, in sensual objects. It becomes difficult to collect the dissipated mental rays. Dispassion and spiritual practice will help in making the mind one-pointed. Shameless as a street dog. The mind can be compared to the shameless, wandering street dog with so many wounds on the body. The dog goes to the door of a house. Someone throws a stone at it and it runs away. It goes to another house. There also, it gets a good hitting and thrashing. Then it comes back again to the first house wherefrom it received a pelting of stone. Someone again throws a big stone and it gets another wound. The dog will never leave off its wandering habit in spite of the repeated bad wounds it receives. Even so, this mind always runs toward sensual objects, even though it experiences immense miseries, griefs and sorrows, pains and tribulations. It will never leave off its old habits. You will have to thrash this shameless mind and take it to its source, the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, by chanting Om with feeling again and again. Let it taste the bliss, the infinite bliss of the Atman Self. Then alone it will find its rest in Om, its original abode of eternal peace. Jumps like a tennis ball. When you play tennis, the ball goes very high in the sky and the next second, it comes down to the ground. Even so, the mind jumps high to the divine glory, dwells on pure divine virtues for a very short time in the beginning of meditation in neophytes and, at once falls down into its old rotten grooves, nasty ruts, foul avenues, stinking channels and dwells on useless, abominable thoughts. The developing soul, the new flame shudders and quivers at the sight of these shocking thoughts. It does not matter, you need not worry. Just as you raise the ball again to the sky by a good, fresh cut or twist or gentle beating, so also, you will have to raise the mind again with effort to the heights of divine glory in divine consciousness. Reflects like a mirror. The mind of a man is compared to a mirror in which reality, the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, is reflected. The extent you know about reality depends upon the state of your mind whether it corresponds to the full wealth of reality or not. Colors are not revealed to the blind or music to the deaf nor philosophical truths to the feeble-minded. The revelation will be imperfect or distorted if there is any taint or imperfection. The selfish desires and passions get between the instrument of the mind and the reality to be revealed. Hidden desires attack the spiritual aspirants in a variety of ways. Spiritual aspirants should be ever watching the mind through serious introspection. When the personality of the subject affects the nature of the instrument, the reflection becomes blurred. Again, if you place a big mirror in front of a dog and keep some bread in front, the dog at once barks by looking at its reflection in the mirror. It foolishly imagines that there is another dog. Even so, man sees his own reflection only through his mind mirror in all persons, but foolishly imagines like the dog that they are all different from him and fights on account of hatred, malice and jealousy. Oscillates like a pendulum. In a clock, the pendulum moves to the right and thence to the left. When the children play on a swing, the swing moves high to one side and at once rises high to the other side. Even so, in the case of aspirants who are not established or well settled in deep meditative absorption, their minds also resemble the pendulum or the swing. They sometimes think of action yoga, enter the world and do actions, while, at other times, they run to the Himalayas for leading a contemplative life. There is struggle inside whether to take up action yoga or meditation yoga. You must decide it once for all and be firm in practicing action yoga or in shutting yourself up in a room or cave for some years in the practice of meditation. To run for work into the world for 6 months and then again into the forest for 6 months for meditation is no good. Decide one way or the other. Cut asunder the Gordian knot. Work till you get the purity of the mind. Then meditate till you realize. This is the wisest course. Drops down like a tennis ball. If you allow a tennis ball to drop from the highest staircase, it will not stop at any of the middle steps in the staircase. It will come down to the ground floor at once. Even so, if you do not take the proper precautions, if you mix with the worldly-minded persons, you will get a quick downfall like the tennis ball. The mind that you elevated by spiritual practices in 6 or 8 years will become tainted with various sorts of impurities. Beware, therefore, O aspirants. Miscellaneous comparisons. Mind is compared to a small vessel which contains small articles, because mind also contains desires, cravings, mental impressions, thought waves, ideas, attributes, etc. Mind is compared to a public resting place, because the thought waves such as lust, greed, anger, pride, hypocrisy, egoism, etc., take their rest in the mind. Mind is a public resting place for those thought waves. Mind is compared to a public road. In a public road, anybody can walk. All sorts of people are moving in a public road. Similarly, all sorts of thoughts are moving in this mind. Mind is compared to the house of a prostitute, because the mind is attached to one object this moment, to another object the next moment, like the prostitute. It has a liking for one object at one time, for another object at another time. Mind is compared to a deer, because it is unsteady. It is compared to a monkey, because it jumps from one object to another. It is compared to a bird, because it flies like a bird. It is compared to the wind, because it is impetuous, like the wind. Mind is compared to a ghost, because it behaves like a devil. Mind is compared to a child, because it needs caning. Mind is compared to an engine, because it works when the food fuel is supplied. Mind is compared to a garden. There are beautiful flowers in a garden. You can cultivate several kinds of flowers in a garden. Even so, you can cultivate the flowers of peace, equal vision, contentment, etc., in the garden of mind. Mind is compared to a temple. When the mind is purified, when the evil thought waves such as lust, greed, etc., are destroyed, the Lord takes his seat in the mind and so it becomes the temple of the Lord. Mind is also compared to a flower, because it is offered to the Lord by the devotee. Mind is compared to reins according to Revelations. He who holds the mind reins tight can reach the abode of bliss. Chapter 37, Essence of Jnana Knowledge Yoga. What is jnana? Tattva jnana, the knowledge of the ultimate reality, is the release from the trammels of one's own mind. Such a release alone leads to the attainment of the liberation. The mind becomes of the nature of jnana or knowledge by dint of the efforts towards spiritual direction, but becomes of the nature of the universe through the lack of knowledge or ignorance. If the mind is bathed in the water of knowledge and cleansed of all its impurities, then the shining liberation will disclose itself in its native effulgence to those who strive after it. The real bliss is that which arises when the mind, divested of all desires through the eternal knowledge, destroys its subtle form. The glory of knowledge yoga. A hatha yogi starts his spiritual practice with the body and the prana vital energy. A raja yogi starts his spiritual practice with the mind. A jnana or knowledge yogi starts his spiritual practice with the intellect and the will. To be more accurate, a knowledge yogi starts directly with the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. He repeats constantly, I am the Brahman Spirit. He who is attempting to fix the mind on the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is really doing the highest action yoga, the highest sacrifice, highest duty and highest charity. He need not visit pilgrimages. He need not distribute charity. Qualifications for the student of knowledge yoga. A complete detachment from the outward things, the manifold objects of sense, together with a capacity for metaphysical abstraction and concentration on the inward things are demanded from a spiritual aspirant or an earnest seeker after truth. The voice of the pure spirit cannot be heard till all superficial organs cease to exist. For the aspirant in the knowledge yogic path, you have the four means of salvation in the Vedantic preliminary practice. One of the four means is the sixfold virtues. Of these six virtues, the calmness of the mind, the control of the senses and the complete concentration and mental focus are really yogic practices to control the mind. The calmness of the mind represents the calming of the mind or the restraint of the thought waves of Raja Yogis by the renunciation of desires. The control of the senses corresponds to gaining mastery over external influences. Complete concentration and mental focus is the one-pointedness of yogis. Yoga and knowledge are the two wings of the Hamsa bird of liberation. Calmness of the mind through the renunciation of desires and the control of senses or the restraint of the senses are the two important items of the six virtues. The calmness of the mind and the control of the senses are really yogic actions. When this spiritual practice is over, you will have to take recourse to the study of the teachings of the sacred texts or scriptures and deep reflection. When you take to the deep, profound and repeated meditation, seclusion is necessary for 3 years. The purification of the mind will not, by itself, bring about the Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the absolute supreme God. The purified mind is rendered fit to receive the transcendental light and bliss. You will have to take refuge in the study of revelations, deep reflection and profound and repeated meditation after purifying the mind. The study of revelations, reflection and then meditation on the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit are the three Vedantic processes for the attainment of the knowledge, the firm establishment in the realization of oneness. This is the ladder with 3 rungs through which the Vedanta ascends to the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. If you do the study of the revelations once, you must do deep reflection 10 times, and do 100 times or 1,000 times profound and constant meditation. Then only real fruit is attained. A man with the inward focused thought waves, changed angle of vision, dispassion and desire for liberation is alone fit for the study of Vedanta sacred literature and the practice of Om and the knowledge yogic contemplation. Such a man only will be really benefited. When a man gets a firm conviction that names and forms are unreal and the blessings at their back is real, then it is said that his angle of vision is changed. It is only through your dauntless energy and own indefatigable efforts that you can get the Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the absolute supreme God. Guru and books can show you the path and remove your doubts. Direct, intuitive knowledge is left for your own experience. A hungry man will have to eat for himself. He who has a severe itching will have to scratch for himself. Mind and Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The capacity of the mind to think exists, because it is enlightened by the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the Atman Self shining within, and it is by that the mind is capable of activity. Those who have realized the Self say that the mind is pervaded by the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. He who dwells in the mind, is within the mind, whom the mind does not know, whose body is the mind, who from within rules the mind is thyself, the inner ruler, immortal. That which one cannot think with the mind, but that by which the wise sages say the mind is made to think, know that alone to be the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The mind is a mere beggar. It borrows its light and intelligence from the inner ruler, the Atman Self that is self-effulgent. Just as a piece of iron moves in front of a magnet, so also, this mind moves in front of the inner ruler. It plays, thinks, feels and imagines before the divine presence, just as a prime minister plays and works before the presence of the king. The mind shines in its borrowed feathers. It appears like pure consciousness. How can the mind which gropes in darkness, which changes in every minute, which has a birth from the great and also death in Mother Nature be termed as pure consciousness? The thoughts are various and changing. Now good thoughts manifest. 5 minutes later, vicious thoughts appear. The mind is very fickle and changing. It cannot, therefore, be the changeless Atman Self or the Supreme Soul, the absolute unchanging Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Stupidity and consciousness. Mind, intellect, senses and all other things are stupid. That thing which has no knowledge of itself and of other things also is called stupid. The Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit only is real consciousness. The consciousness is self-luminous and illuminating everything. It illuminates the mind, intellect and all senses internally, and externally the sun, the moon, the stars, lightning, fire, etc. Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is consciousness. Who sees the defects in the sun whether it shines brightly or whether it is obscured by clouds? It is the eye. Who sees the defects in the eye whether it is a cataract or blind or not? It is the intellect. Who sees the defects in the intellect whether there is confusion or clarity in it? Who illumines the intellect? It is the infinite I. This infinite I is the Supreme Soul, the Atman Self, the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, illuminator of everything. Who illuminates in dreams? There is no other light there. The mind is not self-luminous. It is stupid. It is Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit who illuminates the objects in the dream. Suppose there is a blazing light at night. You stand at a distance. Something stands between you and the light as an obstruction and you cannot see the light. But you can clearly see the objects that are illuminated by the light. Though you cannot see the light directly, you clearly conclude that there must be a big light through the perception of the objects. So also, there must be a self-luminous illuminator behind this nature. That illuminator, the light of lights, is the support for this illusory world. If you sit down and realize that you only think by the virtue of the one life and that the mind, animated by the one life into the act of thinking, is a part of the whole which is God, then you will argue that your mind is out of existence as a separate entity and the result is that the mind and the body physically, so to speak, disappear and the only thing that remains is the being existence which is not explicable in words. Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is witness. Attraction, repulsion, pleasure and pain, agency, enjoyment, possession are the behaviors of the mind only. The Atman Self is the witness, the perceiver and unattached. Like a crystal which, though tinged with the 7 colors is yet unaffected by them, the Atman Self too is not affected by the actions of the mind. The very idea of creation suggests that there must be a creator. The very idea of matter suggests that there must be a spirit. The very idea of changing phenomenon suggests that there must be an unchanging noumenon. The very idea of a changing mind suggests that there must be an unchanging witness and controller for the mind. He is the Supreme Soul Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit that clearly understands everything and is a silent witness of the individual being and his activities. You are able to see the objects only. But the witness or the Supreme Soul Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit sees the mind, its modifications, the individual being or reflected consciousness and the various objects of the universe. Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is infinite. Time, space and substance are the 3 categories of the mind. Every object has 3 kinds of limitations. Grapes, for instance, are obtainable in a certain season only and in certain places only. So grape has got the limitation by space and time. It has got the limitation by substance also. You cannot find grape in a mango tree. But, the existence of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the absolute existence, consciousness and bliss is free from these 3 kinds of limitations, because he is eternal, infinite and the essence and blessings for all substances. An Englishman is different from an Indian. There is the difference of the same kind. A tree is different from a stone. There is the difference of a different kind. There is difference between a fruit, flower and leaves in the tree. There is difference between a hand, arm, leg, foot, etc. This is the difference within the same entity. The Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit has not got these three kinds of difference. There cannot be another Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, because infinity is one. So there is no difference of the same kind in Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The world has emanated from the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. It is illusory. So it cannot bring the difference of a different kind for Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The world is Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit himself. The absolute existence, consciousness and bliss are not three entities. They are one. It is only a verbal difference. Existence is consciousness. Consciousness is existence. Consciousness is bliss. So there is no difference within the same entity in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Difference is a mental creation produced by space, color, size, etc. If anything is free from the three kinds of limitations of time, space, substance and the three kinds of difference as described above, then it is termed undivided, complete and unbroken or infinite. You can ascribe the infinite characteristic to that substance. That characteristic can be attributed to the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit only. Inquiry of, who am I? The liberation, the release from the samsaric wheel of birth and death, comes through the knowledge of the Atman's self or God. This knowledge comes through the right inquiry of, who am I, or the understanding and thinking of the right essential significance of the great saying, thou art that, of the revelations. The inquiry of, who am I, and the understanding of, I am that, establishing the unity of the individual with the divine, are one and the same. The Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the absolute Supreme God, which inquires into the true nature of I, is the fire which destroys the mind. It is the fire of wisdom referred to in the Gita. The fire of wisdom reduces all actions, and the false I, to ashes. When any thought arises in the mind, inquire, why has this thought wave, modification, arisen? Whom it concerns? Who am I? All the thoughts will die eventually. All mental activities will cease. The mind will turn inward. It will rest on the Atman self. This is the Vedantic spiritual practice. You will have to persist constantly in the spiritual practice whatever stray thoughts arise. The one thought, who am I, will destroy all other thoughts of worldly nature. That thought will die by itself. Ego will vanish. Balance left is pure existence, pure consciousness, pure untainted awareness, space of consciousness alone which is free from all names and forms, free from all worldly activity, free from all impurities and desires, actionless, indivisible, and formless, which is peaceful, auspicious, non-dual of the Mandukya Upanishad. It is highest, non-dual state of consciousness, Brahman, which is beyond all forms, actions, impurities, and dualities, representing pure, peaceful, and indivisible existence. That is Atman self. That is to be known. The witness feeling. It is the thought wave in the mind that binds you with the object. You identify yourself with the thought wave and, through the thought wave, with the object. That is the secret. Be the silent witness to the activities of the mind, the silent witness of the thought waves of the mind. There will be no longer bondage. Be the seer of the mind's dramatic performances and be not involved with the mind itself. When you see a man suffering from appendicular colic, you do not feel yourself any pain. But when you get the same colic, you cry out and experience intense agony. Why? Because of egoism you identify yourself with the body. If there is the absence of ego, you will not feel any pain. This absence of ego can come only when you become impersonal, when you become the witness, when you identify yourself with the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, the Absolute. I am neither prana nor the senses. I am quite distinct from these. I am the witness for these and their activities. I am the essential nature of existence, consciousness and bliss. This alone is sufficient for the Vedantic attributeless formless meditation. At once you will be elevated to the highest pinnacle of glory. This is the best formula. If you have a strong determination only on the above formula, it is termed the indirect knowledge of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. If you have an actual experience through meditation, it is termed the direct intuitive knowledge of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the Atman Self, direct spiritual realization. If you go above the body consciousness, if you can abandon the body idea and if the mind rests on the Atman Self, then, doubtless, you are happy, peaceful and free. The mind has got a reflexive power of looking up into its own depths. A Raja Yogi develops this power. Introspection helps to cultivate this yogic faculty. Enter into silence now from today in a dark quiet room. Watch the mind carefully. Be patient. Do not identify yourself with the mind. Be a witness or a silent witness. Separate yourself. You can directly perceive the various mental states. Soham meditation. The effort to keep the mind always concentrated on the Atman Self or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit is what is called the Atma Self-inquiry. Till the blissful knowledge dawns on you, you should do constant and intense spiritual practice. You must not stop constant thinking of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit even for half a second, even for the time taken for one winking. You must become a profound and repeated meditation devotee, one whose sole refuge is the meditation on Om with feeling and meaning. Then only the Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the Absolute Supreme God, is possible. You will have to destroy the self-consciousness by entertaining the opposite I am the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit feeling. The self-consciousness is created by the practical intellect. You will have to destroy this kind of practical intellect by developing the pure intellect. Although you see your body in the world, they really exist not. Never move a fraction of an inch from your established position in the Atman Self. Constantly think that you are the all-pervading Atman Self. Even if you are in the mouth of a machine gun, repeat Soham, I am Brahman, or I am divine. Roar like a lion. Fear comes only when you identify yourself with this perishable, fleshy body. If you identify yourself with the infinite, eternal immortal Atman Self, you will become at once absolutely fearless. Fear is an imaginary modification of the mind of an unwise, of one who lacks knowledge. Find out your center. Rest in your center or equilibrium. That center is the Atman Self or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the one truth that is shining in your heart from eternity to eternity. If you can rest in your center, neither trouble or tribulation, neither loss nor disappointment, neither grief nor sorrow can affect you and throw you off the balance. If you can keep yourself up in tune with the infinite, you will have a poised and balanced mind. Nothing can hurt you. You will be always in joy, because you are identifying yourself with the Atman Self. You are resting on the highest self. Even though Mansur and Shams, the great Sufi wises, were flayed alive, they never felt any sort of pain. They simply uttered, I am he. Every drop of blood that fell down also uttered, I am he. They were always in the bliss of the Atman Self. Look at this marvel. These are the real wises. They showed their power and knowledge of the Atman Self. A small fishing boat is tossed about severely hither and thither even by ordinary waves of a river. But, a big steamer remains unshaken even though violent waves dash against it with tremendous impetuosity. Even so, a man of the world with a fickle mind is tossed about hither and thither even by the small waves of attraction and repulsion of the mind, whereas a saint or a liberated soul with a balanced and serene mind remains in the world quite steady without being in the least affected by the stormy waves of troubles, tribulations, miseries, afflictions, etc. He is always resting peacefully in the perpetual calm of the Atman Self or the Absolute Self. Whenever you are much worried, whenever you get heavy depression, whenever you get severe attacks of pain, think you are the Atman Self, full of bliss. Withdraw the mind from objects and worldly thoughts and fix it on the Atman Self. Enter a solitary room and assert, I am the Atman Self made of bliss. How can there be pain there? Pain belongs to the mind. It is a mental creation. I am above the mind. Atman Self is an ocean of bliss. Atman Self is a storehouse of bliss, power and knowledge. I feel that I am pure consciousness, the all-pervading consciousness which is at the back of all these forms, at the back of mind. I am the Atman Self. I am all bliss. You will derive immense joy, power and exhilaration by this practice. Strangle every thought of deficiency, imperfection, weakness, inferiority. Even if you have nothing to eat, no cloth to wear, even if you suffer from a terrible incurable disease, cling tenaciously to the ideas, I am God. I am perfect. I possess everything. All health I am. All joy I am. Remember that to be your right mental attitude. What you habitually think prepares a pattern which the life processes are constantly weaving, out picturing in the life. I am that Atman Self or Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit which is one, without parts, indivisible, the self of all beings. Try to get established in this feeling with all efforts. Then the restlessness of the mind will vanish. Then you will get eternal bliss. You will become a liberated soul. There is not an atom of doubt on this point. Imagine that you hold the whole world in your womb, in the physical ether which is again supported in your own true nature, made of consciousness, as the space of consciousness, the embodiment of knowledge. Then the ideas of externality and separateness will vanish. There is nothing outside you. There is nothing outside the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Negation reasoning of Vedanta. The toy elephant made of wood has hidden the reality wood when you take it for an elephant. Even so, these names and forms have concealed the reality Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit behind these names and forms. Get rid of the illusion in the mind, that is deep-rooted from the beginningless time. This is wood. This is not elephant. So also this is the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. This is not world. This is the Atman Self. This is not body. This is the negation reasoning in Vedanta sacred literature. Take out the balance left that is true after throwing off the false thing, elephant, wood, body, etc. Duality is the very nature of the mind. It can never think in terms of unity. It is through the purity of the mind and the Vedantic spiritual practice that it should be trained to think in terms of unity. Clay is the only reality in all the three periods of time. Pot is an unreal thing, clay only is the reality. The modifications such as jar, pot, etc., are in speech only like ornaments. Similarly, the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the Atman Self is the only real thing, the eternal substance which has no beginning, no end, no change. The modifications, body, mind, senses and world are all totally false. They are in name only. See the clay in all earthenware vessels. See the Atman Self in all objects. This is the Atma perception. The cows are different. They differ in color and various other particulars. But, milk is the same. Man minus customs, manners, mode of dress and eating, is the same throughout the world. His passions and feelings are the same throughout the world. The languages are different in various districts and climes, but the idea behind all languages is the same. This is oneness behind variety, duality and multiplicity. There is one essence in sleep. All feel alike. There is no different states in sleep. Similarly, there is one homogeneous substance behind the objects. That is the Atman Self. That is the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. That is your real self. There is a coconut made of sugar only. It has got marks, lines, external shell, ridges, eyes and everything. But, you have got internal feeling in the mind that it is only sugar. Similarly, even though you see the different objects of the universe, you must have a feeling and determination of the Atman Self that is at the bottom of all these objects, which is the ultimate reality and the essence of everything. Why do you look into the leaves, twigs, flowers, fruits of the mango tree? Look into the source, the seed. The cloth is only cotton and thread. Take the cloth as cotton only. Even so, take the world as the Atman Self or the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. When you see any person or object, think and feel that he or it is the Atman Self or Supreme God. By incessant practice, the names and forms will vanish. Atman Self or the Supreme God will shine. The world idea will vanish. It takes a long time. It demands strenuous efforts. You will see and feel the Atman Self or Supreme God everywhere. During the course of the practice, your old mental impressions will trouble you. They are your real enemies. Fight against them boldly. This is the practice of the proper knowledge. You will have the proper sight of the Atman Self. You will transmute all objects into the Atman Self. Think and feel that all actions are Atman Self-worship. The idea of inferiority and the idea of menial service will disappear as you see Supreme God or Atman Self everywhere. The dawn of knowledge. Just as you know the flowering of mango trees that you will get mango fruits shortly, so also you can know that you will get the knowledge of the identity of the Atman Self and the Supreme Atman Self when the flower of peace blossoms in your mind. Just as the six taste sourness, bitterness, astringency, sweetness, saltishness and pungency are rendered full and enjoyed completely only when the powers of tastes and the mind join together, so also the plenum, all-full Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, arises when all these articles of worship as contentment, equal vision, etc., are combined with peace, the sweet patience or quiescence of the mind. The peace of mind is of two kinds, the ordinary peace and the supreme peace. The ordinary peace comes when the thought waves in the mind are controlled and the tossing of the mind is removed. Supreme peace manifests when you get the knowledge of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or the Absolute. Description of the knowledge state. The knowledge state is a state very difficult to be comprehended. It is a tremendously high state wherein all the essences drop by themselves and the space of pure consciousness only, like the vast, infinite ocean of the ethereal space, shines by itself. It is the estate of pure knowledge which transcends the pleasures of the natural scenery and beauties. The beauties of pleasure gardens, rivers, lakes, snow-clad mountains, green forests, etc., are the creations of the Maya illusion. It veils our eyes and prevents us from experiencing the infinite natural beauty of the Atman Self. The melodious music of birds is also a creation of Maya illusion. It prevents us from hearing the natural sound of Om, that sweetest most blissful primal vibration, that final liberation state which transcends all nature is the knowledge state. The knowledge silence is that state wherein the mind remains merged in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit or Atman Self or essential nature. In this state, there is not the slightest trace of the notion of I. As there is no mental activity and as there is no doer, all the actions are burnt in the fire of wisdom. The individual being feels that he is entirely different from the five sheaths, as he identifies himself with the Atman Self. In knowledge, absolute, there is neither east nor west, neither dawning nor setting, neither increase nor decrease, neither sitting or standing, neither life nor death, neither waking consciousness nor dream state, neither talking nor lecturing, neither thinking nor knowing, neither light nor darkness. The three-actor, action and instrument, will shine as one in the self of wises. What an exalted state it is! It is simply marvelous. It is wonderful. One becomes speechless. It can never be adequately described in words. I sat on lotus posture. I meditated on the Atman Self. I forgot myself and the surroundings. I saw something which I had never seen up to this time. I heard a sound which I had never heard up to this time. There was a sensation and knowledge that I was absolutely free from all sorts of attachment. I had an experience of new knowledge. The thought of Atman Self continued for some time. I had a novel experience of pure bliss. It is a void full of light and knowledge and bliss free from vicissitudes of this world. When the Self is once recognized and realized, it can never be forgotten. The impression of the recognition of the Self, if once made, can never be obliterated from the mind. It sticks to the mind always. Liberation. Liberation is for the mind only. Liberation is for the material world. It is not for the individual being. The individual being is already the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. The individual being is ever free. He is identical with the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. When the water dries up, the reflection of the sun in water also vanishes. Even so, when the mind lake dries up by extirpation of all intentions and desires, the reflection of intelligence in the mind lake also vanishes. The name individual being disappears. Ego goes away. Chapter 38, The Mind in a Liberated Soul. With the disappearance of the attachment of the body and with the realization of the Supreme Self, to whatever object the mind is directed, one experiences the deep meditative absorption. Amana is a Sanskrit term which means, without mind. Amanaskata is a condition where there is no mind. It is mindlessness. You will find this in liberated souls or liberated sages. Residual purity. A liberated soul is a sage free from the trammels of births and deaths while living. Even in the case of a liberated soul, though the instinctive mind with low desires is destroyed, the spiritual pure mind does not perish. Like flowers and fruits latent in a seed, a residue of purity, the cause of intelligence, rests always in the heart. If you say that his mind is completely annihilated as soon as he attains knowledge, the state of a liberation while still living is impossible. How will he be able to do worldly dealings without an instrument, viz., the mind? A wise identifies himself with the all-pervading Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit and uses his mind and body as Brahman's instruments for worldly activities. An unwise identifies himself with his body. There have been cases of liberated souls like Raja Janaka who attained the knowledge and who utilized the mind and the body in this manner for the well-being of the humanity at large. Sri Rama and Sri Krishna were ever resting on the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit even when they were ruling their kingdoms. They were ever very conscious of their essential existence, consciousness and bliss and Brahmic divine nature, even though they assumed human forms. They utilized their minds and bodies as their instruments when they were doing various activities. Empirical existence and existence reality. Even this world does not disappear as absolutely as is supposed in the state of liberation while still living. The empirical world, in fact, ceases to exist. But, this does not mean annihilation. It merely means that existence changes its form and color, as it were, for the absolute. It is empirical existence and not all existence which vanishes. Existence reality remains, but its limited forms vanish. Externality has to go, spatial and temporal views of things must go, causal determination of one thing by another must go, manyness and oneness must go. This is inevitable. But, the universe with all its reality will not go even for the liberated soul. It will merely change its form, meaning and significance. Nothing will disappear except a false view, a limited horizon, erroneous idea, and a circumscribed vision. Fact, reality, existence, however, will remain as fundamental as ever, but the viewpoint will change. The mind of the wises cannot be termed as a mind, but only as reality. That which gets differentiated through diverse objects is the mind. The mind of a wise, on the other hand, becomes stainless, like copper transmuted into gold by alchemic process. The mind of a wise is purity itself, while persons without knowledge will follow the path chalked out by their minds. When a wise sees outside, he may simply see, but the thought wave may not assume the form of the objects perceived as in the case of worldly-minded persons. Just as the mind is free from any form of the objects perceived in deep sleep state in all, it is free from any form of the objects perceived in the waking state also in a wise. The world appears to him as a mere dream. He dwells in the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit even while working. In those that have cognized their self, the pure desires with which they perform actions will not entail them rebirths. The mind of such a wise is called pure, but a mind without knowledge is generally termed mind. The perfectly balanced mind. Now, mark the nature of the mind of a liberated soul. It is perfectly balanced under all circumstances. His mind is always cool and unaffected by the pairs of opposites. His mind is free from happiness and sorrow, elation and depression. It is neither elated by enjoyments nor depressed by sorrow and grief. Without being affected by the pleasures or pains of enjoyments though moving in them, the mind of a liberated soul will become inured to them. Through internal contentment and freedom from pains, there will arise in the wise an equanimity of mind in all circumstances and at all places. Even when pains and the rest attaching themselves to his body exhibit themselves on his face, his mind never writhes under them or their antithesis. It is free from impure desires. There will be no anger or desire. There will not arise any evil impulse of pleasure in such a mind. There is not the least longing for objects. His mind is above worldly things. He is not affected by the world. He need not have a separate room or posture. He need not close the eyes. He need not do any abstraction of the senses. A mind which, though apparently enjoying the diverse objects, does not, in reality, enjoy them, may be stated to be the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit itself. Dual consciousness. An occultist learns through self-control and discipline to work on two planes at once, that is, to be partly out of his body at the same time when he is working on the physical plane, so that, while he is writing or speaking, he may be doing other things with his astral body. When such is the case with an occultist, little need be said of a full-blown wise who is resting on his own essential nature. A wise has dual consciousness. He has consciousness of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit as well as consciousness of the world. He sees the world as a dream within himself. A wise is always in deep meditative absorption. There is no, in deep meditative absorption and out of deep meditative absorption, for a wise like that of a Raja Yogi. When you play on the harmonium, you adjust the tune first. It may be fixed either on the second reed or the fourth reed according to the strength and power of your voice. Then you begin to play on the various reeds. The 7 notes are pronounced now. You can play now various songs. He who is aware of the main revelation can be compared to a wise who knows the Atman self or support for this universe. He who is aware of the 7 notes only without knowing the fundamental revelation is like an unwise who is unaware of the Atman self, but who has knowledge of the sense objects only. When you see an object with your eyes, you know that it is through the light of the sun that you are able to see it. You have a double perception. Similarly, a wise has always a double perception when he does worldly activity. Even when he works, he knows he is not working, he is unattached. Even though he sees the world, it is all the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit and Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit for him. Balanced feeling and balanced vision. There is a slight difference between the balanced feeling and the balanced vision. The former is the condition of the mind, as balanced in pleasure and pain, gain and loss, heat and cold, victory and defeat. The latter is the condition of knowledge. The wise sees the Atman self alone in a scavenger and a king. When you are expecting to meet a friend of yours at the railway station, the mind tries to see him in several other persons with a like physiognomy, because the mind is engrossed with the one idea of meeting a particular friend at a particular time. The mind is very eager to see him. A lustful young man sees a woman in a pillar tied with a woman's cloth, in fact, everywhere. The mind is charged with very powerful and lustful thoughts. A God-intoxicated man, on the contrary, sees God in a tree, a stone, boy, child, girl, cow, dog, in fact, in everything. Everything is indeed Brahman. A liberated soul, though he has infinite powers, cannot express all his psychic powers through his finite mind. Chapter 39, The Powers of a Yogi. Spiritual powers and accomplishments and affluences. There are 9 affluences, 8 major spiritual powers and 18 minor spiritual powers. The 8 great powers are, 1. Anima, the ability to become tiny or reduce one's size. 2. Mahima, the power to enlarge one's size infinitely. 3. Garima, the ability to become extremely heavy. 4. Lagima, the power to become weightless. 5. Prapti, the ability to obtain anything you desire. 6. Prakamya, the ability to become irresistible or irresistible will. 7. Ishattva, the power of supremacy, lordliness, divinity, or sovereignty over the world. 8. Vishitva, the ability to control or subdue others to one's own will and the ability to control all elements of the physical world. The affluences are inferior to the spiritual powers. Conquest over the 5 elements. A Raja Yogi gets conquest over the mind through a thoughtless meditative absorption, a meditative absorption or union with the Absolute without any thoughts or mental impressions and, through the conquest over the mind, gets the conquest over the 5 elements also. Fire will not burn such a yogi. Water will not drown him. Late Trailinga Swami of Benares and Sri JNANA of Alandi had various spiritual powers. Sri JNANA made his house move to receive Changdeva who was coming on the back of a tiger. He made the masjid walk. Trailinga Swami used to live for 6 months underneath the Ganga. Knowledge of the past. The yogi has got the power to plunge deep into the depths of his subconscious mind wherein the mental impressions are embedded and to have direct vision and understanding of the mental impressions of different births through his new yogic eye. The realization of impressions brings knowledge of previous births. He makes the yogic the simultaneous practice of concentration, meditation and deep meditative absorption on these latent mental impressions which are only the past experiences in a subtler form. Thus he gets the knowledge of his past life. Eightfold attention and hundredfold attention. An untrained mind can only see or hear at a time, but a perfected mind can see and hear at the same time. It can be linked to several organs, to one or to none. It can be manipulated in any way the yogi likes. It can do 8 things at a time. This is called eightfold attention. It can do 100 things at a time. This is hundredfold attention. Separation of astral body from physical body. A yogi separates his astral body from the physical body, travels to different parts of the world, as well as to higher planes, in the twinkling of an eye and returns to this physical body like a bird returning to its prison of a cage. A slender thread of prana vital energy connects the physical and the astral bodies. The moment he gets out of the body, the yogi sees with his astral vision his physical body as a cast-off slough. The process is a very simple one when you know the yogic technique of separating yourself from the physical body. Psychic powers, a source of great danger to spiritual aspirants. A man may have psychic powers and spiritual powers through concentration of the mind. But, he may not have mental purity. Mental purity is of paramount importance for self-realization. Do not think too much of psychic powers. Clairvoyance and clairaudience are not worth having when far greater illumination and peace are possible without the spiritual powers than with them. Why do you care for psychic powers? They are absolutely useless. Shun them ruthlessly even when they try to manifest. They will mislead you and cause your downfall. Beware, Lord Buddha shunned temptations and spiritual powers. Try to get Brahma knowledge, the knowledge of the absolute supreme God. Then you will have everything. All spiritual powers will welcome you with outstretched hands. You cannot have a downfall then. A wise never cares for spiritual powers, for he does not need them in his daily life. Through his true intention, a wise does whatever a Raja Yogi does through his yogic simultaneous practice of concentration, meditation and absorption. He simply wills. Whatever he desires, then and there it materializes. Chapter 40, Necessity for a Guru. Learn thou this by prostration, by investigation and by service. The wise, the seers of the essence of things, will instruct thee in wisdom. Guru or a spiritual preceptor is necessary for aspirants. Some do the practice for some years, independently. Later on, they feel acutely the necessity for a guru. They come across some obstacles on the way. They do not know how to proceed and how to obviate these impediments. Then they begin to search for a master. This particularly happens in yogic practice. It is the duty of the guru to set each of his disciples upon that path of spiritual development which is best suited to the disciple, one on one path, one on another, according to the guru's insight into the innate tendency of each. God is Guru of Gurus. He removes the veil of ignorance and blesses the ignorant individual being S. The aspirant should regard his immediate guru in the physical form as an incarnation of that Guru of Gurus and should have equal devotion to him also. Guru in the physical form is the main source and embodiment of all good and happiness that can accrue to the disciple. The disciple should realize the supreme necessity of obeying the Guru's commands and behests and keeping his faith in him unsullied and staunch. Lay bare to your Guru the secrets of your heart, and the more you do so, the greater the sympathy, which means an accession of strength to you in the struggle against sin and temptation. Transmission of spiritual power. Just as you can give an orange to a man and take it back, so also spiritual power can be transmitted by one to another and taken back also. This method of transmitting spiritual power is termed power transmission. Like birds, fish and tortoise, the transmitting of spiritual power can be done by the Guru through touch or sight or willing, and thinking. The transmitter sometimes enters the astral body of the student and elevates his mind through his power. The operator makes the subject sit in front of him and asks him to close his eyes and then transmits his spiritual power. The subject feels the electric current actually passing from the root chakra higher up to the neck and top of the head. He does various hatha yogic purification techniques, postures, breath control practices, body locks, hand gestures, etc., by himself without any instruction, through inspiration. Here Mother Nature works herself. The student must not restrain his power of will or desire. He must act according to the inner light. The mind is highly elevated. The moment the aspirant closes his eyes, meditation comes by itself. Through power transmission, Kundalini cosmic energy is awakened by the grace of the Guru in the disciple. A spiritual teacher actually transmits his spiritual power to his disciple. A certain spiritual vibration of the Satguru is actually transferred to the mind of the disciple. Sri Ramakrishna, the highest renunciant, actually transmitted his spiritual power to Swami Vivekananda. Lord Jesus did the same to his disciples. This is Master's spiritual touch. A disciple of Samarth Ramdas transmitted his power to that dancing girl's daughter who was very passionate towards him. The disciple gazed at her and gave her deep meditative absorption, the union with the ultimate consciousness. Her passion vanished. She became very religious and spiritual. Mukund Rai, a Maharashtra saint, put the Badshah in deep meditative absorption, the union with the ultimate consciousness or reality. By the Guru's grace, the devotee attains the 8-stepped yoga. By the grace of Lord Shiva, he attains perfection in yoga which is eternal. Chapter 41, Hints to Aspirants. Aspirants to yoga are classified into 3 degrees, 1. Ararukshu, one who is attempting to climb the steps of yoga, 2. Yunjana, one who is busily engaged in the practice of yoga, and 3. Yagaruta, one who has already reached the height of yoga. Indispensability of inner purity. Aspirants are very eager for realization. But, when that realization actually comes, they begin to tremble, to quiver. They cannot bear the illuminating blaze of God. They are so puny, impure and weak that they cannot face the mighty brilliance and divine splendor. They have not prepared the vessel to hold on the divine light. Mark how Arjuna trembled with fear at the huge cosmic vision of the divine and prayed to Lord Krishna to show him again the usual form with 4 hands which represents harmony, perfection, power and wisdom. It is difficult to speak about the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. It is still more difficult to understand. It is yet still more difficult to practice the spiritual practice. This corresponds to the Gita's teaching. As marvelous one regardeth him, as marvelous one speaketh thereof, as marvelous one heareth thereof, yet, having heard, none indeed understood. It demands a subtle, pure, clear mind, determined will, patience, perseverance and cheerfulness for the realization of the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Vital need for moral strength and courage. A spiritual aspirant will have to face boldly misrepresentation, calumny and misunderstanding. That has always been the lot of those who tried to raise themselves above their fellows. Moral strength and courage are necessary to meet that and to enable that man to maintain his position in what he thinks right, whatever those around him may think or say or do. People will despise and persecute you. You will have to stand boldly on your moral footing to live for your own convictions. As aspirant who has outgrown the rules of society should act according to the dictates of his pure conscience and pure reason. Then alone he can grow spiritually. When anyone rises to fame and power, enemies come in by themselves. Even Sri Sankaracharya had many enemies. Even holy renunciants who live in forests have enemies. Jealous and petty-minded men create various sorts of mischief against people who are prosperous and famous. Have the feeling of witness and rise above the idea of friend or foe. Become an indifferent man. Develop the power of endurance. Bear insult, injury with a cool mind. Then only you can be happy in this world. There are as many spiritual practices as there are individual minds. What suits one mind may not suit another. Raja Yoga will be easy for one mind, while Knowledge Yoga will be easy for another. One form of austerity may suit one mind. A different kind of austerity will suit another. Daily spiritual routine. Here is a daily spiritual routine for whole-time aspirants. Those who work in offices and business houses can adjust and make necessary alterations according to their convenience and time at their disposal. Muttering a mantra and meditation 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the night, self-study 3 hours, interview 1 hour, posture and practice of breath control 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the night, walking 1 hour, sleep 5 HRs, service 5 HRs, bath 1 hour, food 1 hour, rest 0.5 hours. A slightly different schedule. It is difficult in the beginning to fix the mind on God all the 24 hours. As soon as meditation is over, the mind will begin to wander, will try its level best to have its old habits. What are you going to do to check its habits? You must give another pure object for its grasp. It wants variety. Now, study philosophical books for some hours. As soon as study is over, take down notes on what you have studied. You can devote some time in this direction. This will serve to relax the mind. This will form a mental recreation. You can spend some time in serving poor, sick persons, according to your capacity. I give below a timetable for your daily routine. Meditation, 8 hours, study 4 hours, writing 2 hours, service 2 hours, food, bath, exercise 2 hours, sleep 6 hours. The most impious of men can, by earnestly devoting himself to God, reach the highest bliss. Even if the most sinful worship me, with undivided heart, he too must be accounted righteous, for he hath rightly resolved. Gita. Know thou for certain that my devotee perisheth not. Gita. What reason, then, is there for despair? Therefore, be up and doing. God will surely crown your efforts with success. Even the vilest of us shall obtain liberation. Om, that is full. This is full. From that full, this full emanates. Taking away this full from that full, the full still remains behind. Om, peace, peace, peace. Hari Om Tat Sat. Appendix, Psychic Influence. Personality. In common parlance, when one says that Dr. Tagore has a good personality, he means that Dr. Tagore has a strong, stalwart, tall figure, a beautiful complexion, a fine nose, sharp and lustrous eyes, broad chest, a muscular body, symmetrical limbs, curly hair and so on. That which distinguishes one man from another is personality. In reality, personality is something more than this. It includes a man's character, intelligence, noble qualities, moral conduct, intellectual attainments, certain striking faculties, special traits or characteristics, sweet powerful voice, etc. All these things put together constitute the personality of Mr. So-and-so. The sum total of all these things makes up the personality of a man. Mere physical characteristics cannot make up the personality. What you call an umbrella is really a long stick plus a black cloth and some thin iron pieces. Similarly, what you call personality is really the external physical body, plus brain and the nervous system and the mind which has its seat in the brain. If one man is able to influence many people, we say that such and such a man has a magnetic personality. A full-blown yogi or wise is the greatest personality in the world. He may be of a small stature. He may be ugly also. He may be clad in rags. And yet he is a mighty personality, a great soul. People flock to him in thousands and pay homage to him. A man who has attained ethical perfection by the continued practice of right conduct or control and self-restraint has also got a magnetic personality. He can influence millions. But he is inferior to a wise or a yogi who has got full knowledge of the self. Dr. Samuel Johnson had an awkward figure, a pot belly and unsymmetrical limbs. But he was the greatest personality of the age. He was neither a yogi nor a wise. But he had intellectual attainments. He was a great essayist. He had good command of the English language. He was famous for his bombastic style. It was called Johnsonian English. Just hear some of his lines. Will you be kind enough to allow my digits into your odoriferous concavity and extract therefrom some of the pulverized atoms which, ascending my nasal promontory, cause a great titillation of all my olfactory nerves. Rich people also have some personality. This is due to the money power. They may be licentious. Money has its own share in the making up of the personality of man. It infuses in him a sort of coloring. The charitable nature may cover up their licentious nature and may send some fragrance abroad. People flock to them. Lord Jesus says, "Charity covereth a multitude of sins." Character gives a strong personality to man. People respect a man who has a good character. Moral people command respect everywhere. He who is honest, sincere, truthful, kind and liberal-hearted always commands respect and influence at the hands of people. Pure virtues make a man divine. He who speaks truth and practices celibacy becomes a great and dynamic personality. Even if he speaks a word, there is power in it and people are magnetized. Character building is of paramount importance if a man wants to develop his personality. Celibacy is the root of a magnetic personality. No development of a strong personality is possible without celibacy. Personality can be developed. Practice of virtues is indispensable. One should try to be always cheerful. A morose, gloomy man cannot attract and influence people. He is an infectious parasite amidst society. He spreads gloom everywhere. A man of a jolly nature with the spirit of service, with humility and obedience can influence millions. The law of like attracts like operates in the physical and mental planes. A man of strong personality need not send invitations to people. Just as bees come and perch as soon as flowers blossoms, so also people of lesser mind are attracted to men of strong personality, of their own accord. A powerful, sweet voice, knowledge of music, knowledge of astrology, astronomy, palmistry, art, etc., add to the personality of man. One should know how to behave and adjust himself with other people. You must talk sweetly and gently. This produces a tremendous impression. You must be polite, civil, courteous. You must treat others with respect and consideration. He who gives respect to others gets respect. Humility brings respect by itself. Humility is a virtue that subdues the hearts of others. A man of humility is a powerful magnet or lodestone. You must know the ways to approach people. You must know how to talk with them and how to behave towards them. Behavior is most important. An arrogant, stubborn and self-willed man can never become a man of strong personality. He is disliked by all. Develop joyful nature. Always keep a smiling and cheerful face. This will give you a good personality. People will like you much. Your superiors will be very much pleased. Have an amiable nature, a modest and unassuming temperament. You will succeed in your interviews with all big guns. Take down notes of what you want to speak with them in the course of the interview. Keep a small memorandum slip in your pocket. Remember the points well and talk slowly and gently. Then the man will patiently hear. Do not be agitated in your talks. Do not become nervous. Be bold. Pay respects with sincerity as soon as you see the person. Do not stand erect like the proverbial man who holds the gaslight in a marriage procession. Gently bow your head with feeling. The man will be immensely pleased. He will be glad to receive you with a depth of feeling, and you will get success in your interview. Talk about the important points first and just review in your mind whether you have finished all the 8 points you wanted to talk. In the West, people care for personality. In India, people care for individuality and assert, aham asmi, which means, I exist. They try to destroy the personality to realize the self. Endeavor to possess a magnetic personality. Try to possess that strange and mysterious power, personal magnetism, which charms and fascinates people. Understand the secrets of personal influence. Develop your willpower. Conserve all leaking energy. Enjoy robust, blooming health and a high standard of vigor and vitality, and achieve social and financial success in every walk of life. If you can understand the amazing secrets of personal influence, you can increase the earning capacity and can have a broader and happier life. A strong personality is a very valuable asset for you. You can develop it if you will. Where there is a will there is a way, is a maxim which is as true today as it was from the time of Adam. Win laurels of name and fame and attain success in life through a dynamic personality. You can do it. You must do it. You know the science now. I shall back you up. Power of suggestions. You should have a clear understanding of suggestions and their effects upon the mind. You should be careful in the use of suggestion. Never give wrong suggestion which will have destructive results to anybody. You will be doing a great harm and a disservice to him. Think well before you speak. Teachers and professors should have a thorough knowledge of the science of suggestion and autosuggestion. Then they can educate and elevate students in an efficient manner. In southern India, when children cry out in houses, parents frighten them by saying, "Look here, Balu. The two-eyed man has come. Keep quiet. Or I will hand you over to this man. The ghost has come," and suggestions of this sort are very destructive. The child becomes timid. The minds of children are elastic, tender and pliable. Mental impressions are indelibly impressed at this age. Changing or obliterating the mental impressions becomes impossible when they grow. When the child grows into a man, he manifests timidity. Parents should infuse courage into the minds of their children. They should say, "Here is a lion. See the lion in this picture. Roar like a lion. Be courageous. See the picture of Shivaji, Arjuna or Clive. Become chivalrous." In the West, teachers show the pictures of battlefields to children and say, "Look here, James. See this picture of Napoleon. Look at his cavalry. Won't you like to become a commander-in-chief of the army or a brigadier general?" They infuse courage into the minds of children from their very childhood. When they grow, these mental impressions get strengthened by additional external stimuli. Doctors should have a thorough knowledge of the science of suggestion. Sincere, sympathetic doctors are very rare. Doctors who have no knowledge of suggestion do more harm than good. They kill patients sometimes by unnecessarily frightening them. If there is a little cough of an ordinary nature, the doctor says, "Now, my friend, you have got TB. You must go to Bawali or Switzerland or Vienna. You must go in for a course of tuberculin injections." Poor patient is frightened. There is not at all any sign of consumption. The case is an ordinary one. It is simple catarrh of the chest from exposure to chills. The patient actually develops phthisis by fright and worry owing to the wrong destructive suggestion of the doctor. The doctor ought to have told him, "Oh, it is nothing. It is simple cold. You will be all right by tomorrow. Take a purgative and inhale a little oil of eucalyptus. Adjust your diet. It is better you fast today. Such a doctor is God himself. He must be adored. A doctor may say now, well, sir, if I say so, I will lose my practice. I cannot pull on in this world. This is a mistake. Truth always gains victory. People will run to you as you are sympathetic and kind. You will have a roaring practice. There is healing by suggestion. This is a drugless treatment. This is suggestive therapeutics. By good and powerful suggestion, you can cure any disease. You will have to learn this science and practice it. All doctors of homeopathic, allopathic, Ayurvedic and Unani systems should know this science. They can combine this system along with their own systems. They will have a roaring practice by this happy combination. Do not be easily influenced by the suggestions of others. Have your own sense of individuality. A strong suggestion, though it does not influence the subject immediately, will operate in due course. It will never go in vain. We all live in a world of suggestions. Our character is daily modified unconsciously by association with others. We unconsciously imitate the actions of those whom we admire. We daily absorb the suggestions of those with whom we come in daily contact. We are acted upon by these suggestions. A man of weak mind yields to the suggestions of a man of strong mind. The servant is always under the influence of the suggestions of his master. The wife is under the influence of the suggestions of her husband. The patient is under the influence of the suggestions of the doctor. The student is under the influence of the teacher. Custom is nothing but the product of suggestion. The dress that you put on, the manners, the behavior and even the food that you eat are all the outcome of suggestions only. Nature suggests in various ways. The running rivers, the shining sun, fragrant flowers, the growing trees, are all incessantly sending you suggestions. All the prophets of yore were hypnotists. They knew the science of suggestion fully well. Their words had tremendous powers. Every word they uttered had magic power and a peculiar charm. All the hearers remained spellbound. A spiritual preacher produces a sort of hypnosis in the minds of others. The hearers come under the influence of his suggestions. There is power in every word that is spoken. There are two kinds of meanings in words, namely the direct meaning and the implied meaning. In the revelations, the implied meaning is taken. For example, the statement, I am the essence of knowledge, does not mean embodiment of scriptures. The implied meaning does denote Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit, who can be reached by the study of the revelations alone, by the authority of verbal testimony alone. Mark here the power in the words. If anyone calls another a scoundrel, rascal or fool, he is thrown into a state of fury immediately. Fight ensues. If you address anyone as Supreme Lord, Master or Great King, he is immensely pleased. Hypnotism and mesmerism. A greater mind can influence a smaller mind. This is mesmerism or hypnotism. This is not at all a new science. It is also beginningless. It has existed from beginningless time. It was only Mesmer and Braid who popularized this science in the West. Hindu sages knew this science in days long gone by. Demosthenes and Socrates, Visvamitra and Patanjali Maharshi used hypnotism and mesmerism in olden days. It was James Braid, the Manchester surgeon, who gave this name hypnotism to this science and who first founded this science in the West. The term hypnotism has a Greek origin which means sleep. Mesmer was a philosopher, physician and astrologer. He was born in 1784. He died in 1815. He brought in the theory of animal magnetism. He believed that man had a wonderful magnetic power by which he could heal and influence other people. He made use of this power in the treatment of various diseases. The system of mesmerism is known after his name. All orators possess the power of hypnotism. Consciously or unconsciously they subdue the minds of hearers. The hearers are swayed by the powerful speech of orators. They are charmed, as it were, for the time being. All the religious preachers and prophets of the world possessed this power to a remarkable degree. Suggestion is the master key to hypnotism. The hypnotist suggests and the operator acts implicitly. The lesser mind implicitly obeys the higher mind. Suggestion is an idea communicated by the operator to the subject. Suggestion is a science. One should be very clever in putting the suggestion in a skillful manner. We live in the world of suggestion and under the magic spell and influence of hypnotism. Hypnotism is a mighty power in the world. We are all hypnotized by the spell of the Maya illusion. We will have to dehypnotize ourselves to obtain a knowledge of the self. Vedanta sacred literature gives powerful suggestions to dehypnotize ourselves. Hypnotism is a state of mind in which suggestions, verbal and visual, are received as true whether they are true or not. There is an irresistible desire to carry out the suggestions. The power of will and the power of suggestion are very closely linked together. The operator develops his power of hypnosis through the practice of crystal gazing and other methods of concentration. Practice of breath control also helps a lot in the development of this power. Celibacy also is very essential. A man of loose character cannot become a powerful hypnotist. A man can be hypnotized by gazing or suggestion or passes. The operator makes some passes in front of the subject and the subject passes into a hypnotic state. The passes in the reverse direction will bring back the subject to normal consciousness. Sometimes, if the hypnotist is a powerful man, he can hypnotize several persons in a group or bunch. That man who resists the suggestions of the hypnotist cannot be hypnotized so easily. If one believes in the hypnotizer and thinks he can be hypnotized, he can rapidly come under his spell and operation. There is also another variety of hypnotism called the stage hypnotism in which the hypnotist hypnotizes the whole audience and shows several tricks. He puts a lady in a small tight box in standing posture, ties her hands and closes the box and then cuts the box with a saw. Afterwards he opens the broken box and the lady comes out without any injury. A famous fakir ascended the platform in England with a red rope in his hand, threw it in the air and climbed up through the rope and then vanished in the air. This is stage hypnotism. This is the famous rope trick of the fakir. There was no impression in the plate of a camera. This is a trick only after all. A hypnotist hypnotizes a boy and places his head and feet over two chairs. He then places a large weight over his body. The body does not bend. He asks the audience to clasp the fingers of both hands and makes a strong current of electricity to pass. They all actually feel the shock of the current. He first starts the current in his own hands and thinks strongly that the current should pass to the hands of others. Hypnotism is very beneficial in the correction of bad habits of boys and in the treatment of hysteria and other nervous diseases. The opium habit and the drinking habit are also removed. The hypnotist should not misuse the power in wrong channels. He will get a hopeless downfall. Wherever there is power, there is side by side a chance for misuse. There are temptations also. One has to be very careful. A hypnotist looks at the second hand of a watch and the second hand stops immediately. He asks a subject to look at the second hand of a watch and stops his thinking. His eyes becomes listless. A hypnotist makes the body of a hypnotized subject to levitate and move in the air through a big iron ring. The hypnotized person is blindfolded. He is able to walk over a rope that is distributed on the ground in quite a zigzag manner. He is able to read the contents of a sealed letter and give proper answers to questions. Here the unconscious mind of the subject operates. He can see through an opaque wall. Marvelous are the mysteries of the science of hypnotism. Thanks to Mr. James Braid of happy memory. Telepathy. Telepathy is thought transference from one person to another. Just as sound moves in the ethereal space, so also thought moves in the mental space, space of pure consciousness. There is an ocean of ether all round. There is also an ocean of mind all round. Thought has shape, color, weight and form. It is as much matter as this pencil. When you have some good thought of an elevating nature sometimes, it is very difficult to say whether it is your own thought or the thought of some other person. Thoughts of other persons enter your brain. Telepathy was the first wireless telegraphy of the yogis. Yogis send their messages through telepathy. Thought travels with electric speed that is unimaginable. Sometimes you think of a friend with such intensity in the evening that you get a letter from him early in the morning. This is unconscious telepathy. Your powerful thought has traveled and reached the brain of your friend immediately and he has replied you then and there. So many interesting and wonderful things are going on in the thought world. Ordinarily, people who have not developed the power of telepathy are groping in the darkness. Telepathy is communication of mind with mind. The pineal gland, which is considered by occultists as the seat of the soul, plays an important part in telepathy. It is this pineal gland that actually receives messages. It is a small piece of nervous matter that is embedded in the brain or hindbrain in the floor of the mind ventricle. It is an endocrine gland that is ductless. It has got an internal secretion which is directly poured into the blood. Practice telepathy in the beginning from a short distance. It is better to practice at nights, to start with. Ask your friend to have the receptive attitude and concentration at 10 o'clock. Ask him to sit in lotus posture with closed eyes in a dark room. Try to send your message exactly at the appointed time. Concentrate on the thoughts that you want to send. Will strongly now. The thoughts will leave your brain and enter the brain of your friend. There may be some mistakes in the beginning here and there. When you advance in practice and know the technique well, you will always be correct in sending and receiving messages. Later on, you will be able to forward messages to different corners of the world. Thought waves vary in intensity and force. The sender and receiver should practice great and intense concentration. Then there will be force in sending the messages, clarity and accuracy in receiving the messages. Practice in the beginning telepathy from one room to the next room in the same house. This science is very pleasant and interesting. It needs patient practice. Celibacy is very essential. You can influence another man without any audible language. What is wanted is concentration of thought that is directed by the will. This is telepathy. Here is an exercise for your practice in telepathy. Think of your friend or cousin who is living in a distant land. Bring a clear-cut image of his face to your mind. If you have his photo, look at it and speak to it audibly. When you retire to bed, think of the picture with intense concentration. He will write to you the desired letter the following day or so. Try this yourself. Do not doubt. You will be quite surprised. You will get success and firm conviction in the science of telepathy. Sometimes, when you are writing something or reading a newspaper, suddenly you get a message from someone near and dear to you. You think of him suddenly. He has sent you a message. He has thought of you seriously. Thought vibrations travel faster than light or electricity. In such instances, the subconscious mind receives the messages or impressions and transmits the same to the conscious mind. Great adepts or great souls who live in the Himalayan caves transmit their messages through telepathy to deserving aspirants or yogis in the world. These spiritual aspirants or yogis carry out their orders and disseminate their knowledge far and wide. It is not necessary that great souls should come on the platform and preach. Whether they preach or not, it does not matter. Their very life is an embodiment of teaching. They are the living assurance for God realization. Preaching on the platform belongs to the second-class type of men who have no knowledge of telepathy. The hidden yogis help the world through their spiritual vibrations and magnetic aura more than the yogis of the platform. In these days, congressmen expect even holy renunciants to work on the Congress platform. They even force them. As their minds are saturated with action mental impressions, they are not able to grasp and understand the grandeur, utility, and magnanimity of pure renunciation of meditation yogis. The field or domain of activity of holy renunciants is entirely different. They cannot become presidents of savas or mandalas. Their sphere is of a cosmic nature. Their field is adhyatmic that relates to the science of the self. Let me repeat the words of Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. In this world there is a twofold path, as I said before, O sinless one, that of yoga by knowledge, of the Sankhyas, and that of yoga by action, of the yogis, Gita. The glory of Hinduism will be lost if holy renunciants become extinct. They can never become extinct from India. The mental impressions of renunciation and renunciation are ingrained in their cells, nerves and tissues. Buddhists have got monks. Delusionmedans have their fakirs. Christians have got their priests, clergymen and reverend fathers. Every religion has people in the world with the spirit of renunciation. There must be a set of people in every religion who are entirely devoted to divine contemplation. It is the duty of householders to attend to their wants. They will receive their blessings. It is these people who lead the life of renunciation marga, who can make researches in yoga and give to the world new messages. It is these men who can really help the world at large and do lokakalyana. Clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is vision of distant objects through the inner astral eye or psychic eye. Just as you have physical sense in the physical body, there are astral counterparts of these senses in the inner, subtle, astral body. The yogi or the occultist develops these inner organs through practice of concentration. He develops clairvoyant vision. He can see objects in far-off climes. This psychic power is called dura-perception. Just as light rays penetrate a glass, just as X-rays penetrate solid, opaque objects, so also the yogi can see the things through a solid wall, can see the contents of a sealed envelope and the contents of a hidden treasure underneath the ground through his inner psychic eye. This psychic eye is the eye of intuition or divine sight or eye of wisdom. One has to develop this inner eye through concentration. Just as the microscope magnifies the small cells, germs, etc., so also he can see things of the astral world very clearly through this inner eye and can magnify them also by special focusing of the inner astral lens. He creates an astral tube by willing and the strong wishing and thinking and, through this astral tube, he sees things at a distance. The vision may not be very clear in the beginning. Just as the newborn baby learns, so also he learns in the beginning. As he advances in his practice, his inner vision becomes quite distinct. There is another method. The yogi takes astral journey and sees things during his astral traveling unconsciously. Just as light rays travel in space, so also astral light rays travel with tremendous velocity. They are caught up by the astral eye. Every one of you has got these astral senses. But few only consciously develop them. A clairvoyant can see the events of the past by looking into the Akashic records and have trikala knowledge also. The degree of power varies in different individuals. Advanced clairvoyants are very rare. Clairaudience. Clairaudience is the hearing of distant sounds in the astral plane by means of the astral ear. The process is similar to clairvoyance. The astral sound vibrations are caught hold of by the astral sense of hearing. A clairvoyant need not necessarily be a clairaudient. These are two distinct powers. Patanjali Maharshi gives the method to develop this power of distant hearing. By the simultaneous practice of concentration, meditation, and absorption on the relation between the ear and ether, comes divine hearing. The simultaneous practice of concentration, meditation, and absorption is concentration and meditation combined. All the inhabitants of the Pitraloka possess this power. Where their descendants perform Shraddha and Tarpana in this world, they hear these sounds through the power of clairaudience and they are highly pleased. These psychic spiritual powers are all byproducts of concentration. Just as there are various coal tar derivatives and various petroleum preparations, so also there are these spiritual powers manifest in a yogi when he concentrates. These are all obstacles in the path of spirituality. The aspirant should ignore them and develop dispassion. Then only will he be able to reach the goal. All the sound vibrations of the past are in the Akashic records. The yogi can hear these sounds nicely. He can hear the sounds of Shakespeare, Johnson, Valmiki, universe, the waking state, Mitra, etc. Just as you can hear now the music and song of a songster who died 50 years ago in the gramophonic records, so also the yogi can hear the sounds of those persons of the past by concentration connecting his astral hearing to the Akashic records. Just as impressions of your boyhood remain in your brain and the subconscious mind, so also the impressions of old sounds remain in the Akashic records. One should know the yogi's technique only. Just as the experienced record keeper in the office can bring out in a short time any old record, so also the yogi can hear the sound of good old days in the twinkling of an eye. Appendix: Annihilation of Mind. The mind is the power of the Atman self. The mind is a bundle of desires and intentions, thoughts, imaginations. The mind is a bundle of attraction and repulsion, likes and dislikes. The annihilation of the mind is the destruction of the mind. Loss of consciousness is the temporary absorption of the mind. This cannot give liberation. The mind can come back again and wander in sensual objects. The destruction of the mind alone can give release or liberation. Self-inquiry. How is the mind purified, brought under control, how are its activities stopped and how is it annihilated? Here are some useful and practical points. The mind can be controlled and annihilated by self-inquiry, the inquiry of, who am I? This is the best and most effective method. This will annihilate the mind. This is the Vedantic method. Realize the unreality of the mind through philosophical thinking. Slay the ego. Eradicate the feeling of egoism. The ego is the seed of the tree of mind. The I thought is the source of all thoughts. All thoughts are centered on the little I. Find out what the little I is. This little I will dwindle into an airy nothing. It will be absorbed in the infinite I, the highest Para-Brahman supreme cosmic spirit, the source for the little I or ego. The sun of self-realization is fully seen when the cloud of ego disappears. Dispassion. Dispassion is another method for annihilating the mind. It is the distaste for objects of sense pleasures by finding out the defects in the sensual life. The objects are perishable. Sensual pleasure is momentary and illusory. Spiritual practice. Spiritual practice is another method for annihilating the mind. Concentrate the mind by fixing it on the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Make it steady. Spiritual practice is ceaseless meditation. This leads to the deep meditative absorption and oneness or union with the Brahman Supreme Cosmic Spirit. Non-attachment. Non-attachment is a sword to destroy the mind. Take the mind away from objects. Detach and attach. Detach it from the objects and attach it to the Lord. Do this again and again. The essence of the seed of the sprout of world experience, which is desire, can be destroyed by the fire of non-attachment. Destruction of desires. The destruction of desires is another method. The renunciation of desires leads to the destruction of desires. This will lead to the annihilation of the mind or the destruction of the mind. Desire for objects of pleasure is bondage, giving it up is emancipation. Desire is the most essential nature of the mind. Mind and egoism are synonymous. Practice of breath control. The vibration of prana vital energy causes movement of the mind. It gives life to the mind. Practice of breath control or the control of prana vital energy will stop the activities of the mind. But it cannot destroy the mind to its roots like self-inquiry. Control the thoughts. Control the thoughts or intentions. Avoid imagination or daydreaming. The mind will be annihilated. The extinction of intentions alone is liberation or release. The mind is destroyed when there is no imagination. The experience of the world illusion is due to your imagination. It vanishes away when the imagination is completely stopped. Renunciation. Mental renunciation of possessions is another method for annihilating the mind. The absolute experience can also be realized if you learn to be in a state of thought-suspending deep meditative absorption or the oneness with Brahman. Be balanced. Attainment of equanimity is another method for the annihilation of the mind. Be balanced in pain and pleasure, heat and cold, etc. He alone experiences everlasting peace and eternal bliss who has transcended the mind and rests in his own absolute existence, consciousness and bliss of the Atman self. Devotion and service. Muttering of a mantra, singing devotional songs, prayer, devotion, service of guru and study are also means to annihilate the mind.